Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down because today we're going to be taking yet another look at book talk. We're going to be talking about smut books again. We've talked all about the book talk community on this channel before, right? I mean, we've talked about it 2 times now. This will be third. 3 times. You're out. It's essentially the side of TikTok that revolves around reviewing and discussing literature, right? You might see somebody who's just like, these books are my favorite thing of all time. This is my reads of March or something, right? Book talk. Book talk. Of course, we know that this community is not as wholesome as it sounds, right? As with any other subculture online. And in fact, the much spicier sub-community, Smut Talk, can be downright degenerate, which focuses on the more intense and horny novels. Basically, people flicking their beans and beating their shit. That's what it is, right? You're flipping pages and you're beating and you're flicking and you're beating. That's pretty much what it is. And if you're new to this neck of the woods, you may not be aware of just how popular this genre of media has become. If you want a more recent example, look no further than the hit HBO program Heated Rivalries, the gay sports romance book released in 2019 by Rachel Reed.
Why do women fantasize about 2 gay men kissing?
That unironically tasted like sour cream.
Why do men love watching 2 women kissing, Nick? Is it just because it's like, that's different than what I normally do? Is it that? Or is it something where it's also like, is it the fantasy that at any point the person can be like, maybe they'll ask me to join or whatever? So then Rachel Rachel Reed is like, maybe these 2 hockey players will invite me in and pig roast me. Okay. What if it's that, right? I mean, that's gotta be what it is, right? Or is it just the idea of just being like, you know, 2 chicks or like 2 guys and you're just gonna be in a peephole? I imagine it on either side, it's spit roasting. That's for sure what it is. Lay me down and lock me up. Spit roast me. This massively successful series is about 2 gay hockey players, Shane Hollander and Ilya Rozanov, who play for rival hockey teams whilst hiding a secret relationship from the world. They're big hockey players, you know, that kind of thing. I'd watched the first episode. He's all right. There's a bunch of guys blowing each other. You know, I was like, where's the butt slamming, dude? Where's that at? You know what I mean? It's a lot of sucking, which is fine, but then also too many time jumps. That's my biggest criticism. Too many. Or 9 months later, 3 weeks later. I'm like, did we just span the course of like 2 to 3 years? And he's just like, how about you come over here to my room 14-218? And the guy's like, hey, okay, maybe I will. And then he gets his, he's like, all right, I got to go. That's the thing. And they're like, and it's also like, so you won the big game. Also, I was kind of a bit disappointed. I'm like, I wouldn't mind seeing the guys play a little bit of hockey. It's not really about the hockey. It's about sucking cock and, you know, forbidden love or whatever. But at some point, I wouldn't mind seeing Rozanov win a big game, you know? I'm sure we're not making it sound as intriguing as it is, but that's what I remember. I don't know what to tell you. Heated Rivalries has people on a chokehold. Online, people are aggressively obsessing over it and hyperanalyzing every single romantic interaction they have like they're trying to solve a goddamn murder. Some are already admitting that they've rewatched the show as much as 25 times, and that, my friends, is gooners. Those are people gooning. How you gonna, I mean, if with any show, what and do watch it 25 times around? I'm talking they are doing some Morse codes or they are raw beaten. I'm telling you, it is raw beaten or it is Morse code. Spelling out Heated Rivalries over and over again. That's what's happening, dude. ET phone home. You know what I'm talking? Fans have even created a downloadable Sims mod that allows you to access characters modeled directly after them, including every outfit they've worn in the show, so you can accurately play God with your favorite heartthrobs. You know what I mean? With your favorite, you can do your ET phone home, Morse code action while playing Sims. Every person that sees you from now on, they're gonna be like, did you get into guitar playing? Because you're gonna have so much calluses on your fingertips. Yeah, smoke on the water, baby. He'll say, smoke on the water. 52-year-old Rober Eller is an avid lover of smut, but made the poor choice to listen to an audiobook while working in the office. For her, this is a common practice as she listens to 3 to 4 books in full every week. That's a lot. I mean, like what, a full book maybe takes 11 hours to listen to audiobook wise? I guess that makes a 40-hour work week. All right. I mean, it really is though. Clock in. And I am on the clock. Oh, you think she's like all normal walking through the office, whatever, and then she sits down and then she's just like, oh.
God, dude, her chair got a stink.
Okay, first off, the way you said that was unreal. Ah, dude, her chair got stank. Stinky. This video is sponsored by Hungryroot. Let Hungryroot be your personal shopper to avoid spending too much time and money on groceries. Hungryroot makes it incredibly easy to stick to your fitness and nutrition goals throughout the week. Hungryroot is your place for high quality food, taking the guesswork out of it and the bad stuff too. That's because they screen out over 200 different additives, including high fructose corn syrup, artificial sweeteners, and preservatives. Hungryroot also has over 1,000 grocery items, including ready to eat options, fresh fruit, protein bars, and energy bites. And if you have any dietary restrictions, Hungryroot has got you covered. Over time, Hungryroot will tailor items to your needs. Soon, Hungryroot will fill your cart with personalized items that you're sure to love. I love how convenient and easy Hungryroot is. It gives me access to healthy meals I can put together in minutes, like beef short ribs and creamy vodka pasta to keep my evening moving and my hunger away. Finding healthier alternatives is a breeze, from smoothies to salads and everything in between. Hungryroot has got you covered. You're gonna love Hungryroot as much as I do. For a limited time, you get 40% off your first box, plus you get a free item in every box for life. Click the link or go to hungryroot.com and use code PAPAMeat. That's 40% off your first box and get a free item of your choice for life using hungryroot.com with code PAPAMeat. Thank you, Hungryroot, for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video. She recounts the time the handle of a door caught her wired headphones, yanking them out on her phone and loudly blasting the graphic scene for the entire office to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a uncommon practice. Need to listen in private. Her boss overheard this and was appalled. He kindly told her to rethink the material she chose to listen to on the job. But she tells interviewers that this simply will not happen. Which also, I'd say maybe rethink it. I'm like, first off, Greg, it's a fucking book. Well, actually, I don't know. Is that the same as getting caught watching?
It is. It depends how graphic it is. Like if you pulled it
Well,
off.
I mean, from what we've read before, which I don't know, how are we reading a bunch of this shit again?
There's some reading.
All this, I mean, it's graphic to the point where is there a difference between like actually seeing the act versus then hearing the act, whatever?
There's a difference. But it's similar in the sense.
It
like,
is. If it was a guy though, the guy, if he was hard at his desk, then you have an indicator. Hey, you stop that.
Well, I'd be like, you know, I was like, is this affecting your work? Because
Just a guy with a full boner. The boss, is this affecting your work? Sir, absolutely not. I am hitting my quota. I'm gonna take my lunch break, and I will be back, and I will continue to hit my quota. He takes off his headphones, just like, it rolled her folds like a roll of pennies on his knuckles. Kind of a bit of a gray area, isn't it, Nick? Viewers below, you decide. Let them fight it out, right? I'm just saying, if you're getting wet or hard at the workplace, something's wrong. Can I at least say that? Not even, no?
depends what you're getting wet and hard to.
It doesn't matter, does it? Give me a scenario where it might.
You get a random boner, and you get a little random wet from sitting.
Is that a thing? First off, if it's a sneaky boner, tuck into your waistband and be shameful and go somewhere else. But also, if I don't know if you're randomly wet, get a handkerchief and figure it out. I'm saying if you're like actively there. There's no reason.
You're at work. Unless that is your job.
Moments like this spark a debate about whether or not it's okay to read or listen to smut out in public, with many stating it's nobody's business so long as they can't hear or see it. I think that's fair. Some mom influencers will make relatable skits about how they drop off their kids at practice only to sit in their car and listen to absurdly horny novels. That feels awkward to me. They're sitting like if you drop your kid off to a baseball field, right? Are they just sitting in the parking lot, full blasting like, he jammed his member inside her.
Those windows are fogging up, and people can hear.
It is kind of the floor. You're down the bayou now, aren't you? A couple alligators crawling to the back of the Honda Odyssey. Many smut lovers even goon as a community, watching TikToks that just display a single page of spicy material with the comments begging for faster uploads.
Buy the book.
No shit. If I was the author, I'd be pissed. Like, what the fuck? As you can imagine, many women are being made fun of for this deep obsession, and many rant about how they despise people who brag about how much they love reading, only to skip all the plot to skim through the scenes. Others are being judged by their real-life peers, like a 29-year-old woman who hosted a book club, only for one of her neighbors to notice her collection and call them trashy and desperate. Also, I'd be like, why don't you go f yourself? It's a book. Right? She held on to this anger for over a year, later donating 20 of the most explicit novels she owned to the neighbor's charity book drive hosted by the church, infuriating her neighbor even further, which is a power play. That is a quote-unquote power play. All right, you want a little book drive? Here's some books. Some authors try to draw hype for their own novels by giving a horny sneak peek, like Kayla Gross, who advertises her Christmas-themed romance novel, Scrooged for the Holidays.
I'm guessing she has sex.
I'm guessing that either the horny old man has to his way through Christmas, or it's like a 50 Shades of Grey kind of thing, or that movie The Secretary, where she's just like, oh, I don't know, Mr. Scrooge, can I get Christmas off? It's like, oh, if you suck my Christmas cock.
What I think it is, it's a female version of Scrooge, and every time she goes like Christmas Past or whatever.
The Ghost of Christmas Past, the second.
Yeah, she's getting plowed by all the Christmas.
Oh, yeah. Or put a synopsis. Does any of that happen? Yes or no? There you go. Over time, there have been more and more people coming out and admitting that their never-ending consumption of smut is affecting their real life. Whether it's being put in stirrups before surgery, getting a throat swab, or going to the dentist, smut fans are revealing that they are instinctively thinking about the horny scenes that they've read during the most mundane activities in their life. Which I can see that. If you're all bricked up all the time, there's no excitement. Also, I wonder if you're doing that too, does everything become sexualized, Nick? I went to the dentist and I was thinking about that scene I read. It's like, well, I don't know. Why don't you fucking not think about it then, dude?
You can't. Women's minds.
Can't. Since we last covered smut books, the world has only gotten more obsessed to the point where it might be getting out of hand, right? We might be getting to the point where we are not coming back. It might take over literature as we know it, right? Human writers cannot write books fast enough for the smut community to consume, which has resulted in AI stepping in and filling that gap, unfortunately. And now you can use tools like Smut Finder, an AI tool that can generate hyper-specific stories to fit any person's desire. When you use it, it asks you a bunch of questions, including how intense of a story you want, what kinks you're into, and what kind of personality you want the love interest to have. It's probably the most mundane, ridiculous thing. But if it's just specific enough, I can see people being like, this is scratching my itch. Thank you, Mr. Computer.
It's like, what is it? An ad lib. That should be a thing. Smut talk ad libs.
Smut talk Mad Libs.
Mad libs, there you go.
Yeah, dude. He put a pineapple in my... Okay, guys, this is silly. Then the AI generates a story that you imagine, and tons of people have been hooked. One woman was ecstatic to find out that she can now use the website to fulfill her newly discovered stepdad fantasies through AI smut. Oh. So read that and immediately had a little bit of throw up my mouth, swallowed it almost instantly. Do a replay. That's where I swallowed. Another person claimed their roommate spent over 5 hours a day on Smut Finder, now that she's able to endlessly generate her ideal goon material, which is devious.
I need to send my brother this.
ChatGPT has recently announced that it will be allowing their AI model to generate erotica after originally banning sexual prompts earlier on. CEO Sam Altman,
Murderer?
You had complaints from one programmer who said you guys were basically stealing people's stuff and not paying them, and then he wound up murdered. What was that?
Also a great tragedy. He committed suicide.
Do you think he committed suicide?
I really do.
Have you looked?
This was like a friend of mine. This is like a guy that...
CEO and definite murderer Sam Altman was very excited at the prospect of allowing gooners to use his platform and, in his own words, quote, treating adults like adults. Yeah, but Sam, doesn't it have other implications that you can use that to like blackmail people with fake nudes, get people fired from their jobs? Are we not treating adults like adults? I'm Sam Altman and I've killed somebody. A big part of why so many smut books sell is the sexy scenes that implant on a reader's imagination. Some authors have begun using AI to skip the whole imagining step and just recreate scenes from books in order to sell more copies. So now even AI has taken the imagination out of just like what gets you hard. I don't know. I don't even know what I think is sexy anymore. Computer, tell me. Your stepdad like finding you undressing in your room? Yeah. I'm wet. You might as well start calling me Bayou Billy, Mr. Computer, because it's getting swampy in here. Gross. It appears that smut is infiltrating other aspects of life too. More recently, people have decided that it's finally time to mix horny books with cooking and eating, because why not? Why not play where you eat? A book that has been blowing up on Smut Talk called Lights Out follows a nurse named Allie who is being stalked by a masked man named Josh, a cybersecurity worker and the son of a serial killer. Following the hype, the bookstore Books A Million set up an in-store merch booth for the book featuring coffee mugs, blankets, and magnets. They also sold Josh's Trail Mix, a basic bag of trail mix that referenced a single scene in the book in which Josh gave Allie a snack. Do you think that everything, even before the internet and stuff, do you think everything was still referenced like it was all goon material? Yeah, right, it was. I think it had to have been.
Before the internet?
Yeah. I think people have always been selling sex in this way. Like having a thing being like Josh's Trail Mix, you know, it is just trail mix, and then you do get your fingers all salty and you beat or flick your stuff. It is whatever. But that's been forever. That's been the same with like you buy a poster for your wall because you're looking at the poster of the person you like to do whatever, right? That kind of stuff. People have been using that forever. People sexually go in and buy things all the time. So what, should we shame the Smut Talk people for doing the same thing?
No, but that's a collector's item. I wouldn't open it.
Well, absolutely not. I would not be getting my fingers salty to smash or flick my stuff. I'd keep it, it'd be locked away only to be resold on some eBay site later on down the line.
We tried looking to see if we can buy some, but there's a Books A Million nearby.
Do they have the trail mix?
No, this is a collector's item.
The Goon Slop sold out immediately, leading to people making tutorials on how to make their own versions from home. It's trail mix! It's nuts and raisins! And if you have a soul, there's M&Ms in it. I don't trust anybody. You know what, healthy people, jump off a building. I said that and I was immediately like, I'm just saying, people who eat trail mix without the M&Ms, what are we doing? Eat the fucking, come on. You can still have the healthy snack with some cashews and raisins. Throw a couple of M&Ms in there. Live life a little bit.
What about Skittles?
What? There's no trail mix with Skittles?
Yeah, I'm making something new, but
you keep that in your mind and you never let that out again. What about Skittles? What kind of thing is that? You know, because I feel like you eat Skittles with anything. You're like, I got my corn, my steak, my potatoes, and my Skittles. As it turns out, there is a large market for smutty food. If you go on Amazon, you can find smut cookbooks that throw in steamy excerpts from famous smut books in between each recipe. We're making ravioli. Doesn't that seem inconvenient? All right, so 2 cups there. And I'm like, okay, well, here's a whole chapter on a girl getting railed. Let me flip a couple pages. I mean, what the
you know what it is? It's the cook times. What are you doing when it's cooking?
See, there you go. Let this cook for 10 minutes. And you'd be like, sit down and read this excerpt. By the time you're done with it, your noodles are ready to be put in or whatever. That's actually a really smart idea. But now you're getting wet or hard the whole time. Pampers. Hey, Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Make a adult diaper that isn't just for shit and piss, but it's to help conceal your boner or clean up those wet damps. Hunter's tip. Also, Pampers, seriously, if you take that, I want like a piece of that. But eating food from sexy men and women is not enough for some readers. Some want to be the food. There is a book called The Final Dip, which involves a woman being transformed into a chicken nugget and falling in love with dipping sauce. And I want to read it immediately. Oh, is it a thing now where it's like Honey Mustard's like, dip yourself in me, baby? And then Ketchup's like, that, come over here. You think that people would simply read this as a joke, but some got into it and thoroughly enjoyed it, describing it as erotic as they reminisced about their favorite sauces, which is some big girl energy, dude. That is some big boy and big girl energy. What do you mean you're reminiscing on me? Fuck, that takes me back to Honey Mustard. Oh, fuck, horseradish. Being fully torqued at work, just like in your khakis at work. Fucking barbecue sauce. Oh, fuck. In the book talk space, the dark romance subgenre has been blowing up more recently. This is where things start to get a little more insane, right? Which I think these kinds of subcultures always pop up whenever you have people that it's the itch, you know, it's just it's not as itchy as it used to be, so you got to keep scratching. You got to make your own itch. Got to go out in the wilderness and find some kind of plant and start rubbing around. The goal seems to be to push things to the most psychotic levels imaginable, something that people are feverishly getting off to. And in fact, this is nothing compared to the other novels in the subgenre. A lot of the spicier dark romance books that Smut Talk enjoys often include a trigger warning page. A full page! Hey, but watch out. There's a bomb. There's a bomb! One book in particular contains warnings for sexual assault, gang, and child. Despite being a romance novel. This is a romance novel. We are a romance novel. And these are things, hey, just let you know, we're talking about all this stuff. Like, still about hockey players. It's like, this is about gay hockey players. It's like, yeah, but just let you know, we get into some dicey territories. The same book lists bizarre things like human centipede and proper use of holy water and knife play. Others will incorporate warnings for things like spider play,
Spider play.
I'm not even gonna get blood play, and of course, and not last, light breeding. A little light breeding. That's the crusty top of your creme brulee. You have to crack open. There are many books that include sex scenes directly incorporating gruesome violence. There's a lot of them. That's almost all of them. I'd say that's a big one. People just want to be. It's full on almost murder. It's murder. You can find people all over social media delightfully recommending books that include things like this, as well as non-consensual. There are now parents having to explain to their kids, who are as young as 14, why they can't read the dark romance books they brought home because they aren't equipped to handle the intense subject matter. Hey mom, what's spider play? She's like, washing dishes. Did you get into your father's literature again?
I was at my buddy's house one time. we were looking at movies, and I opened up a cabin, and there's like a black, like VHS DVD case, like huge. It's like 2 feet big. And I went to go for it. He's like, "Oh no, don't look in there." So then the entire night, my goal was just to get in there.
Of course, yeah.
To see what was in it. But he kept catching me. He's like, "What do I keep telling you?"
So you didn't get to see it?
No, I didn't get to see it.
What is in there? I'm wondering. Because yeah, you would think like, oh, it's just. Or I feel like it's like murder tapes.
Oh,
I mean,
I think it was because I don't know if I told this story, but one time, same uncle, different house, but he made like fried green tomatoes.
same was it your uncle?
No, my friend's uncle.
Why are you at your friend's uncle's house?
We were hanging out.
Why was he at his house? Does he live there?
Yeah, he lived there.
Oh, Nick, what happened at his uncle's house?
Let me explain.
Okay.
He made fried green tomatoes, and we were trying it, and I dipped it in a little ranch sauce. And then I noticed there was a used tissue on the counter, and I grabbed it and like used it to wipe up.
I'm horrified.
And then he's like, "Oh no, don't use that." And he started laughing, and then I was just like, I don't know. First of all, I was like, why did I use a used tissue napkin? Later that night, we turned on the VCR, and he just had blasting. So I'm pretty sure he left out.
Why are you guys at the uncle's house though? Why are you hanging out at the uncle's house? What does that mean though? What is it? Why? Why there? Why not at his home?
Because it's in the country, and we could we would get in trouble.
You can't get. Were you and your friend assaulted by his uncle?
No.
Since the majority of smut readers are women, the main love interest in these books are usually men, which allows many male content creators to personify book characters and profit off it, baby. Many of these creators wear masks and play into the mysterious man stereotype found in these books, but that alone won't get you views. If you want to build an audience, you have to be just as depraved as the people who watch you. And one masked man wore a bedazzled scream mask and made a video reacting to the size of each love interest in popular smut books, from biggest to smallest. Roll the clip.
I've seen that with One Piece. An artist draws each of the Straw Hat's cock.
Another account that goes by Rustic Abuse? Yeah. Jesus, that's his name? Yeah. Another account that goes by Rustic Abuse only posts dark romance thirst traps and loves to use audio from smut books in his videos. In a POV video, we watch as the man wearing a ghost mask vigorously... you, the viewer, while super horny smut audio plays in the background, and I just gotta say, it is jarring. I'm just gonna play play like a half a second of it.
Awesome. Huh? Yeah.
I'm gonna that's it. Okay. The comments were filled with waves of supportive feral women wishing this was happening to them. God damn, dude. Ark. If I was a jacked guy, I'd probably try to profit off this shit.
Well, yeah, why not?
This is what I'm dealing with, though, dude.
Well, women like that.
Women like this?
There's a thing for everybody.
The dipping sauce community did. Yeah. The chicken nuggies.
You can put a little dipping sauce in your belly button.
Yeah, I'm that guy from that book. See,
that'd be my fantasy. I eat a big Subway sandwich, fall asleep, and then a woman sneaks in my room and me off while I'm sleeping.
Jesus. God, why? I'm just saying dipping chicken nuggets in my belly button. God damn. God. Talking about eating a fucking cold gut combo and getting your shit off, dude. Good Lord. Another creator put out a criminally cringe video singing the 12 Days of Smutmas, dressed in some sort of Escape the Fate cosplay to a roaring crowd of boos in the comments. What? Okay. Other creators post full-on skit scenarios of masked men chasing women. One creator on TikTok started posting them last October and already has 400,000 followers from posting smutty scenes. In them, masked characters like Ghost from Call of Duty chase after women, choke her, and even tie her up in ways that can sometimes feel less sexual and more like a group of robbers breaking into a home to assault someone, right? That's what you sign up for. Oh, it's hot. Regardless, the Gooners have given it their seal of approval. They say, me like that. In our previous videos, we had covered some of the most insane excerpts to ever be written on paper. But if it wasn't clear, it's gotten worse enough that we got to do a little update, right? We got to dive in just one more time. Hey, we dipped our toe in the pool. We got to do a temperature check again. Let's start with the book Little Stranger. Don't like that already. I don't like a book called Little Stranger.
I'm imagining a little showing up at your door.
Dude, he is a bit.
Little person.
It has multiple scenes of the female lead being physically attacked, and in one scene, the main love interest, Malachi, is throwing the woman, Olivia, against a tractor and shoving a screwdriver into her without piercing the skin. Here's an excerpt. I pulled the screwdriver out from my back pocket, closing the distance between us and grabbing the hair at the back of her head, and shove her between the two broken tractors. Olivia screams, but it's muffled as I cover her mouth. Shh, I whisper. I hold the screwdriver to her throat, and her pupils are expanding. Her breath is uneasy, and the gaze in her eyes tells me she's enjoying this. So see, you thought that this was actually just a horror book until that last sentence. And that's how you get, see, that's dark romance. Furries have also broken into dark romance and have begun adding their own stories with such wonderful excerpts as, quote, with one final savage thrust, the doggy buried his to the hilt in her and hosed her insides with a massive load of hot doggy. You have to bleep almost all of that, first off. My God. The person who helped find these excerpts, why did they include that one? I demand to have them justify it right here. I did not put that in, all right? I just putting that out there. Some authors have gotten creative with how they deliver sexual actions. A quote from the book's Shadow So Cruel, for example, writes, I dipped my finger back into her... Stop fucking giggling, dude. I dipped my finger back into his ass as deeply as I could reach, teasing the little hole, drumming it from the inside. I'm just gonna have him keep explaining, because I'm also too, how are they getting this stuff? Where are they? How did you find this? Okay. To be a good smut writer, you have to be creative. This is evident from some of the older examples like Dissident, a 2007 novel that was dropping lines like, what the hell are you doing? Luke barked. Her ass, saving her life. This, I will say, to me, this does feel like this is way more intense than the last ones. No one can set the mood better, however, than Charlie Knickerbocker. Be careful with that, how you say that name. Damn. In their book, Possessed. Quote, I smell sex in the air already. Nah, I just burped. Of course, these are pretty tame compared to the other books, and I quote, so goddamn hot, I squeezed her and then gave it a little slap, pulling a moan straight from the depths of her throat. If I were to reach between your legs right now, would I find... Ready for me? Yes, she groaned, pushing into my hand, then... for me. Can you tell my mom to...
Yeah.
Hey, Missy.
I'm gonna lose my mind, Mom. I don't want to have to kill you, but I will. And sadly, some are straight up poorly written, and I quote, I let my eyelids flutter open and observe him observing every curve and angle and slope of my body, entranced by the entranced look in his eyes. That last one, I legitimately thought I was having a panic attack. Almost all of that we have got to bleep, right? We have got to bleep almost all of that, okay. It's true that many people report having much more active sex lives ever since they started reading spicy novels, and one woman goes into detail stating, quote, my husband knows library runs end with him getting slobbed up a minimum. Okay. Let me hold on, let me rephrase. My husband knows library runs end with him getting slobbed up at a minimum, and now he drops me off every Saturday with Starbucks, a lunchbox, and a book bag like the first day of school. I've never been so well read, and our headboard doesn't appreciate it. Our headboard. At what point? One married man pleads for help online after explaining that his wife reads smut practically all throughout the day, whether it's at dinner table or before bed. After 5 years of marriage, they now only have about once a month. Meanwhile, she'd read about 150 books within 1 year and spent so much time doing so that they no longer had anything else to relate to besides the kids. My God. Wow. 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 The smut epidemic has gotten completely out of hand as more people get addicted to the horny hardcovers, y'all. Now, authors like Quan Mills are tapping into some of the most intense ideas possible to keep up with ever-increasing desires to bizarre fantasies, which Quan Mills is one of the most prolific writers of our time. I will say that. Quan Mills is one of the most, if not the most prolific writer of our time. I will say that, and I will die on that hill. He has been on a roll recently, putting out some of the most creative smut books on the market, such as Pregnancy by Hoodwolf from Pregnancy by Hoodwolf from 63rd Street, or of course you can't forget Ho Yo Coochie Stank, a bacterial vaginosis love story. I mean, come on. Come on! At the end of the day, pornography and smut are both harmful in their own ways, right? Especially without moderation. They're not entirely the same, but both can absolutely become an addiction that warps one's view of sex and relationships. But at the same time, if you enjoy something in the privacy of your home, and if it's just, I mean, you know, it's a book, you know? Enjoy things to your own delight or whatever, but if you see that it's transforming your life for the worse, maybe consider stepping back. Otherwise, I say, plow ahead and have some fun. Gotta get through the workday somehow. Or you can listen to Creepcast. Creepcast. We have got to talk about the Uncle House thing. I'm going to stop recording because we have got to. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming on sundown because today we're going to be talking about one of the most fascinating places in America. Buc-ee's. Consumerism is at an all-time high. Woo! Whether it's Taco Bell making limited edition clothing or Raising Cane's collectibles with Post Malone cups, we've been hardwired to obsess over merchandise like it's keeping us alive, baby. You gotta collect. And I am one of those suckers. I'm a big proponent for little collectibles and all that stuff. So yes, I do. When the Japanese McDonald's did the Evangelion drops, me thinks me bought it.
You bought two.
I bought two, one for me and then one for Nick.
Thank you.
This is taken to the extreme when you look at a store like Buc-ee's, the massive gas station and convenience store that sells more private label merchandise than you know what to do with. And people can't get enough. From the food to the costumes and clothing plastered with their iconic logo that looks like this.
He's cute.
Is he?
It's adorable. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I like this fucking beaver. Why are you so happy? How much was the beaver? It was just like...
You think he's getting like Roadhead, some truckers?
Oh, wow! I'm beaving out! Eat my beef! And the trucker's like, definitely, dude. This place has such a chokehold on people, but I just can't, you know, I've always asked the question, why? Why are people so obsessed? Because it is that of a religion. It is almost cult-like. You know, people go up to the little Buc-ee's bronze statue and pay offerings online. They treat him as if he's a god. But I need to know why. What makes this gas station better than the rest? So, today, we're gonna trek through the doors of Buc-ee's and see what it's all about. Hop on in and sit on down. Come on into Buc-ee's. Before we look into just how deep the obsession goes, we should get an idea of where it all started. Buc-ee's founder Arch Applin III. Arch Applin III.
Fucking royalty over here.
Texas royalty. He's like, I am the third of my kind. I'm the third arc of Ark. Arch Applin III built the first Buc-ee's location in Lake Jackson, Texas, after graduating college. The store took inspiration from his grandparents' gas station, which he worked at for multiple summers. The name Buc-ee's comes from Arch's childhood dog, Buck, while the beaver mascot was inspired by his family's nickname, Beaver.
What?
What are those Applins the first and second? What are they doing, dude? What does that even mean? You know what I mean? Exactly. You don't want to go down there and mess with the beavers. They're a bad family.
They must have huge teeth.
I wonder if he does. Put up a picture of Arch Applin. Now overlay that with the Buc-ee's mascot. Uncanny. As soon as the doors opened, it was a massive success, and Arch partnered with another gas station owner, Don Wassick. Together, the two entrepreneurs would grow the business into what it is today, adding 20 locations within the first 2 decades of operation, and gradually adding merch and meat counter and their beloved bathrooms. Today, the once local gas station is now a titan of industry, making billions of dollars annually. That number only continues to grow as more locations are being built and the loyal fan base steadily expands. Which I will say, we used to live in Texas. We have perused the grounds of Buc-ee's, all right? So we know what we're talking about. It's huge. But I will say, the number one thing about a Buc-ee's is their bathroom. It's unbelievable. Go into any other truck stop bathroom, it is hell on earth. You couldn't even believe those concoctions. And there's always some guy being like, oh, God. That's what you're hearing in the other stalls. Buc-ee's, it smells good, it's clean, the stalls are big, very private, which also I feel like that because they're so private, Buc-ee's, the beaver himself is definitely being like, go in there and get your dick sucked by a lot lizard. And they don't care. Oh, thank you, Buc-ee. I'm gonna pick you up and give you a kiss. Thank you, Buck. No problem, have fun getting your dick sucked. They're that private, are they not? It's a private it's a thing. I don't think anybody would bat an eye either. That guy got himself a brisket sandwich, he's getting himself some head. Welcome to Buc-ee's. Buc-ee Beaver approved. If you've ever been to Buc-ee's, then you know it is a very nice gas station. But that first initial experience has gotten so many people hooked now that millions of people are hyping it up online. And I will say, yes, it is a nice gas station, folks. I'm not dogging it, but I will say people will move mountains to express their love for Buc-ee's. They cannot. The fanatics, it is that of a Disney adult, all right?
Or Costco fanatics.
It's like Costco fanatics, it's like Disney adults. Buc-ee's are their own breed. What would you call it? Bucky Buds? We're Bucky Buds. We're
Bucky Buds.
We're Buc-ee's buddies.
Yeah.
Buc-ee's fans are like the Disney adults of gas station enjoyers because they make the brand their whole identity and consume every piece of merchandise or product they produce. And this is true. There are people who wear, it's just like, I gotta get the new Buc-ee's shirt. I've met several people who it's like, oh, there's a new Buc-ee's drop. We're like, who cares? What? I gotta get there. And there's gonna be people who watch this video who are like, you're goddamn right. I'll get any like Shamrock or fucking Christmas tree Buc-ee shirt imaginable.
They grab their Buc-ee thermos.
Yeah, they grab their giant Stanley Buc-ee's and drink their thing, eat their Buc-ee's candy, wait in line. There's also a guy too who's like, I'm not gonna name drop this person, but every time I went to Buc-ee's with this person, he had to take a picture. A grown man, had to take a picture with the mascot who walks around.
Every time?
Every time we went. Every time. And there'd be things where we drove past one because it's very convenient. I mean, people are like, I've never had to wait for a gas pump because there's like 700 of them. So it's very convenient. But yeah, every time he's like, let me snap a quick pic. Obsessed. And I think he tried to mark it off like it was, like, oh, it's ironic. But I'm like, motherfucker just wanted to get a picture with Bucky Beaver.
He's Bucky's bud.
I'm Bucky's buddy. I gotta go. This video is sponsored by Helix Sleep. It's cold outside, so make sure you have a snuggle-worthy bed for deep winter. You can add the flannel sheets, you can add the extra blanket, but what you really need is a new supportive mattress. That's because well-lived life starts with rest, and nothing feels as good as waking up on a mattress that's made for you. With better sleep, you have more energy and more focus, helping you stay productive. So many of us are getting it wrong from the start. Good sleep starts with a better mattress. Helix has 20 unique mattresses, all set to serve a specific purpose. So how do you know which one's right for you? Helix has you fill out a quick sleep quiz to establish what kind of sleeper you are and your specific needs. Are you a side sleeper? Do you get hot at night? Each of these personal details allow them to find the right mattress for you. Every person is different, but no matter the need, Helix Sleep has the right mattress for you. The quiz they have you take is very quick, and your answers lead to your dream mattress. I'm getting my best sleep when it comes to the Dusk Luxe mattress. It serves my particular needs, and it provides deep, restful sleep each night. And it's amazing how much sleep can affect your mood and energy. I'm getting more work done, and all it took was a few minutes to find out what I was missing.
Before I got Helix Sleep, I was ragged. I would toss and turn and get too hot. I had back pain. Now with the Luxe mattress, I still have scoliosis, but I can sleep through anything now. My neighbor screaming, dogs barking. It's perfect. Nothing can wake me up, and I feel so rejuvenated at the end of the day. Thanks, Helix.
If you're not in the market for a new mattress right now, but you wish you could improve your old one, Helix offers the perfect solution with their range of mattress toppers. They can extend the life of your old mattress and upgrade the comfort while not having to worry about replacing it. Or maybe you've got a Helix Sleep mattress already, but you want to improve your guest bed. Grab a mattress topper and tell them we sent you. Get the sleep you deserve and head to helixsleep.com/papameat and start sleeping in your new mattress today. Take advantage of their President's Day sale exclusive partner offer and get 27% off site-wide. Thank you to Helix Sleep for sponsoring the video. Now back to the video. One father explains how it's affected his 8-year-old child, saying, and I quote, "There's so much merchandise involved. Kids get a keepsake stuffed animal. They take a picture with a bronze beaver statue in the front. It's more of a Disney experience than a gas station experience," which is smart, Nick. You got to get Bucky Beaver out there. You got to make him is he as lovable as Mickey Mouse? I'd say he's probably more beloved than Mickey Mouse at this point.
I was gonna say it is actually really smart because that's why Disney adults are Disney adults. Because when they're kids,
They had that emotional experience when they're younger, right?
Exactly.
So now they're going to go back and it's become a tradition thing. I used to love coming here and getting a pic with Buck. I love you, Buck. Can I be his buddy? Yes, you can. Another person said that their neighbor only wears Bucky's merch and covered both family cars in Bucky's bumper stickers. They go on to say that each time they go to the gas station, they treat the short drive as if they were going to Disney. Once again, a bit obsessive and a bit over-enthusiastic for moi, but at the same time, if you are taking the ordinary thing of going to the gas station and making it an adventure, is that a bad thing, Nick?
I don't think so.
To me,
Cheaper than Disneyland.
it's cheaper than Disneyland, and also, at what point when do you think it starts turning negative? Because right now you're like, well, it's just a gas station. Do you think it's like when Buc-ee's is like, we're starting a movie studio? Or something crazy like that. We're starting a sweatshop. Bucky Sweatshop.
Yeah,
There has to be some unethical angle, right? There has to be some unethical angle to where it's like you're obsessing over a conglomerate. Because you kind of already are, right? I mean, they're making billions of dollars every year. One person even paid top dollar to have a custom one-of-one Bucky shoes made for his collection. The Nike Air Force had custom leather work with the Texas flag and Bucky's logo branded into it. The back of the heels had, quote, "You had me at howdy," stamped onto it right below Bucky's face. And the bag the shoes came in was printed with the food items from the gas station's menus. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and say that these shoes don't go hard. At the same time, would I wear them? Probably not. I like them in picture form. I like looking at them on a picture.
It's like art, yeah.
If I saw somebody wearing them in public, though, I feel like I'd be like, oh. I think it's because it feels ironic or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. They're taking the piss out of this, but a guy being like, "What do you think of these?" He's like wearing them, like showing it to you. What do you think of those right there?
It's too serious.
Yeah. You're like, oh,
Then
Bucky.
it becomes cool then, because then you're doing ironic.
Say you like it. Okay, Jesus Christ, I like it. Thank you. The food at Bucky's is a big reason why so many people enjoy it. They have in-house butchers who scream, "Fresh brisket on the board!"
Fresh brisket on the board!
To let you know when the fresh food is ready. It scared the shit out of me the first time it happened. It's too loud. I will say my sensory overload, I was like, it's too much. Fresh brisket on the board! It's like too much, and there's people who like sit at the glass.
Oh, yeah.
They bounce up and down.
They're frothing for their brisket.
Almost every time too I've been to Bucky's which this is actually every time I've been to Bucky's, there has always been a guy who like it really is like a church experience. A guy sitting there, and it's always a guy being like, "You gotta wait till the fresh ones come out because they're so good." And the guy's like, "Fresh brisket on the board." He's like, "I'm telling you." You know what I mean? It's like a guy being like, "No, seriously, watch this." And he gets the first one. Like people like clamor for like the first ones, whatever. He's like, "This is gonna change your life." Oh yeah, man, it's a brisket sandwich. It's not just that, man. It's awesome.
It's a way of life.
It's kind of the future. The cult following around Bucky's Barbecue has people treating the store like Epcot. They'll go there and try every single sandwich and side, or do a 24-hour food challenge where they exclusively just eat at Bucky's. With so many people making Bucky's part of their everyday life, you have to wonder what draws them in there in the first place. Along every major highway and road in Texas, there are Bucky billboards that have quirky phrases that draw in new customers, which I will say the first time I went, the billboards pissed me off. It's like 25 minutes until heaven. It's like stuff like that, and you're like,
Yes, yeah.
or they do a lot of like puns, or they do like a lot of like quirky Chungus kind of stuff, and you're like,
Millennial humor.
yeah. Which millennials eat that shit up, dude. Everyone in my car is just like, I'm excited. Recently, the gas station has catered towards a younger Gen Z audience by putting the phrases like slay or main character energy and "you had me at howdy," which I don't really know how that last one fits in there, but. But the sleigh one is literally, it'll be like a Bucky's thing. It'll just say sleigh.
54 miles. That's crazy.
54 miles away.
Drive an hour away.
Which even that sounds outdated, doesn't it? There's kind of a charm to that though, huh? This is different than the Wendy's commercial where there's like, we should do memes. And they have the guy at the booth that does like the, like a boss.
Oh, God.
Eat spicy goodness like a boss.
And that one is you're just like, what is happening? This is actually hell on earth. It's kind of funny that Texas guy's like, just put sleigh on the billboard and say they'll be there in 54 miles. What does that mean? I don't know, but tell them that they'll be there in 54 miles. Other billboards heavily focus on their bathrooms, saying restrooms that make moms smile, or it's potty time. That was the first one I ever saw, was it's potty time. I did. Oh. But once again, once you figure out how good the bathrooms are, people almost exclusively go there just for the bathrooms. Oh, holding in your shit. Gotta wait for Buc-ee's.
I mean, if I was a trucker and I passed one by, I'd definitely make a stop.
I'm gonna wait to stop at Buc-ee's and just obliterate it. You think that there's a thing with truckers where they try intentionally to make the Buc-ee's bathroom as heinous as they can?
It's a little challenge.
It doesn't work.
They probably have like their own Discord where they like take pictures and be like,
Yeah, exactly. Just totally tore this up. That happens, and immediately another image pops up. It's gone. It smells like roses in here. If you've never been to a Buc-ee's, this might seem like a ridiculous marketing strategy. However, people rave over the bathrooms for their size and cleanliness. And many fans and articles claim that Buc-ee's has the cleanest gas station in the entire world, even going as far as to say you could eat off the floor in the bathrooms. That's how fucking clean they are. And the reason the bathrooms stay so clean is that there is a 24-hour custodial staff solely dedicated to cleaning the bathrooms. It's like a heart surgeon. They're on call. You have got to come in here. I will be right in. Another late night, honey? Yeah. Actually, those are the unsung heroes, dude. The people who clean the Buc-ee's bathroom, those are the ghosts who they hide in plain sight. That kind of thing.
but you know they're getting good fucking pussy afterwards.
Oh my God. You do what? I clean the bathrooms at Buc-ee's.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Here's my number. Thanks. Tosses in the back of his card. There's like 70,000 cards. Thanks. I'm good. Do you think the longer, this is a stupid thing to say, but do you think the longer you work, people who work there over time want to get Botox in their cheeks and get dental surgeries to where they look more like Bucky?
I bet you there's one employee who's just so obsessed with Bucky.
I mean, tons of filler in your cheeks and then like giant buck teeth.
Welcome to Bucky!
Is he just a greeter, or is he a guy like, or does he kind of do everything?
He does everything.
Yeah.
I picture he's...
How do you not make that guy the store manager,
That's
walk around with like a tie? Hi, welcome to Buc-ee's. You want to try some brisket? You want to try some brisket?
Thanks, Bucky's.
What? You can't do that though, because that would actually, that's where children would be horrified.
Yeah, that's true.
A giant like fake mascot and a statue is so much different than a fucking giant freak. You want a piece of candy? And also, you will end up with that voice. There's no way you can go through life and just be like, hey, how you doing? Yeah, so there's parking in the back as well. There's no way. Oh! You definitely immediately take on a persona, right? Whoa! You look like you have to go potty. Now everything's really creepy. You want a piece of meat? Dad, I want to go home. Don't forget to use the restroom before you go. Another reason why people love the bathrooms is that there is usually no wait time. I mean, it's so many. The restroom in these gas stations are huge, with some of the largest boasting 71 toilets and urinals. All right, it's like a goddamn abandoned mall in there half the time. You're like, it's the back rooms in the fucking bathroom. Hello? Hello? Whatever. I need help. The stalls of each toilet are practically their own room. And on all the walls, you'll find things like country art posters or the Texas flag, you know, Texas. Compared to the average gas station bathroom, they are luxurious. I mean, they're, you know, it feels like it's a part of the thing, which I will say, gas station charm is what is carved into the wall. What walks of life have come through, decimated this room, and left their mark?
Who left their number?
Who left their number? What obscenity did you write on the wall? What sticker did you leave behind, right?
Yeah, what they left in the toilet.
If you go into a place, this is just a hunter tip. Hunter tip. Hunter's tip. If you go into a place that is too hip, first off, if you go into a place in the bathroom and there's too many stickers, you need to run from that place. Any place where it's like hip to tag the bathroom with stickers, you gotta run away from that place.
Why?
That. Hunter's tip. The love for Buc-ee's extends outside its walls and into the parking lot. That's because people cannot get enough of their mascot, Bucky. Outside of the larger locations are 4-foot-tall bronze statues of Bucky the Beaver. People love to climb all over them and take pictures with them. And recently, there was a challenge on TikTok called the Buc-ee's Challenge, where people climbed into his arms and plank, or they'll act like a damsel in distress, posing as if Bucky is saving their life, which it is funny. And the thing too is like it's a fucking giant statue. It's a very large statue, in all honesty. 4 feet tall, you'd be like, that's not that big. When you get there, you're like, God damn.
Yeah, he's big.
Who's the company making these motherfuckers? I want bronze statues. Also, after a while, there's going to be a Buc-ee's location where it's going to be like 8 feet tall.
Oh yeah, they're gonna keep getting bigger. And bigger.
They will be huge. It's going to be a thing where it's just like, look for Bucky. That's what they'll say on the billboards. You look at the horizon, you just see a giant.
60 miles away, you
And it's
still
like,
see its head.
and that's when it starts going downhill too, because the glare off of the bronze statue, people are like, ah! They crash their cars. Oh my God! Look for the light. That's what they'll say. Look for the light.
I like that.
Just blinding you. If people are not falling into his arms, they're requesting that he be present at their weddings. And on more than one occasion, people have gotten married at Buc-ee's, with some people having the greasy teenager in the beaver mascot officiate their wedding, which I will say, awesome.
Yeah.
Amazing. How cheap was that? And also you get Buc-ee's. What are they? But I bet you anything you get married at Buc-ee's, they're gonna be like, have some free sandwiches. You get a little free action. Fill up your car for free. Really, Buck? Ooh.
First one's on us, buddy.
First one's on us. Hey, but honestly, let's just hope that this thing works out. Oh, thanks, Buck. No, seriously. Appreciate you guys. Other than gawking at the statues, people can get gas and enjoy random concerts that pop up in the parking lots. In 2024, country star Keith Urban hosted a massive concert in the parking lot of an Alabama Buc-ee's that brought in thousands of listeners. Thousands of people just showed up to Buc-ee's location. Why he did that, I don't know. Why Keith? He's just like, you know what? I think I'm gonna go play Buc-ee's.
Do you think that was impromptu? They just stopped and he's like, wow, this is awesome.
I feel like that's what they wanted to think, but I think Buc-ee's is doing a little secret strategy. You know, I think that Buc-ee's likes to think that they're just like, we don't even need that. But then they're like, slip Keith Urban a little envelope. I don't know, pop up and play here. Maybe blast on your social medias. And then Keith Urban's like, can I get a specialty? Like, you know, Post Malone has Posties meal or whatever. He's like, can I get at every station, Pump One is named after Keith Urban. They're like, let's fucking pump the brakes a bit there, Keith. You can play in the parking lot. All right, that'll do. There were so many people there that the venue nearly blocked customers from getting gas or entering the station entirely. But not everyone is infatuated with the chain. No, no, no. In fact, some people are absolutely sick of the hype surrounding the Buc-ee's franchise. In fact, a lot of people, they're comparing it to mega churches based on the sheer scale, ridiculous amounts of merch, and of course, the customer's undying devotion. People are sick to their stomach that people would be obsessed with this consumerist culture, Nick.
It is disgusting.
These cheap shirts you guys are obsessed with, you're sheep in a flock. That's what they say. You'll be hard-pressed to find someone criticizing Buc-ee's without a couple staunch defenders jumping in to defend their almighty beaver god. One man voices his frustration online about how underwhelming the place was, despite seeing it described by others as an experience, a quote, an experience, which also it's just like it's a gas station, dude. It's the same thing when people say like, oh, Waffle House, you got to go for the experience. It's a place you serve breakfast, but it's a thing that's around here. Yeah. Right? It's like going there, okay, well, so it's just a gas station, or?
So overhype is killing it.
Yes. Or just people being like, the mysticism online builds up and people are like, I went there and it was boring.
You think there's like Paris syndrome with Buc-ee's syndrome?
There's 100% thing where it's Buc-ee's syndrome, where Americans go to a Buc-ee's for the first time. It's not as good as they expect and they kill themselves. They go back to their Chevy Neon in the parking lot and they definitely shoot themselves. And Buc-ee's like, well, I guess we gotta clean up another one. Or do they hang their car? Coward!
Yeah,
they could hang their bodies up outside the store. And they put a little coward chain on his deal. Coward!
Well, I was gonna say they strip him naked and spray paint coward on their chest.
Take his clothes! Take his dockers! In response, the mod of the massive Reddit page used his mod privileges to stick a comment on the very top telling him to eat shit. If I'm a mod in Buc-ee's subreddit, I'm leaving an eat shit comment.
Yeah.
You see, but he didn't do KYS, which is what I think a lot of people would do. I think eat shit is a bit more appropriate, a bit more respectful.
He held back.
Coward. People often go on rants online complaining about how overcrowded and stressful it is, the bad smell, as well as how much they hate seeing the logo covering every single product on the shelves. The f does that even mean?
Don't go.
So it's like, where do you think you're at? You know what I mean? I'm in Walmart and everything's covered in No, you're in a fucking Buc-ee's gas station. Why is the beaver everywhere? What do you think, dude? Hello?
Hi.
Also, people when they're like, it's a bad smell, I think they just don't like the smell of like barbecue. I'm not the biggest Buc-ee's fan, but I don't think I've ever been in one and been like, this smells like shit. Outside, it smells like gas. It's a gas station. One mother films and reviews her experience, overlaying shots of customers with her explaining how it's filled with NPCs and overweight Americans, ultimately dubbing it a nauseating and depressing snapshot of America. Okay, God forbid a fat ass wants to go and get a vibe at Buc-ee's. God forbid that I want to go take my cankles out and get a brisket sandwich and some Slim Jims at Buc-ee's, dude. I guess I can't be a person today. Look at the state of America. It's all Buc-ee's fault, by the way. All these people are overweight and disgusting because of Buc-ee's.
So true. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys are just rats in a fucking maze.
While they're drinking their matcha tea at Starbucks.
Yeah, well, but see, that's healthy, so that's fine. Doesn't matter. It's healthy. It's grass. There's more to the Buc-ee's hate. Many former employees have come out to admit that they've been treated poorly on the job. While the official number is kept private, the store has an incredible high turnover rate. Some employees claim that there is overt racial discrimination in some locations. Even just last year, the staff themselves were guilty of this, with a lawsuit last year claiming workers were straight up bragging about how they're allowed to discriminate against customers based on their race.
Oh.
Bucky?
No Chinese!
Yeah. Keep the Chinese out of Buc-ee's! Like, what? I mean, fresh brisket on the plate! Many have revealed their own personal stories about the lack of professionalism in the store, including one former employee who saw a coworker get fired because she had a stroke. Okay, don't make that noise, dude. The getting fired for having a stroke is a dirty pull, dude. As a manager, okay, well you have to be fired.
Sorry, you're over your points. This is point 7.
Exactly. Yeah, you lost your points. You've already had too many sick days. It's like couldn't help having a stroke. Another former worker revealed that one of the coworkers was forced to finish their shift in the middle of having an active miscarriage.
What?
Which, wow.
She's like, clean that up, Debbie.
Well, you're getting drips all over the floor, Deb. God, it's all sticky. The emotional distress of that, also the physical distress. And I'm not blaming this on Bucky. This is the manager or it's the person's fault. How do you look at somebody like that and not have an ounce of sympathy or love in your heart? You just be like, oh my God.
Well, I read there's something on Reddit. This is like 5 years ago now, but they're saying like Buc-ee's pays really well. You get like $18 an hour working there. But people were saying like, oh, it's hell working there because you literally get no breaks, not even a lunch.
Yeah. Well, do you think it's a kind of thing where it's like people are like, I don't know, you should be lucky to work here because we do get paid so well. So they like the culture of working there is like, you got to work hard for Buc-ee's.
Yeah, exactly.
Or whatever. And they're trying to make it cutesy, you know, which I think is like kind of any job. But I wonder if you're working at a quote unquote cool place or like a place where it's like people love this store, if they use that against you.
Oh yeah, definitely. They'll use anything.
You know what I mean?
Same thing at Disneyland. They pay their like performers like shit because it's just like, this is a dream.
Well, yeah. Well, if you don't want to be an actor here, I mean, there's a line of actors right here. We could do whatever.
Did you see what happened with the evil witch, the stepmother?
At Disney?
At Disney. Basically, she was so good at her job, people came specifically for her, so they fired her.
Oh, dude, I've heard of that before. There was also a guy that, I don't know if it was Disney, but there was another performer who was like an elf in a parade or something, and like he blew up because people would take videos of him because he was like big, but I think that they fired him too. Like, you're taking too much attention or spotlight on the thing.
You're distracting people.
Which once again feels like a person looking for any kind of power, and they feel jealous that like, oh, you're getting the spotlight. I'm your boss, but I'm not getting the spotlight or something. People with these minutia little pockets of power in the world are like, that's the reason why the fucking world is fucking terrible. Am I wrong?
No.
I mean, a person sitting there and being like a manager being like, you're having a miscarriage, so you need to finish your shift, or you're having a stroke, and while you're stroking out on the floor, a person's like, you're getting fired.
Yeah, they write you up as you're stroking out. The stroke thing though, that I feel like that was just like an excuse to like, we wanted him gone anyways.
Yeah. Just like, yeah, just say that this is our time. Thank God he had the stroke. We were trying to get him out of here. With a store this big, it's only natural that they're going to get themselves into all sorts of controversies, right? I mean, if you get that big, you got some controversies. One of the most absurd ones being the time a monkey was let loose inside of a Buc-ee's. How are you going to let a monkey loose inside of a Buc-ee's? A gas station is not a place to be monkeying around.
Where do you bring your monkey anywhere? Why are you bringing a monkey?
Why do people have monkeys?
Because they're cute.
I mean, like, I guess.
It's the power. You're controlling like a subhuman.
You're a soul and I get to control you.
I wanted a monkey as a kid.
I did. I was fucking freaked out. I don't think I heard one positive monkey story. Ever since I was a child, people were like, yeah, they'll rip your fucking arms off. They'll eat you want to get your eyelids ripped off? They'll eat your eyelids. And you're like,
that's what my grandma told me, because she owned a monkey. She's like, you don't want a monkey.
Why did your grandma own a monkey?
I don't know. This was like 100 years ago, but she's like...
How old are you, Nick? Where you were talking to, she was able to get something 100 years ago.
I mean, I was like 8, maybe.
So she got a monkey in 1926.
It's okay, she's not that old.
Or actually, if you were 8, so she got something in what? In 1899?
Yeah.
Oh, so 60, okay.
But she got a monkey and she was like, oh, basically it was like when she started having kids, she's like, we can't have this thing. It's gonna kill the kid. They get jealous.
Well, we should probably get rid of the monkey. It's gonna eat her baby.
She was also a traveling musician, so I don't know how she had a monkey.
Oh, well, that justifies it. I walk around with a guitar. Give me your monkey. In Terrell, Texas, a man who was looking after someone's monkey decided it would be a good idea to bring it with him inside of the
It
store.
wasn't even his monkey.
I think that's a guy just being like, "Oh my god, dude, not let Chim Chim come into the fucking store. I'm looking after him. Come on, Chim Chim." He's like walking in the store holding his hand. And as you would expect, young children were enamored with this and wanted to give it attention, one of which being a 13-year-old girl who was traveling with her church group. She asked to hold it, so the man gave it to her and let it climb up her shoulder, and a worker saw this and urged him that the monkey isn't allowed to be in the store. He then tried to take the monkey off the girl's shoulder, only for it to panic and bite her on the neck, which is also a thing too where the guy definitely had a power trip of being like,
Yeah.
I got a monkey. And the only thing to do in Terrell, Texas is to go to the Buc-ee's and be like, is to peacock yourself with a monkey.
That's totally what he did.
Yep. If any large-titted women want to come up and hold the monkey, feel free. And the kid's like, oh, can I? And he's like,
But that's how you get girls to
Fine.
come up though, because it's just like.
well, it's like taking a cute dog to a park. You think a guy actually wants to walk around his dog? Let me tell you, here's a Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Ladies, if you see a guy alone in a park with a dog, he's not there to actually play with the fucking dog. He's there to, he's catfishing you. He's trying to hook somebody to be like, oh, cute dog. Oh, thanks. And you're trapped. Hunter's tip is, ladies, if you see a guy alone in a park with a dog, avoid that guy. Hunter's tip.
That's my strategy online, because I have pictures of my dogs, and when they comment, "Oh, cute dogs," I was like, "Oh, yeah, you want to go on a doggy date?"
You want to come over and meet him? You want to take him to Buc-ee's and walk around? Buc-ee's takes its branding very seriously, which is made evident by the fact that you can't look any direction without seeing the eyes of Buc-ee's staring right back at you. Because of this, Buc-ee's has taken legal action against smaller companies many times over claims of trademark infringement, which that happens with any large corporation, whatever. You better fucking watch out. They are coming hot.
You have to defend the brand, yeah.
Oh boy. One company named Talk Buck sold PVC patches and other merch using identical beaver mascot dressed in full military gear, which looking at it, I don't know. I will say the next one, Duckies. Hey, come on now. The drive-through liquor store and food stop was put through a legal battle despite having a noticeably different logo. The same goes for Barky's, a coffee shop and dog park that had a similar spelling to Buc-ee's, and the most that had smiling mascot was also infringement, which also it's just like, well, come on now. Can a dog not fucking smile on a goddamn deal?
Do you own the E's at the end of a fucking word?
In a way, you do. Kind of. Now, that being said, if I owned let's say I owned an underwear store, Wedgies, and it was like a cat pulling up stuff, and it's like, it's wedging itself. To me, I'm like, Wedgies been around forever. You can't own Wedgies. That's bullshit. So I don't know. Very gray area, this legal stuff, huh? What do you think? Should you think that they should just let them run free with stuff, or do you like the iron grip that Buc-ee's has?
Taking the logo and putting it on your own thing, I think that's fair to be like, take that down. But Duckies,
I don't know. I see. I completely disagree. I think, don't insult me. Right? Buc-ee's, Duckies, I know what you're doing. Not only have a little respect for me, have a little respect for yourself and think of something different. You know what I would have called? Give me a business idea. I'm going to put a duck in it somehow.
Clean up. You're a custodian.
Oh, he's like an in-house service?
Yeah.
I'd call it Duck, Duck, Go.
That's already a website. That's a search website.
All right, this naming a business thing is a little harder than I really had Duck, Duck, Go in the chamber. And I was like, huh?
I had Quackers. It's a cereal brand. Quackers.
Also, there's that Quaker Oats dude.
Yeah, Quakers.
Where it kind of looks like that too. So what did you be like? Quakers?
That's oatmeal. Quackers. The duck that smiles back.
What could you do? Mallards? I don't know. It's like, I don't know.
Mallard. Well, that's not as...
It doesn't matter. I'm not making a business. I'm not using an animal mascot. It doesn't matter. Which Barky's, the fucking dog place, was eventually, they had to close down. Sorry, business owner. Bye-bye. If Buc-ee's is going out being like, we're going to fucking shut down your business, you should not just be like, you guys have got to change your name.
Yeah, just change
But it's
it.
not that easy, though, with all the filing and all that stuff, too. So, you probably get fucked up.
Gotta change your LLC name.
I already made a custom sign. Spent $20,000 on the fucking goddamn Barky sign. And there's no change in it. It says Barky's. One of the biggest and most intense controversies that Buc-ee's has gotten itself into is the ongoing conflict between the franchise and an entire small town in Colorado. Buc-ee's has a beef with a full town. The small and peaceful town of Palmer Lake, which has a population of 2,500 people, was on track to have a Buc-ee's store built along the interstate, right? A large portion of the town was excited about how much the store could benefit the small town, as Buc-ee's tends to be incredibly financially lucrative and also provide tons of jobs. It's a win-win, right? But others were staunchly opposed to this proposal, claiming it would bring all sorts of traffic and chaos, as well as light pollution that would damage their clear, dark skies, which is, you know, a big part. It's like what makes the town beautiful, right? Essentially, it would bring chaos to a quaint mountain town. This tight-knit community was now cursing each other out during flooded town meetings and going on furious rants on social media. Friends and families were no longer on speaking terms, and people were plastering signs denouncing the beaver all over town. And one lawyer involved with the proposal no longer felt welcome watching the game with citizens at the local bar because they would get constantly yelled at, right? You're in business with the beaver. Get out! Some businesses like local pumpkin patch would even cancel events in protest to Buc-ee's coming. Things escalated even further when the mayor, Glant Havener, stepped down amidst the chaos and harassment. Only days later, leaked text messages would be discovered in which she aggressively mocked citizens and opposed the Buc-ee's proposal. In them, she referred to them as losers and terrorists. These messages were found within the court documents in a case that alleges that Glant was making multiple social media accounts to argue with people online about the proposal, which is so petty. It's like, you're the mayor. You're the mayor. The final decision has yet to be made, and it will likely be decided during a townwide election this very year. We should do an update at some time. How did it go? Also, Buc-ee's is definitely passing.
Yeah.
100%. It's gonna be a thing where it's like, wherever the money is, that's where they're going.
The mayor's got, she wants it.
I like how they're just like, yeah, people who are opposing it are fucking terrorists. Guy just like, yeah, I actually don't want all the traffic and light pollution from this big ass stupid gas station. They're like, whatever, terrorist. Now listen, guys, Buc-ee's has truly reached a cult-like status among its fans. They could sell shit on a plate and it would still fly off the shelves so long as they have the little trusted little Buc-ee beaver smiling on the plate itself. Everyone would sit there with a shit-eating grin. It's strange that we live in a time where people can criticize large corporations or consumerism, right? But then you get obsessed with the gas station and you just do the exact same thing that you criticize. I guess it's a little thing called hypocrisy, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah.
It's a little thing called hypocrisy. But that doesn't mean that worshiping a gas station's a bad thing, or if it's your favorite place on earth. That's all good. But maybe don't overhype it as if it's something else besides a gas station, my friends, because that's all it is. But if you do go there, take a shit. It's awesome. I'm telling you. Really worth it. Also, the brisket sandwich is pretty good. Fill up your tank, take a shit, eat a sandwich, leave. 3. Hunter's tip. Also, Hunter's tip. Can I do a last little Hunter's tip to tap off our video? Hunter's tip is don't dress up and pretend that you're helping people in a government organization and kill people in the middle of the streets. That's pretty cool, huh? Fuck ICE is what I'm saying. How is this happening? How is this the world we're in? How do people justifiably support this, Nick? I have no idea. It's murder. All I want to say, Hunter's tip, fuck ICE. Buc-ee Beaver would not let an ICE agent inside of his deal. Yeah. Buc-ee Beaver would not approve of ICE, dude. Where the fuck do you think Buc-ee Beaver's from, dude?
Oh, yeah. He's fucking from Canada.
Yeah, dude. Come on now. What are we thinking? You talking about Arch Alpine III? His family was just all from Texas? No, dude. They came over here. They believed in the American dream and they started it up. Imagine if ICE shot Arch Alpine. There'd be no Buc-ee's. Sorry. Bye-bye, Buc-ee's. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. They all should rot in hell. And they will. It's awesome. So there you go. Bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're talking about arguably one of the worst things ever made. And this is in the context, you know, people throw around the words worst film of all time, right? It gets thrown around a lot. Of course, there's a lot of terrible films out there. And even the one today, is it technically the worst film of all time? It just might be.
Jesus. Damn. No. Shit. Got him. Damn it. Start fire!
I think it just might be. Because there's a lot of things you have to consider when talking about these things. First off, we're talking about War of the Worlds. It's a new Amazon Prime studio movie starring Ice Cube.
Touchdown.
All I know is we sat down, we were watching Rock of Love, we're getting ready to do season 2 video, and I kept seeing people talk about how bad this movie was, and I was like, you know what, while we're sitting here, let's just take a break and let's watch this thing. It's an hour and 20 minutes long. Sure. I can't begin to tell you how horrible this movie is. It's weird. It feels like a YouTube film, like a YouTube film back when like Freddie Wong was really big. You know, when people were making like special effects, like short films. It feels like that, except substantially worse. But what's weird as well is that War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise came out in 2006. Looks substantially better, which even you could argue the whole thing of like, oh, they had way more money and all that stuff. It's like, sure, but technology has come so far to where I feel like it would offset it a bit. I wanted to make this video. It's unbelievable. And I just wanted to make this video and break it down for you so you don't have to spend time and we can laugh at this together. And this message goes out directly to Ice Cube. How could you possibly need this money to do this thing? I have to know at what point. I mean, this is irreparable damage to Ice Cube's career and him as a person. I don't know how you actually went through with this. Fire your agent. Fire your agent immediately.
Oh no.
There's a lot to unpack at the beginning of this film. Starts off, kind of reminded me of that horror film Unfriended, where it starts off and it's like a person logging on to their computer, and the whole film takes place from a desktop. Even in Unfriended, which is also a very terrible movie, you at least have the webcams make sense because they're on Skype talking to each other. Ice Cube logs into his computer. He works for the DHS. When he even logs in, it says his name is William Radford. He's a domestic terror analyst. Or something like that. Just kind of weird. And that's just, it's just trying to give you information without doing it, without him basically being like, I'm a domestic terror analyst. But it still feels as loud and as stupid as that. I mean, even on his desktop, there's like a little program called Guardian, and there's just a picture of his son, David. It's just David_09. It's just one of those things that like, there's a son. And the big difference between this film and a lot of other films that go into this, which I'd have to remember from Unfriended, pretty sure in Unfriended, it's just you get the Skype call and it cuts to them and it uses the vignette of the desktop to showcase all these people. Immediately in this movie, like the zooming and moving in around the desktop is not only jarring, but it looks so stupid. It's so, like, I mean, it legitimately feels like something that like a high schooler would make. Amazon Studios made this. Okay? Ice Cube's job is to just scan every camera in the world and look for terrorists. That's what he does for like about a minute, is him drinking a no-branded coffee cup, basically just highlighting people and spying on them. And you immediately felt like, oh, the government's spying on us, and that you can, it's just very heavy-handed. Like, this is what the movie's gonna be about. You don't really know how stupid it's gonna get, but you kind of have a gist of, okay, he's using the government's technology of spying on us to basically find out about this threat. Right? And he pulls up in his little like terrorist app or whatever, he pulls up like a group, like people he's watching, and the names on this spreadsheet are so fucking stupid. It's Black Cat, Dark Overlord, Thelma and Louise, Scattered Spider, and the only one with a profile picture, Disruptor. All right. Oh yeah. So he's sitting there, he's doing his job. He's like, oh yeah, I'm going to catch you guys. And then Sandra Fernandez calls and she's like, hey, you should watch this. And it's just this huge fucking storm. And then basically, it's just then basically like, something isn't right.
Something is way off.
Yeah. Well, I got bigger fish to fry than watching clouds.
And Ice Cube, they could not have had him for more than a day. This movie is full of ADR, which is basically like you recording your lines after the fact. It's like pickup audio, but I'm almost 99% positive they probably use AI generated voices of these actors in maybe half of it.
Storms the world experienced were from thousands of meteors blasting through the atmosphere.
Stand by, I'm rerouting her cell to our satellite.
They're looking around. Ice Cube's like, something's not right. It's like, yeah, dude, look at the fucking footage. The film also does this. It takes a lot of like B-roll from like actual news broadcasts and stuff, or even like the Palisades fire. Other weird, like there's a lot of footage where you're like, it feels really tasteless that they're using. But then Disruptor, who was on the list, is having a live stream. Ice Cube starts to sit in on it and he's watching the Disruptor talk about it. And he's like, oh boy, I'm going to catch you. And he's trying to basically track his location. But while he's tracking this supposed terrorist who's on a watch list, he's also using his cameras to spy on his daughter, and he's like calls her at the cafe because she bought a muffin, and he's like, come on, you know muffins are bad for you.
Really? A muffin?
She's like, Dad, come on, you could have had an egg.
Dad, how many times have we been
One
through
hard
this?
boiled egg.
And it's the worst fake pregnant belly. His daughter Faith has the single, I mean, it's horrible. It looks so low. It looked like she had flat abs and then they just put like a bump like basically near her like upper pussy area. Where it's like, is it supposed to be that low? I feel like it's not supposed to be that low. Then we get introduced to his son because his son spends $250 on Steam and he hacks his son's computer and deletes the game. And that's when his son calls him.
Yo, did you delete my game?
You know you're wasting your time with that game.
This is where you find out immediately that they have no sets and they paid these actors to sit and maybe the one like Ice Cube and the other guys who have been in movies, they're not moving out of their seated positions, but they're gonna have actors like walk around. It's just all gonna be from webcams, and my God, it's so lazy. That's the thing too, is like it might not be the worst movie, but I would easily consider it one of the laziest movies I've ever seen. Anyways, he deletes his game and Ice Cube tells his son Dave that he needs to get a real job. And his son gives him some weird shit where he's like, gaming is my job, Dad. And he's like, come on, boy.
Dad, playing video games is my job.
And he like hangs up the phone. Also, he's tracking this terrorist the whole time while he's having these interactions with his children. This is the most irresponsible way to spend your time. I can't tell if it's supposed to be like, you know, that cliche at the beginning of found footage movies where it's like, we need to spend the first 20 to 30 minutes of like us joking around, we're pounding around, and this is the camera, this is how it works, we're setting up all this stuff, hey, we're all wacky, to where then it's like, yeah, later when they die, you're gonna feel real sad. It felt like a little bit of that. Ice Cube is flying a drone. Also, he like there's like basically childish maps of cities, and he just gets to like click on icons and go. It's like an iPad for children where they get to just click on stuff, and he's like, all right, I'm in the drone now. And then he gets a call from his daughter's boyfriend, Mark, who is an Amazon delivery driver.
Amazon.
There's gonna be a lot of Amazon references in this movie. Don't worry. And I really can't emphasize enough that he's like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna hack this person.
You are officially banned. Bam! That was easy.
And he like goes and looks at his daughter, and you're like, what the fuck? What is this movie? What are we doing? He's like, okay, I gotta make sure that she's okay. It's why? For what reason? I don't know. Yeah, and then she like changes her password, and he just like types in, he's like, I need this password, and the thing just generates the password, and I'm like, I don't think that's how it works. It's one of those things where it's like, you could tell whoever wrote this really had no idea about hacking or technology in that way, and they're just like, he works for the government, they have crazy technology, right? It's just so stupid. And he ends up like getting into her computer and reading text between Faith and her boyfriend Mark, the Amazon guy, and basically they're like, he's probably seeing a drone to watch us, and he's like, damn, I am.
Damn.
Then Mark says something like, one day you're gonna save the world, and then he sends her a link to an article that she's in, and it's like, biologist creates cannibal code to attack sick cells. Just foreshadowing. You just got foreshadowed. But also it's just like, okay, so his daughter is like this super biologist who's dating an Amazon delivery driver. Yeah, well, which it's not like that's totally impossible, but it's just funny. He's like, you're gonna save the world one day, babe.
God, think about it now. Yeah, that's so cringe.
It's so stupid. It's so dumb. So cringe. Ice Cube goes to his dead wife's Facebook page, and the banner is like clearly an AI picture of Ice Cube and his like kids. It's very uncanny Ice Cube image. And he messages her, I miss you. And you notice that he messages her 1 year apart exactly. So it's like today, 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And there's a voicemail, and the voicemail is just a 4-second clip of an AI woman basically being like, don't forget to pick up the groceries and watch the kids. I love you.
Remember to take out the trash today and be nice to the kids. I love you, baby.
And he's like, damn. Yeah. Which that's what Ice Cube says that a lot in this movie. God damn. Ah, damn.
Oh, shit.
And then to show that time elapses, the clock on the bottom of the screen, there is a crossfade of 20 minutes going by, 10 or 20 minutes going by. You could just do a cut and be like, oh yeah, I got, time has gone by. And then it cuts to like an FBI agent getting out of a car because they found the hacker that he's been tracking on the computer while he's been bickering with his kids. So Ice Cube is like going around there. He's like, here, let me go inside this building and hack the security cameras. And he's clicking around, and they're all like videos of like people inside. One of them's like a baby hitting another baby with a bag of dog food or something.
Oh, yeah, it's like, oh, wrong one.
And he's like, oh damn. And he clicks the next one.
A little punk.
And then when he clicks the disruptors building, it's just a feed that's just the same like hooded like anonymous guy, and it's like, are we led to believe that's the view, like the guy sitting in his apartment like with the hood up? Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. While the police are raiding that building, Ice Cube gets another video from Sandra from NASA, and it shows lightning in the sky, and she's just like, hey, the weather's actually still really bad. Damn. And And then like all the videos they're showing of the weather being bad, like the lightning is over the trees and it's like really superimposed very poorly in this deal. And like one of them looks like God is like tearing open the sky. And he's like, okay, I'll call you back. What? What do you mean? But it turns out that the terrorist, the disruptor, used a decoy. And while this is happening, missiles start flying through the sky. You know, you're probably like, this feels like a lot of random vignette. This is exactly how I felt watching it.
I will say the movie does not slow down.
The movie, not only does it not slow down, it's just kind of like, it's giving you information in a way you're like, oh, what's that? Okay. Oh, what's it? Oh, there it goes. It's that. I can't tell if from the old War of the Worlds of Tom Cruise, which Tom Cruise is kind of like a deadbeat dad who hasn't really been there for kids. He has a very strained relationship with his kids. But through this movie, he kind of like proves to them that he's a good father, and he kind of like steps up and becomes the dad that he's supposed to be. It's a good movie. I like the original War of the Worlds, even though the ending, I think they all just like catch COVID and die.
With the aliens?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the kids.
No. But it's done in a way where that motivation is the core around the entire film. Yes, aliens are attacking, but it's really about Tom Cruise trying to be a good dad and save his kids in the midst of this thing. That's what it's about. This movie is like, he has a dead wife. He's trying to like, I guess, protect his kids. He's mostly just spying on them. I didn't really think that he was doing anything beneficial besides being like a nosy dude who hasn't like, I think they legitimately said he hasn't left his job in like a year. Like he's been staying at the office.
When's the last time you left the office?
That's classified.
But then the movie pivots real hard when you find out what these like when the aliens come to Earth, what the aliens want. God. So missiles anyway start attacking Earth, and there's a lot of like motion with camera shake. It's really cheap, but God, this CGI. Oh my God. It looks like, I mean, a DreamWorks movie from like early 2000s or something. The smoke is so like bubbly and cartoony. There's tons of stuff happening, and then when they show stuff in the real world, it's like they're just filming on a street in California somewhere. So all this crazy stuff is happening, but nothing around them is reacting in any way. It looks so bad. A news report was outside and gets annihilated by a missile. That's pretty funny. The editing and the special effects, just the sequences are just, it's so obnoxious, and you just keep cutting back to Ice Cube, who's just in this little vignette, and it's just him being like, no! God damn. No! Even that's too much motion. No!
Yeah, he was not giving it his all.
No! I need to know how much he got paid.
I was looking for the budget. I can't find it.
They're keeping that shit locked up tight. If I was a betting man, all right, with all the talent that they have, because there's like some people that have been in some stuff, I'm guessing 15 million. In terms of movie money, that's not a lot, but still.
I was gonna say 5, like $1 million to Ice Cube.
No, it's gotta be 15. I mean, like, I'm doubling it. 30 million is what I legitimately believe, actually. God. So Sandra from NASA is calling her, and she's like running through her office. She's like, can you believe this? And there's like a guy in the background who just like casually walks by. It's like, there's so many of those little moments in the movie where it's like, yeah, so they talk to the actor, and they're like, yeah, so run down frantically down the stairs, and they're using a commercial space or something. So then the guy is like, I don't give a fuck, and he just like walks by. Looks so stupid. Ice Cube's building gets hit, and he starts to panic and spies on his daughter again. He can't find her, and then he finds out that she's like under her desk at her job, and then like a weak signal thing pops up, but it's just an overlay over the actual video, but you can still see her like perfectly moving around. So it's like, is the signal weak? Ice Cube ends up calling his son, and he's running through the streets. Very, very funny. He's sitting there, he's like, run, boy, run!
Listen to me. Get out of there now. No. You gotta get up. Keep running. Go.
And he's running through, and the kid keeps like looking at the camera like, he keeps using these tools to help him, but it's just like the technology is so not believable, in the point to where it's gonna be like, in 5 years this is gonna look even dumber. Like, just have him type on something and be like, oh yes, you should go here. Don't even show the interface. The interfaces look like old Pac-Man maps. Take a right now. And so it's like, it freezes on Dave's face, and you think he's dead. This video is sponsored by Cook Unity. Summer is winding down, and it's almost time to get back to the grind. But God, it's hot, which means I don't want to be heating up my oven and doing too much hot stove bullshit. Luckily, Cook Unity provides meals that are diet-friendly and designed by award-winning chefs. And Cook Unity include high-quality ingredients and are ready to enjoy in just a few minutes. Plus, with Cook Unity, I don't have to worry about grocery shopping, waiting in lines, or chopping onions, saving me a ton of time and money to get the important stuff done. The best thing about Cook Unity is the variety. Ooh! With hundreds of weekly meals to choose from, I get to try new foods out in a non-stressful environment and also have fresh takes on old favorites. Try new food without less stress. I want to try this, but God. If you need options for vegan, gluten-free, or paleo, Cook Unity has options for that as well. Save time and eat well. Go to the link in the description now to try Cook Unity and get 50% off your first order of chef-made meals delivered fresh to your door. That's 50% off your first order when you click the link in the description or use my code PAPAMeat to try it out. Thank you so much to Cook Unity for sponsoring this video. Back to the Then Sandra goes up to one of the meteors outside. She's like now out of the city. And there's like a giant, she's like, this thing's like 30 feet tall. It's like a meteor. And she's like touching it. I'm like, you work for NASA.
She's like, oh, it's cold.
She's like, wow, it's cold.
It's freezing cold.
Like, don't you think there'd be like radiation or like, would you touch that? While she's touching, like, it's cold. This like horrible VHS looking like special effects tentacle comes out of it and it looks like a PS1 graphic. And they try to add glitches to the camera to like hide it, you know, but it's like, why is the phone glitching? It's just it's little moments like that where in the edit they're like, that looks really bad. throw a VHS glitch over it. But it's an iPhone, just throw the VHS glitch over it. Basically, by this point in the movie, it's insane that you're 20 minutes in and you realize I still have like an hour or an hour and 10 minutes to go.
This was a slog.
It's one of those films where I'm like, is it actually fun to watch? Because I feel like I was just screaming at the TV the whole time. There's the only thing that makes it funny is the line reads by Ice Cube are really funny. When he says like, God damn. Damn. Or damn. Damn. That's good every time. A lot of the shots don't make sense in the editing because once again, we're led to believe that's all found footage and we're seeing stuff through people's camera. So whenever the girl who's like the police officer that Ice Cube was talking to earlier, she's like out in the street, she's recording the monster, but then the film cuts to her reaction. She's like, holy shit. It's like as if she like flipped the camera around to say that and then flips it back, but it's just done in a way where it's a cut and then she just gets eviscerated with a laser. And then, you know, once again, you hear Ice Cube, no, or God damn.
Sheila!
Oh my God.
The aliens start coming out of the ground, but once again, it just doesn't make sense. Also, it's just like static 3D models just tweening upwards like that. One of the aliens comes out of a boat, but yet it's being like there's just rubble, like it came out of like the earth. So it's like coming out of like a boat in the ocean, but it's just like covered in like dirt and shit.
Well, it's like a 3D asset they bought.
Well, yeah, it's like they just had it tween up and they're just like putting some drop physics on it. It's okay. I mean, it's so lazy. Ice Cube once again has another funny. I cannot emphasize it enough. He hits an infamous damn. His daughter calls him and she's getting attacked by the alien, which is funny. She's just outside. So this whole thing's happening. She's outside and that's when Ice Cube's like, what are you doing outside?
What are you doing outside?
Get away from that thing! Run!
Get away from that! Run!
And she's just like I don't know, 20 feet away from this giant monster. What are you doing by that thing? It's like, what are you doing? It's so stupid. The alien shoots a laser or it shoots down like a helicopter and it crashes and then you fake out that the daughter died again. And then he pulls up her heart rate, which maybe you could maybe say she's wearing like a Fitbit or something or like an Apple Watch or whatever that can keep track of that shit. And he's like, which I'm not a doctor, Nick. Oh, you need to calm down. Your heart rate's too high.
Your heart rate is way too high. Don't you move, okay?
And it's at like 98.
Yeah.
Isn't cardio like a standard cardio heart rate like 120 to 130 something? I thought a dangerous heart rate's like 180s. Is that wrong? Fact check here. But also, so the thing hit. There was no one else around her, by the way. She like raises the phone up. It's still crystal beautiful. It looked like a beautiful day to film. Just want to say that. She has, I think, like maybe a smudge on her cheek, but that's it. There was a huge explosion right by her, and they're not covered at all. We're just kind of like, we don't. There's no makeup. Then as she's sitting there and she gets up, she's like, Dad, I'm hurt real bad. I got this in my leg.
How are you? How's the baby?
Oh my god, it hurts so bad.
Okay, stay calm. Stay calm.
It's like this like piece of, I don't know what, like a fucking Duracell battery in her leg or something. Probably the funniest moment of the movie is Ice Cube being like, I'm on my way.
Here I come.
And he gets up and runs over and he's like, oh damn, the door's locked. They locked me in.
Damn it. Lockdown.
And he's like shaking, like shaking this door. I feel like you could bust down this door, but then he just sits back down. He says, all right, I'm gonna figure something out.
I'm gonna figure something out.
And then he hacks into a nearby Tesla. His daughter's able to like hobble in. We've seen these robots shoot lasers and destroy things, but the Tesla just drives off and the thing doesn't shoot it or anything. He just does, man, that was close.
Man, that was close. Hey, listen to me. I got you.
The hospitals are all full, so he takes her somewhere else.
Well, that's what's funny. Oh, the hospitals are awful. Don't worry, I'll take you somewhere else.
It's almost like, yeah, it's almost like you're going to Texas Roadhouse for dinner. It's like, oh, I don't have it. It's all full up. Let's go somewhere else to eat. This is also a great part too, because she's in the back of the Tesla. There's all these different strains, and she says, there's so much destruction, and they're driving on perfectly clean roads. I don't know why you would use these angles. There's one of like the steering, the dashboard. You see out, and people are driving normally. Like using real footage of just like an LA street and it looks like a beautiful day. Makes no sense. It's so dumb. I know for a fact the editor or the director was just like, nah, they're never gonna look up there.
Yeah, it's in the corner.
It's in the corner. They're gonna be focused on her. Look, she's bleeding her leg. Could you have not have just focused on the back seat cam? That's it then? And then you could like, yeah, I mean, you can kind of see out the windows, but whatever. Just get rid of all the other shit and get rid of Ice Cube's goofy ass face and every shot just. Damn. While this is all happening, the world is ending. Pretty much, right? There's an alien attack, and Ice Cube keeps bringing up like family drama at the worst time, to where it's just like they're really trying to force that like dad arc story plot, and it just doesn't make any sense.
You think you have the power to keep the world safe. You gotta wake up. You don't have any power.
Like trying to have an intimate conversation, there's nothing intimate when it's all over a phone, right? You're not in front of somebody interacting with them. So now it all feels just like fabricated and extremely forced. And at every instance, you're just like, why are you talking about this right now? Are you concerned about your daughter dying? And he's just like, I should have been a better dad. The Tesla only has 2 miles left of battery, so then he like hacks a program. He turns everything on low power mode, and it gives her 19 miles, and he literally does. Ice Cube does a Zoom call with the president, and he's reading a script. When I say that this might be the worst line read in film history, I would put my money on it. So much so that I'm going to play a large part of it here.
Mr. President, gentlemen, we're seeing a full attack on our infrastructure, on power grids, water, communication, and top-level military targets.
I can't tell if it's him reading a script that's in front of him and just kind of being like, they're going to be stronger in numbers, so we have to do that, like he doesn't care, or if they're just using an AI script prompter and then they do that.
It's hard to tell.
It's extremely hard. If that's Ice Cube acting, I mean, the president just says like, well, I guess you're right. We have no other choice. I'm saying go to war with the aliens. And then Ice Cube's like, yeah.
I see no other option to initiate this war of the worlds to save us all.
The president, I believe, says it's going to be a war of the worlds, okay? Which is extremely cringe and on the nose, but I couldn't tell. I thought it was a nod to, today we celebrate our Independence Day, from the Independence Day movie in the 90s.
Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
But then it's like everywhere. The president's calling it War of the Worlds. And it's like, name the movie. The world starts basically like attacking the aliens and killing them really easily. And then you get a great montage of Ice Cube's most embarrassing lines where he's like, yeah, take that.
Got him. Got him. Woo, hell yeah. Take your intergalactic asses back home. Back home.
And then he immediately cuts back. He's like, what the hell do they want? Which felt like an insert, because I'm like, they never really asked what the aliens are doing. So it's just like a hard cut of him being, the hell do they want? So we are not even halfway through the movie, okay? And while the world is fighting, Ice Cube checks in on his daughter again and sees, you know, the Tesla's full of blood. It's empty. She's like, oh my God. He goes through and basically Ice Cube has to call her boyfriend Mark. They just record over his lines again because they're just like, no one's gonna care. Everyone's gonna hate this, so let's just record over it.
I'm almost there, Pops. You better be. You call me as soon as you get there, okay? I will.
Sandra from NASA calls and gets blasted with sound waves. She holds her head while filming a selfie of herself. It's pretty funny. She's like, ah! The aliens are just standing by buildings, and then once again you get another good Ice Cube. What the hell are they doing? And they're just standing by like a building. He's like,
what are they doing?
Also, he keeps taking his glasses off and putting them back on. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
He did that a lot.
He's got to do something. He's at a desk.
He's at a desk the whole movie. So Dave, Ice Cube's son, calls Ice Cube and tells him that Goliath, a secret government program that Ice Cube doesn't know about, who works for the government, is real. But Ice Cube says it's crazy. He's just like, man, that's fake news.
It's called Goliath.
That's fake news.
Think about it.
Sandra, the NASA bitch, once again calls Ice Cube and shows a shot down alien, which by this point in the movie too, you just think about it, I'm like, is Ice Cube the only person in this department actually working? Because she's like, I need to get intel. And I'm like, why is there no one else around helping anybody? So then Sandra goes up. She's like, oh yeah, look, it's weird. I'm gonna go inside.
It looks like it smashed its way into the building. I'm going in.
And then she goes inside and she's attacked by a bunch of bugs.
Oh my God.
Sandra.
They're in my clothes.
Sandra.
And that's when you find out that the world is getting cyber attacked for their data. The aliens came to Earth to eat our data.
The machine's destinations appear to be top secret government data centers.
Whoever wrote this was like, fuck, just like a parallel of companies right now with us. Our data is being constantly stolen and sold to people. Holy shit. The parallels. And then also it's supposed to be like, yeah, the same way that fucking Ice Cube's spying on us and collecting our data. The War of the Worlds people are doing that too. Holy shit, that is gold. I just want to ask, what would an alien do with our social security number?
Well, especially if they're destroying the world. If everyone's gonna be dead, it's like, what's the point?
If you're killing everybody, what does our personal data give you at all? What? I think that it's supposed to be that they can like control like our airplanes.
Well, that's the thing. The airplanes start crashing because the data's being eaten.
Because the data's being eaten. So planes are falling out of the sky, which there is a Boeing nod to that too. So I'm like wondering if they're like, and then someone says the military is sitting ducks without their data.
The military are sitting ducks and being slaughtered without their advanced digital systems.
Faith, Ice Cube's daughter, took out a piece of shrapnel from her leg. First, I was just gonna say she's a superstar biologist that we found out is gonna save the world. And then she says, I thought I could stop the bleeding if I took it out.
I thought that I could stop the bleeding if I took it out.
I am a borderline retarded man, Nick, and I know that if like I got shot with an arrow or got shot, you don't take it out because that is stopping the blood loss. Which then her Amazon boyfriend takes out clear tape and decides to fix it. Ice Cube's like, no!
Mark, no! You gotta get something else, man. You need a tourniquet.
Trust me.
I'm a pro.
I think it's supposed to be funny that like him packaging boxes is helping that, which that's not the only time that him working at Amazon is like saving the day. We're finding more and more that him conveniently working at Amazon is like actually extremely beneficial to this entire story, which newsflash to Amazon, don't do that when you're producing the fucking movie, dumbasses. So Sandra cuts back, even though the last time we saw her, her like face was getting eaten by bugs or something. But she's like, hey, sorry I did that. I have pets now. And she drops like a little mason jar that has 3 of these little data bugs in it, and they just go over to this SD card and they're like, and that's when Ice Cube's like, why are they going after the chip?
Why are they going after the chip?
And then once again, it's like, oh yeah, they eat data. Oh, damn.
Holy shit.
And we get another montage of the world going to shit.
Tanker ships around the globe are frozen without any GPS data, and oil rigs are combusting.
This is terrible.
And we see a plane crash with really shitty CGI. I bet you they were literally flying out of LAX and they're like, oh yeah, we need that for the movie. And they just record it with an iPhone. All right, yeah, send this to the VFX guy or something. Send it off. And then that's whenever even the news sources say this. They say the world is in complete chaos without our precious resource, our data.
We are in utter chaos without our most precious resource, our data.
The data around the world is getting deleted. So Ice Cube goes to his wife's Facebook page and he sees all of his old messages getting deleted. And then he's like listening to the voice message again and it goes and then gets deleted.
Remember to take out the trash today and
Be nice to the kid.
Like it's a tape melting. Yeah. I was like, I don't think that works like that, but fuck! And then we get a cryptic message from the hacker. Data is food for the superior intelligent aliens. Disruptor. Who are you, Disruptor? Tell me.
The government knew this would happen, and they activated Goliath anyway.
But then he sits there and he does, wait, why does that sound familiar? He said something earlier to where his son said that line. He's like, wait, what? But it's like a very generic line to where I'm like, I feel like anybody could have said that.
If they locate Goliath and consume its data, the world will return to the Stone Age. The invaders won't stop until they have it all.
Takes the audio and like decrypts it. And then it turns out that Disruptor is his son, Dave.
Won't stop until they have it all. Won't stop until they have it all. Won't stop until they have it all.
Everything on it, and it won't stop until they have it all.
Won't stop until they have it all.
He does,
It's you! It's you!
My own son's hacking the government. It's you? And he does, yeah, Dad.
Well, yes, kind of.
How could you, man?
He says, the past is the past. I'm ready to work together. Are you? He does, I'll call you back.
Look, the past is the past. I'm ready to work together now. Are you?
I gotta go.
and then Dave sends Ice Cube all the files in the Goliath program, and you find out that the Goliath program that he was talking about earlier is like a super secret ultimate surveillance system that the US government made to where they can like predict people's actions. But then the file folders also have like Rothwell files for aliens. They have the Skinwalker Ranch folder for some reason, UAPs, all these files where I'm like, it's just like kind of like, yeah, every conspiracy is because of the Goliath program, Dad.
Goliath. Damn.
And then Ice Cube once again coming in with another solid line. They collecting data. That's what brought them here in the first place.
Collecting data? That's what brought them here in the first place.
He's like, my son was right. They've been lying to me the whole time.
Dave was right. He lied to me the whole time.
Lazy movie! If you see a picture of Briggs, everyone else is blurred out, by the way, because it's a real photo and they had to Photoshop the guy in. So everyone else's photos like blurred out. And he's like, oh, damn it. Briggs is in on it the whole time.
Holy shit. Briggs is behind the whole thing.
Who's like a government guy that's working with him too. And he's like smiling. So you find out Goliath is real, and it's what caused aliens to come to Earth when it was activated. It's so powerful that it sent out a signal to the aliens, and they were so tantalized by our data that they came to Earth. After the call, he calls Briggs, and he's like, you did it. He's like, haha, yes, it was me.
Y'all know all about Goliath.
Wow. You did it.
Which also his motivation seemed so stupid.
Government's like mommy and daddy. If we can't track our babies, how can we protect them?
Is that what this is about?
We're not the humans that are. We're worried about the aliens. He's like, yes, haha, but it was me. And I am going to use it still. I'm evil. And then he denies access to the cube. And the cube is like, I'm locked out. And then his hacker son says, want to play a game? And he does, hell yeah. And his son gives the access again. You weren't the only one keeping an eye out, Dad. And he does, you clever little shit. I love you, boy.
You clever little shit. Love you, boy.
Ice Cube gets an update from Mark because Faith, she was dying before, but he duct taped her leg. And he says, our baby girl's doing fine. And it's just like a picture of him like... And then she's in the background smiling. Dave and Ice Cube come up with a plan to poison the data for the aliens, or poison the food, pretty much.
We gotta poison their food supply, okay?
And Dave says the government are bad hackers, and Dave's gonna go get his hacker pals to come and make a virus for it. The Disruptors, they talk to Ice Cube and they're like, I'm not doing it unless he gives us immunity. So the Ice Cube literally highlights all of their names, right-clicks and deletes, and says, done. That's as easy. That's it. Your files... no more. We get another time lapse, and Ice Cube created a video to call out Briggs, and he photoshopped his face on the Disruptor image. How did he possibly have time to edit this video together? Also, this man is multifaceted. He's leading a government organization, he's an audio engineer, and he's a professional video editor and special, like basically like motion designer. He's pretty impressive. Ice Cube launches the virus to the aliens, but the aliens are hacking. The aliens hack them back, and then the other hackers like, "Oh no, my data's being drained."
They're eating our data. My data's being drained.
They're gonna find Goliath.
It just, once again, you can tell that the people, whoever wrote this, they heard some buzzword in articles or maybe read something, but they have no idea what the fuck is going on. The disruptors get their IPs exposed, and basically they all just get blown up.
Get out of there!
Yeah. Oh, Starfire! And they all get blown up. Oh,
Starfire!
Ice Cube stands up and starts yelling after his son Dave gets vaporized. This is the second time that his son has supposedly died, and he stood up and had to be like, "Damn!"
No! No!
He starts crying, but Dave calls him back, and he's like, "Oh, come on!" And his son's like, "Damn, that was crazy."
That was freaking intense.
Did you? His reaction was so lackluster.
Well, it's weird because it's like Dave calls him, he picks up, call dropped, and then you're like, wait, what's going on? And then he picks up again, shows his room, and then he comes in, he's like, "Oh man,
yeah, come on,
my God, man."
And then Dave takes down a green screen, and he's like been somewhere else, and then Ice Cube has like a funny moment where he's like, "They blew up my house. Why didn't you route it to Brian's house or something? I don't have alien insurance."
They blew up my house, man. Why couldn't you run that signal through Brian's house so they can blow his shit up? I don't have alien invasion insurance.
Sandra from NASA calls. She has perfect makeup, besides like a black smudge on her chin, and she's like, "Yeah, it's been crazy."
I mean, look, there's even DNA.
DNA? Oh my God.
Ice Cube calls Faith again and asks for the cannibal code that she was working on because Faith would know how to make that. Faith's like, "My virus solution will work on these guys, but we need to put the formula on a hard drive."
Doesn't make sense.
Also, just because, what? Yeah, Faith asks, "How will we do that?" And Ice Cube says, I'll worry about that.
We upload it to Goliath.
How would we get it into Goliath?
I'll worry about that.
They keep showing tons of like AI videos and shit. The US government wants to bomb the DHS building that Ice Cube is in. Pretty funny. He's like, "Oh, damn, they're gonna blow me up."
Well, because the Goliath is underneath.
The Goliath, he's like, "Oh, the Goliath's underneath me," but they're gonna blow up the Goliath building he's in. Ice Cube will inject the code himself, but it's a suicide mission. So he writes an email to his kids and he schedules it. So instead of just sending it now as if they're gonna have time to look at the email, he's like, "All right, so I'll schedule it in like, I don't know, like tomorrow." And he sends them a folder of keep them safe photos, and they're just like all like secure. It's like weird screenshots from surveillance videos.
Well, that was the weird thing. It seemed like it was all from that day.
Yeah, where I'm like, what does that mean? Keep them safe? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? The code is ready, but Ice Cube doesn't have a thumb drive, and everyone else comically has a thumb drive except him.
I don't have a thumb drive.
What do you mean you don't have a thumb drive?
So this is the solution. To get the thumb drive of code to destroy the aliens, Mark, the Amazon driver, is going to use a drone, which he dubs the future of delivery.
Prime Air.
Prime Air?
Oh, it's the future of delivery.
He's going to fly it to Ice Cube at the DHS building. That's the plan. And then he said something like, "Yeah, their training programs are really good.
They've been training us for months."
Like it never badmouths Amazon. It's really good, and I'm you know, I can make this thing fly like an eagle.
I fly like a bird. I can soar like an eagle with this thing.
Which is just a giant ad for Amazon because he even's like, "You have to put in a shipment though."
I need you to place an official order on Amazon to activate the drone.
Nuts.
And they like show somebody selecting something and putting it in the cart, and it's like supposed to be subliminal marketing messaging to be like, "Oh, I should go on Amazon and buy something later." But I hope that they lost subscriptions off this.
I think people signed up to watch it.
They probably did because it's making some buzz. Ice Cube leaves and makes Sandra be in the command seat. He's just like, "I'm gonna go."
Okay, I'm out.
Mark is flying the drone, and we get some shitty POV shots as he's flying. Mark's drone gets swatted by the tentacle of the tripod, and they tell a homeless guy in front of them to flip it. To entice the homeless man, they tell him that the government will give him free internet for a year and that he will get a free $1,000 Amazon gift card.
Wait, give him an Amazon gift card for $1,000.
To which the homeless man agrees and flips it, and Mark is back to flying the drone. The drone makes it to the building, and Ice Cube just keeps being like, "I need that drone!
I need that drone!"
Yeah, and then he's like, "Well, which way am I going?" with his VR headset. "Which way am I going? Hello, Mark, come on, I need that drone!"
Where's that drone? Mark, I need it now!
So he gets the drone, he's able to plug it in. He's at the door and he's like, oh, my key card doesn't work. Which every time he scans it, it's 4 stars. 4 like boop, 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 boop. Right, 4 stars. Like there's a 4-digit code. He's like, sweetheart, Faith, rewind the footage.
Hey, Faith, rewind the security footage. Try to find the code.
How do I do that?
And she's like, how do I do that? He's like, edit. Go to edit and time playback.
Go to file and click footage playback. See if you can find someone entering the server room.
And she's like, okay. And she just starts like doing it. And then she says, okay, I got the code.
111983.
I'm like, that's a 6-digit code.
Yeah, you definitely see him press 4 buttons.
And he presses 4 buttons and then walks inside to where there's like some shitty CG tentacles on the ground. And he immediately gets grabbed and he's like, ah.
No!
And then Dave's like, come on, Pops, you can do it.
Come on, man, you got this. Get up, Dad, get up.
He's on the ground and he's able to put the flash drive in and he just says, I love you guys. And the cameras all black out. And then basically the code goes across and it kills all the aliens. And the bombers also pull away from the buildings. The bombers who are about to bomb the building, they're sitting there and it's like, it says 3 seconds left on the clock. Oh, would you know for a fact that they were like, with 1 second left, where they're like, oh, that'd be cheesy. Let's make it 3. And I'm like, if you were that close, that bomb would be dropped. If you are 3 seconds above in a bomber, that's going what? How fast?
Hundreds of miles an hour.
500, 700 miles an hour. Ice Cube's dead. The building is blown up, is what I want to say.
Well, it's like, how do they know? Because they don't know what's going on in that building.
Yeah, we see the email that Ice Cube sent show up, but we get like an AI montage of like the world is healing. Briggs, who was like the evil white guy earlier, gets arrested. Sandra gets promoted to NASA leader. Faith is a master biologist. Dave is leading a rebellion, and then Ice Cube survived, and he gets a call from the Secretary of Defense, and the president wants to create a new surveillance program for America that doesn't invade people's privacy. Which is so funny.
He wants you to pioneer a new data collecting protocol that doesn't invade people's personal privacy.
And then he says, and then Ice Cube's like, nah, I'm tired of looking at Amazon orders. From now on, I'm watching you guys. And the guy's like, and he shuts it, and that's the end of the movie.
I'm done watching us. From now on, I'm watching you guys.
But the president...
And then literally there's a globe and it says War of the Worlds. When I tell you that this movie felt 4 hours long, it's kind of like a classic bit where it's like you can't wait for the next morning. So you look at the clock, it says 2:16, and you can like go down and you're like tossing and turning forever, and you kind of like look back and it's 2:17. Oh! That kind of thing. It was that hell. It's made me appreciate Bret Michaels' Rock of Love. True entertainment that I can't wait to get back to. But it's been a long time since we've done like a movie video, and this one felt it felt worth it.
We had to talk about it.
We had to talk about it. It's so bad, guys. So terrible. Maybe make a drinking game out of it. Every time Ice Cube says damn, if you want to die from alcohol poisoning, every time Ice Cube says damn in the movie, take a drink. Good luck. That's all I gotta say. We will see you in the next one, guys. For the love of God, be careful watching this film. Bye-bye.
I'm okay.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're going to talk about one of my least favorite things on this earth. Porch pirates. Not that kind of pirate. I would be welcome to that kind of pirate.
Yeah, if Luffy showed up.
Most likely, you or the people you live with order most of your stuff online. As convenient as that can be, the never-ending rise of e-commerce has also led to one of the most infuriating problems known to man. Pirates. People who steal your shit off your front porch. Why you do it?
It's fun.
Thieves in general are just disgusting. Absolutely vile. Don't like them. That's why I want to be that one YouTuber who put the glitter bomb in them. Porch pirates are a name given to people who purposely steal packages sitting on your doorstep. While this has been a problem for years, it became far more prevalent recently, especially after the whole pandemic, due to the massive increase in online orders across the world because you couldn't go outside and buy things. Amazon was my best friend. No, probably that Chipotle. That DoorDash guy for sure, probably. In fact, billions upon billions of dollars in merchandise are stolen each year. Billions! For many people, this isn't even a one-time issue. A large percentage of these victims have had repeated instances of their staking out their front porch. That makes sense though, because if a guy's like, this one's shit. Next one, this guy ordered this. That's the money house.
Or what you could do is you steal the package, you like it, and you know they're gonna order another one.
Well, yeah, exactly. They gotta order another. And sometimes these repeat offenders are at the hands of the same porch pirate, which obviously, or do you think he has other porch pirate buddies and they're squabbling around the poop deck talking about it? That's X marks the spot.
There's definitely gangs.
722 Cherry Street. That's the house you want.
They have like coordinated attacks.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah, they'll go down like street. They'll be like different cars, and they'll like go down streets at the same time, and they'll follow UPS people. So like they'll follow.
Do you think UPS guy's like driving, he's like looking at his rear view mirror, like UPS guy has like a fucking gun, like a French Connection chase or something like that,
or like those armored vehicle. Have you seen
like the Brinks, Brinks ones? Yeah. Those are carrying LED light strips for like a 14-year-old kid ordering stuff for his Twitch gaming setup, armed guards and shit dropping it off. More and more people I've been finding what's become more normal, and that I've even had to do is you put like a lock box outside, like a big little crate or whatever, and then on your Amazon delivery thing you can give them the pin, open it and put it in. Don't have to worry about it. Or you can put a glitter bomb in it. Glitter bomb. That's a YouTube video. That's a YouTube video. This problem has only gotten worse as it seems that these thieves are only becoming more bold and shameless. Shameless. Many Amazon drivers have admitted that porch pirates actively followed them so they can steal their packages as soon as they put them down. At that point, you just give the package to the guy.
Fuck no. Unless they pull a gun on you.
Yeah, and you better leave, buddy. Backing down the sidewalk. Other delivery drivers have been seen walking up to people's houses with porch pirates nonchalantly following behind them like it's no big deal. And within a few seconds of the package being placed down, it's already being stolen. I feel like that's whenever you should be like, you can tase them.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd stop people real quick, wouldn't it? Don't go near the drivers.
The Amazon drivers should have a taser.
Or a fucking billy club. Cut you at your shins.
Give him a gun.
Give him a gun. An Amazon 3D printed gun and a glitter bomb. You shoot the guy in the chest 2 times and then you throw a glitter bomb on top of him. Mark Rober, that's who it is. So today we're gonna talk. Oh, now we're just getting into it. Been a bit. So today we're gonna talk about the degenerate world of porch pirates. Not just to show how crafty they're getting, but to show how people are fighting back, and maybe to give you some tips
on how to be a porch pirate.
Fight. On both, either. I don't know. You do what you want to do. Porch pirate encounters. In 2018, a Brooklyn neighborhood was being terrorized by a man whom they called the Picky Package Thief. Could have probably settled on a better name than that. Dr. Seuss lived in that neighborhood? Yeah. Does it seem like that? I do not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like you, Sam, I am. Every time people would order packages, this man would come up to their porch and sit down. Once he grabbed their packages, he would calmly pick through their order, throwing out anything he didn't want before leaving. All right, maybe the Picky Package thing is pretty funny. He's like, fish oil vitamins. He's like, oh, PS5 controller. Okay, here. Ring doorbells and surveillance cameras had caught the criminal doing this exact thing on several occasions. His stealing spree ended on February 27th when neighborhood watch members tackled the man to the ground and held them there until police arrived, which I love that kind of street justice. And who was this porch pirate? Well, this porch pirate was identified as 33-year-old Hector Roman and was charged with possession of stolen property and petty larceny. I don't like the idea of a guy like stiffing. That would piss me off. Take the whole thing and be like, he took all my goods. Like that fucking guy who broke into my car and he stole everything but the Creed CD. It's like, motherfucker, like, yeah, I have taste. I have taste, all right? You can just take out, like, especially like a shampoo or something.
Yeah.
I'd be so in my head, I'd be like,
I don't know. I feel like I'd appreciate it. Thank you. You took the things you didn't want.
You know that there's psychological damage to being like, a person being like, really? You bought that? I'm too self-conscious. I buckle immediately under social pressure like that.
No, I think I can handle it. Unless it's something.
Yeah, maybe you wouldn't care because you'd be like, hey.
I'd just be happy that not all my shit's gone.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, hey, money well spent still. It's like covered in dog shit from your yard. I'll wash off and then you do whatever. that would fuck me up so much. It's like the shampoo thing or like a shirt. I thought it was a cool shirt. Like a nice I'm like, oh, that's nice. You get in the mail. Ring doorbell camera. He's like, I'd never wear that shirt. I would never have the confidence to wear that shirt.
I think the only thing if it's like something sexual, like for example, if I had like extra small condoms in my package and he didn't take those, I'd be like, of course they wouldn't fit him.
It always goes to like, it has to be something like that. Anything else is fine, but it's like as long you always think in this sexual manner, don't you? Yeah. God, I'd say what pissed me off more is if I ordered like a big old fleshlight. You know what I mean? He took that motherfucker. No! Just knowing he's underneath a bridge somewhere. What if he beat himself off there right in front of the camera?
Yeah, test it out.
Right in front of the Ring camera. You're on your app at work. It's like catching your wife cheating or something like that from like a private investigator.
You know what'd be worse too? If he fucked it, finished inside of it, and then left it for you to clean it. Like, what am I gonna do with this?
Oh my God, I'm not, like you said, to clean it. I'm throwing it away, Nick. Yeah, him using it, that'd be a bridge too far for me.
I would still use it, but
no, you wouldn't.
Desanitize it. Throw it in the dishwasher.
No, there's no way. Also, another man's spunk in your dishwasher. Every time I had like a plate of lasagna, I'd just look at the plate and be like, I'd be looking at that Ring doorbell cam footage, though, like AVGN. This motherfucker's doing what?
Would you drive home immediately?
No.
I tried to beat him before he finished.
Keep looking at your Ring doorbell. He just lasts longer than I would. That pisses you off even more.
This video is sponsored by PDS Debt. Don't let debt pile up.
First you miss one bill, then another. Before you know it, debt collectors are knocking at your door looking to take away everything. But there's good news. There's still a way out. Whether you have credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt can find a personalized solution for you. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, with thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and 5-star rating on Trustpilot. That's because PDS Debt goes beyond numbers to understand your situation to give you personalized solutions. PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands of people to get out of debt in a fraction of the time. And there's no minimum credit score required. Being in debt and not having any money can be extremely stressful. Oh boy. And I don't want to experience that ever again. If you're in debt and you think it may help, give PDS Debt a try. PDS Debt is here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back in them britches. You're 30 seconds away from being debt-free. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you to PDS Debt for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. Yay! Across the nation, a neighborhood in Oakland was terrorized by a porch pirate who would steal potted plants. The plant bandit was caught numerous times stealing plants off people's porches. At one time, he even stole an entire lemon tree. How'd you get away with that?
At night.
Like uproot it from the fucking ground?
That's happened to my dad. Someone stole his like $1,000 Seiko palms that he had in the front of his house.
Okay, first off, the flex with the dollar price tag on it. He's like, I don't know, $1,500 Seiko palms. He had a lot of them too. Sometimes he would also go after packages, leaving nothing on porches untouched. The suspect, who had been getting away with this crime spree for months, was described as a bald man in his 60s or 70s. Police would eventually detain a man who matched the description. God, like what, every old man on earth? What the fuck? But no formal arrest has ever been made for this guy.
They couldn't find him.
I'd be like, I'd get a big lineup of old people and I'd be like, there's no way that motherfucker can uproot a lemon tree. I can. Try. It's usually not that easy. It's him. Yeah, definitely. When porch pirates steal packages, they're often hoping to get something extremely valuable. In one case, a thief took something that was truly priceless. Elise Brink had recently lost her father and had his body cremated. Oh, no. When her father's urn arrived, she rushed over to her porch to retrieve it and was surprised to find that it was missing. She began to look around her neighborhood, with a neighbor eventually confirming that it was successfully delivered earlier. Soon it became obvious that someone had stolen her father off the porch. Stolen the father's body, or dead body, the ashes of the body, off the goddamn porch. And for 4 months, Elise wondered if she would ever get her father's remains back. And it turned out that the thief realized what it was and tossed it in a random alleyway, which was luckily found and returned to Elise after it was discovered by a woman in her neighborhood. First off, if you had the thief come back and they're like, dude, I'm sorry, I think I'd be like, it's no problem.
Yeah, give him a 20.
To fucking no, we're not gonna pay him. I'm not gonna pay him for stealing the thing. But I wouldn't be like, I wouldn't scold him. If anything, I'd be like, I think this is a sign for both of us. I gotta move on and you need to quit grabbing people's stuff off their porches. Okay. Right? That's a value. That's a lesson learned. But yeah, like a heartless motherfucker. What is it? Oh, this cocoa powder's gone bad. Throw it on the ground, whatever.
Well, I thought that's how the story was going to end. I thought there was going to be like footage of him like emptying it in the sewer.
Like, this is a nice urn. Takes the urn, runs off. Shh. Fucked up. You ever get a body bag, cremated body bag? There's like big chunks of like bone and shit still in it. It's kind of fucked up. My grandpa's ashes, the motherfucker had like big chunks of bone still in there. Grandpa? It wasn't, I mean, he's kind of chunky. I just mean like not all the skeleton. Yeah. I mean, a good part of it. Also, it's a lot of ash.
There's like a huge conspiracy that glitter is made from ashes of human remains.
Hey, one, who would think of that? And then two, where did you, what page could you have been on to have that article in front of you?
It's a huge Instagram thing. There's a lot of videos where it's like, do you know that there's only 2 companies that make glitter?
I hate the snarl in your voice there, the contortion, and he's leaning in on me. There's only 2 companies that make glitter. It's fucking horrifying. Mark, whatever the fuck his name comes in. It's just him and the fucking cremation company, probably.
Yeah.
Does he still make videos?
Mark Rober?
Yeah. God damn. What? He has 71 million subscribers. I built a roller coaster in my lab. Got me and the kids. Whee! Come look at these previews. Watch this dildo. Woohoo! Look at that!
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
What the fuck is this? They're letting kids around this motherfucker. God damn! What is this? What the fuck? All right, so apparently the scariest fucking channel on YouTube is Mark Rober's channel. We built a roller coaster in my lab. Whee! Kids watching it are just like.
Are they enjoying it?
Yeah. Delivery drivers also have to deal with porch pirates. One driver in Illinois had to fight off a would-be thief to save an expensive package. While doing his rounds, a delivery driver had just set down a package on a doorstep of a home when a hooded man ran up beside him and stole it. Without thinking twice, the driver stopped the porch pirate and grabbed the package. The 2 men began a tug of war, pulled at it until the driver eventually won, and the would-be thief ran back to the street where he was picked up by a getaway car. The box the pirate was trying to steal contained 4 new iPhones and 1 Android, which the person had bought from a door-to-door salesman. In the end, the thieves were never caught, but the homeowner received their handful of phones thanks to the determined driver. I want to say the driver's a hero. I'm suspicious of the person buying all those phones. Knock on the door. Yeah, knock, wait. Hey, sorry, I just fended off a guy trying to steal your phones. Can I come in? Your Amazon driver, I'm your respectable Amazon driver. Chinese sweatshop. In August of 2023, police were notified of a porch pirate driving away with someone's package being stolen in a Georgia neighborhood. Officers were quick to respond thanks to the homeowners and neighbors telling dispatchers the license plate of the getaway car. Soon after the crime occurred, police were able to locate the vehicle, which led to a high-speed chase. The person behind the wheel ended up crashing the car and attempted to flee on foot to a nearby storm drain, where he crawled deep inside, hoping police didn't see him. A little Pennywise action. Yeah. Authorities soon swarmed around a manhole and began shooting pepper spray towards the porch pirate. God damn. For over an hour and a half, police attempted to get the package and the thief out. Like, give me the package.
Oh my god, that's horrifying. Do you see that image?
Fuck that.
So they were just dropping pepper spray?
Yeah, exactly. Ah! Ah! You get out of there. I can't. Finally, growing tired of waiting, they sent in a K9. God. Jesus! They sent in a K9, and the thief, which ended up being 31-year-old Laverne Vereen, would eventually crawl out and surrender himself. I wonder what do you think was even in the package? You know what I mean? Is it worth the high-speed chase?
It's a loot crate. You don't know what's in it yet.
God, can you imagine going to prison over a fucking loot crate? over a Doctor Who loot crate? I'd kill myself. I'm not even joking. I'd hang myself.
Yeah. See, right as they're arresting me, I'd be like, wait. Open the package, because I want to know.
Open it! Open it! And you just see it says loot crate. That's the Doctor Who thing. The people that come outside are like nerdy people.
And you know he's going to make like a Instagram or TikTok about it.
Guess who just fended off a porch pie with his sonic screwdriver? Welcome, it has the Bo Burnham motto, welcome to the internet, welcome out around, whatever, and he's just like...
God, yeah, I'd kill myself too.
Oh my God. Oh, dude.
I would resist or being arrested so they sick the canine on me.
I would reach for his gun, so they shot me. The victims of porch pirates aren't the only people who despise them. As it turns out, even porch pirates hate porch pirates. Self-hate. One Ring camera catches the moment that 2 porch pirates are found stalking out the same package being dropped off by a FedEx driver. I bet that happens a lot, dude.
Oh, yeah. You're on my turf.
He's like, get out of here. As soon as the package is put down, 2 men hop out of their cars and race to grab it first. They get into a fight over the package, and one man was armed with a knife, and the other grabbed a flower pot. The whole thing occurred in broad daylight while the family was still home. The package contained a brand new iPhone, and it was suspected that they somehow knew what was in the package before even coming up, like they were staking out their order. Kind of fucked up. It's hard not to be suspicious of this, especially when we look at just how many porch pirate schemes have evolved over time. In Long Island, a family reported that they were having their packages stolen on many occasions. The biggest problem was that they weren't even the ones ordering them. Huh? What? Erica Bernard's Bloomingdale account was being hacked by a group of organized porch pirates. They would order the luxury items they wanted with her money and then set the delivery date and have a runner stake out the front porch until it arrived. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Isn't it? God, that's what a weird scheme. Security camera footage shows the thief pulling the package away from the family and sprinting away. It ended up being a vacuum cleaner worth hundreds of dollars. Whoa. In the process of trying to chase them, her husband, who had just undergone knee replacement surgery, tripped over a lawn decoration and face planted into the ground, which is kind of funny, but would suck. This isn't the only advanced method porch pirates utilize. Many have resorted to wearing disguises. On many occasions, people will sell their old Amazon or FedEx vests on eBay. When a porch pirate is wearing one, families are less likely to suspect foul play when they approach the porch to replace the package for an empty one. That's kind of a fucked up thing. I didn't even think about that. On eBay, you can just buy a vest and be like, walk up to people's houses.
It's the same thing, construction.
Yeah, a little safety vest.
Yeah, nobody will question you.
Yep. Not all of them are quite as sophisticated, however. For every Amazon vest wearing thief, there's a man scraping together a disguise to conceal his identity. Spencer Googler was caught trying to steal packages anonymously by wearing a red pair of women's underwear on his head.
Might have a little mental problem.
Yeah. I think he might wound up tight. He was immediately identified and arrested after being linked to multiple porch pirate cases and was hit with 5 charges of larceny. And in Oklahoma, 8 men were arrested and suspected of working with an organized crime ring that involved stealing iPhones and other electronics off people's front porches across the country. It's unknown just how many people are involved, but it's suspected that millions of dollars have been stolen through their efforts. Much like the hackers, they were able to know exactly where the expensive packages would be delivered. That's one thing I'm noticing. If you're getting a new phone, just go to the fucking store. Having your property stolen on multiple occasions can be incredibly violating and infuriating. This leads many to hit their breaking point, where they ultimately decide to fight back. Dream Barrow, a resident of Tacoma, Washington, decided he had enough of this. To combat the many thieves roaming his neighborhood, he created the blank box. The blank box was essentially a wooden box disguised as a cardboard package, and when a porch pirate would attempt to grab it, a 12-gauge shotgun blank would go off, cause them to freak out and run. That's actually insane. You know how loud that'd be? That'd be insane. On his YouTube channel, of course. On his YouTube channel, he would show all the people his blank box trap had set running away in fear. Some of these videos raked in tons of views, and Jareem would eventually start selling this product online. The blank box is insane, dude. That's so crazy. That would, I mean, you'd be like, holy shit.
Hey, would you still steal the package, though?
Yeah, I would. I'd go back and be like, no, it's nothing? Okay. No! Other people have invented much more elaborate anti-porch pirate devices, like a storage container disguised as a table using strategically placed mirrors. Various people throughout the internet have admitted to much less unique deterrents, like filling up decoy packages with feces in order to get back at porch pirates for terrorizing them. However, not all porch pirates are willing to put up with the retaliation. One Austin couple was sick and tired of the same people stealing from their home and decided to fight back by filling a package with dirty diapers. Not only did this not stop them from being robbed, but they returned it to smear the mess from the dirty diapers all over their front door. They even took it a step further by collecting cow manure and coming back to the home at a later day to leave the droppings all over the front porch and even smear it all over their cars. At what point do you not just walk out and just be like, fucking pull a boogie? Do I have to do this? Do I have to do it? Please don't make me do it.
Why hasn't anyone made like a giant net where it's like
Why
they
has
pick it
anyone?
up?
Why has anyone made like a giant like thing that when they open it, like glitter goes everywhere?
Here's a better one. Ready? When they open it, there's actually like a catapult underneath them, and it flings them across the street.
When it comes to fighting back against porch pirates, one of the best methods is to film them in the act. If they're not equipped with a disguise to hide their identity, seeing a camera can often send them into panic. Over in Canada, one homeowner waits at his front door with a camera. As soon as he sees the porch pirate approaching, he bursts through the door to record them. The man immediately starts sprinting for his car, and he tries to back out of the driveway, only to get caught in a snowbank that he is unable to get out of. What follows is several uninterrupted minutes where the thief desperately tries to dig the car out of the snow. It's just such a pathetic display that the man filming starts giving him advice on how to get his car out. Very Canadian too. Eventually the man gets arrested after several failed attempts to leave. Some people would rather take matters in their own hands, honing all their anger and letting it out in an aggressive confrontation. One Florida vigilante named Stephen Phelps, who had just rented an obnoxious bright green Cybertruck, found himself face to face with a porch pirate while driving down a residential neighborhood. He watches the porch pirate stole someone's package before leaping back into his vehicle and driving off. Angered by what he just saw, he decided to speed up to the car and block him from making a left turn. Having no other way to go, the thief's car continued forward and slammed into the tree. The rental Cybertruck itself took a ton of damage, which was likely not worth the hassle just to save a single package, but goddamn, the merit is there. You gotta respect. It's hard not to get irrationally angry seeing your stuff get stolen right from under you. But just know that taking matters into your own hands can very easily turn into a disaster. Oftentimes, you're better off using more practical methods like setting up a lockbox or using security footage to report people to the police. But whatever you do, never, ever become a porch pirate. We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Or use a glitter bomb.
Mark Rober, glitter bomb. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to talk about mobile game addiction. Which, you know me, I like talking about mobile games and the kind of weird shit that goes on there. But sometimes it goes just a little too far. With the birth of modern smartphones, you don't need a big fancy PC to play a decent video game, right? In recent years, mobile games have exploded. In 2023 alone, over 700,000 mobile games are now available at your fingertips. 7-0-0-0-0. Having a massively addicted game in your pocket at all times can lead to some wild cases of mobile game addiction. And when you throw in the fact that most free-to-play games are filled to the brim with shady microtransactions and predatory practices, it could drive people to spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on in-game items.
700万ぐらいはそれ以上してると思いますけど、もうそれ以上はもうあんまり考えないようにしてますね。
Uh-oh!
That's why you use mommy's credit card.
That's why you dig deep into the bottom of your mom's purse. You get that little piece of that square piece of plastic out. And so there's silly numbers on it. What do those mean? Put that in. You can get you want all the skins in the game?
Yeah.
Gotta dig a little deeper. Big names like PUBG Mobile have literally made billions of dollars since its creation. In 2024, nearly $92 billion was generated through the mobile game market as a whole. We are in the wrong business. Papa Meat mobile game?
If there's any indie devs out there, hit us up.
So, strap in as we take a look at the addicting world of mobile games. We can't talk about mobile games without talking about one of the most recent heavy hitters that seems to have taken the world by storm, which is the Uma Musume Pretty Derby. We played it on stream. Show me playing it a little bit. Special Week runs off again in a panic. However...
Oh! Out of my way!
It's a good time.
It's mostly a novel.
It's pretty bad. I thought I could race the bitches instead I'm just watching them run around the track. Come on, it is what it is. Also, this document's old document. This isn't up to par. It ain't that popular anymore. Pretty Derby is a Japanese mobile game that was released back in 2021, but recently has become majorly popular in the US after its recent English release in June of this year. Uma Musume is a gacha game where you can train race horses that may have been reincarnated as anime horse girls to participate in races. It's a game where basically, like, people that get hard over anime girls, they are horses. But they're cute! and they're kind of wacky and a bit silly. It's awesome. The game has recently blown up to new heights on Twitch, and this has resulted in players becoming fans of real-life horse racing. It's pretty funny. People translating their horse racing gambling into real-life, like Kentucky Derby, like race gambling has been a real treat. Because the characters are based on existing race horses, some have gained new following based on the game's success. How silly and cute and fun. But of course, people took things way too far and started traveling to the ranches where they're kept in order to trespass on private property to take photos of the horses. Crazy to break into a stable. How the f do you know where it's at? Cinnamon? Down that way. Nick's standing in the corner like Blair Witch style. And I don't think he really knows where he's at.
See, I wish the game was like jockeys riding horse girls.
It should have been very tiny, extremely small French and Italian jockeys on top of these anime girls. And they're like, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And they're like, running on the track. I would have been way on board with that. It's crazy. But to understand how people are pushed to this point, we first need to understand how mobile games are so addicting. The developer of these games aren't just working on passion projects. Yeah, right. They're tapping into human psychology to create an addictive experience. They're literally just creating new forms of cigarettes and cocaine. That's what it's just dopamine deals where it just keeps tapping it. It's like an IV drip for dopamine. Hey, we just want to thank today's sponsor real quick, Starforge Systems. They hooked us up with this very mint, beautiful PC, and hell, I trust them. I mean, look at it. I wish I was from here. If you're looking for a new system, be sure to check out the link in the description if you want some nice, high-quality, big gaming PCs, right? I'm able to play Crysis from 2007 with max settings on this bad boy. Yeah, I bet your computer can't do that, so thank you, Starforge, for sponsoring this video, and hey, back to the video. Every sound effect, graphic, and piece of music is implemented with the goal of evoking a dopamine response. Every time you win a horse race in Uma Musume, you have a slight lobotomy. These games thrive off utilizing reward systems like loot boxes that elicit feelings of anticipation and excitement that keep people coming back for more.
No! That's a child. With a whip, dude? Incorrect.
Not only are they paying for these items, but the results are unpredictable, meaning people will often spend more than expected in search of the specific drop they want. And it doesn't help that many in-game items and cosmetics are locked behind a specific window of time. Implementing artificial scarcity tactics like this push people to play and spend money to avoid missing out on an exclusive item they'll never be able to earn otherwise. Some popular games can be unnecessarily greedy. In Diablo Immortal, one streamer had to spend around $15,000 before he was finally able to unlock a rare item, a 5-star legendary gem. Is this an end of season April Fool's joke? I hate that deal. Do you guys not have phones?
We don't have any plans at the moment to do PC. Do you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have phones, right?
You can play your tablet too.
Oh, BlizzCon thing. That was for that game. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna go back there and cut that for the video. I'm just saying. I think one of those guys on stage got out. Cut all of this, even if it's right. I'm just saying. Many fear that these games are training children to become gambling addicts, and the dopamine release that comes from a flashy mobile game seems to be no different than a typical slot machine, imposing the same types of random chance outcomes that keep people hooked for hours on end. And there have been reports of kids as young as 12 years old becoming so addicted to mobile games that when taken away have led to multiple threats of self-harm.
A video where a mom took her son's like iPad away and she came home and the whole house was destroyed.
My mom took away my Kindle Fire and I was like, ah! My boy Dong Nguyen, a 28-year-old programmer from,
Nguyen.
My boy Dong Nguyen, a 28-year-old programmer from Vietnam, created Flappy Birds back in 2014. Remember Flappy Birds? Hey, who had fun with Flappy Birds, man? Who didn't sit there and they were like, try again. That was me and Robot Unicorn Attack. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony our life. When it's cold outside and the heat in vain. Hold on to the night, there will be no rain. Doom, 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 doom. Always I wanna be with you. That's that's a good one, dude. One of the most viral phone games at the time, if not of all time. It amassed over 90 million players and was earning up to $50,000 a day. Despite the massive success, Dong was unhappy due to the hordes of criticism that came with his newfound fame. Like, people accused him of ripping off designs from Nintendo. You know what I'd say? I'm Dong Nguyen. Why don't you go fuck yourself? Well, if I ripped off Nintendo, then why isn't Nintendo doing it? Well, yeah, it's a green pipe and it's a fucking bird. Why don't you chill those cocksuckers over there? You know what? Also, my grandfather's Italian and he's pissed about Mario. You think Italians look like that? Put up Mario and then put up fucking Italian man. And in the end, he removed the app from the App Store, claiming that it was ruining lives due to how addicting it was.
I thought he removed it because like loan sharks were coming out for him, trying to break his legs.
Loan sharks? Was making 50 grand a day. I had to get a $1.5 billion loan from the Russian mafia to make Flappy Birds. Why have you not paid us back yet? It's popping off. Just give me time. One woman, frustrated over her husband's gaming addiction, took to the internet to share her experience and ask for advice. According to her, his obsession with games Age of Z has become the biggest issue in their marriage. Could be a lot of worse things. Well, if he came too early.
God, that's horrible.
Not only has he spent over $1,000 on the game within a few months, but he's become so focused on it, and it's starting to humiliate her in social situations. All right, dude. Now I feel like, first off, $1,000 over a few months. Like, what's a few months? 4 months? Is he a grown man with a full-time job? Don't get me wrong, $1,000 is a lot of money, but still, sounds like the just has some extra income. And now he goes out, he has to hang out with the dog friends that she has. And now she's like, okay, so you're not gonna hang out and talk with us? During a parent informational night at their kid's kindergarten, he spent the entire night gaming on his phone. She would nudge him to remind him to put it away, but he would only sneer at her and take it back out a few minutes later. Okay, I hate to keep being on this boy's side, but listen, parents informational night and kindergartner, what the f are they learning, dude? You know what a square is? Yeah. What about triangle? Yeah. I'm gonna go back to Age of Z.
What if their child is a troublemaker, bullying other kids?
Well, then once again, he has to have the distraction of Age of Z to get through this tumultuous time. There are plenty of stories of mobile games potentially ruining an entire family. In one case, a child explains how showing his father a game called Free Fire slowly tore the entire family apart. Both his 2 sons stopped playing it 5 years prior, while their father continued playing it every minute of every day, claiming he's, quote, lost everything because of the game. Here's the thing, too. Every time I hear these things, I look at the game and I'm like, shit does not look fun. I always wonder what they're like, oh, that's kind of like, imagine put up Free Fire on the screen. Imagine looking at that and being like, oh, okay, I guess I'll play for a while. For every day, every minute of every day. I don't know. Anytime he isn't able to play Free Fire, he becomes irritable and stops speaking to anyone in the family. And this leads to him screaming at everyone for various petty reasons. Whose bike is this? Yeah, it's in the garage where the bikes are supposed to be. Like, Dad, you just need to go to the grocery store. You can play Free Fire when you get back. Opens the door and sit in his car.
He just sounds like a shitty person.
He sounds like a terrible person. This guy. The last guy and this guy. The first guy was cool.
Yeah. He's just like, so what? I spent a couple $100 on my life.
So I spend like $250 a month on a game I like for my fucking my 3-year-olds or my 4-year-olds in kindergarten. He likes apple juice and he colors outside the lines. I mean, what? Can I not have a break? This guy's just like, it's unbelievable. Even the kids are like, hey, could you just maybe could we go for a catch or something? Are you fucking retarded? Yeah, that's a pretty offensive thing. You shouldn't say that. I got the character there, didn't I? Bet. But things began to escalate when the family found out that there are young women in the gaming friend group that he flirtatiously talks to. Okay, now he's trying to get a little pussy on the side. That's a guy who plays in the dark too in the living room. Here's a light come on, the cell phone screen turns off. He's like sitting in the dark. You see the light there? The kid's at the top of the stairs. Dad? You see the light go off. He's in total blackness. Dad, are you gonna go to bed? Mom's wondering if you're gonna go to bed. Just total darkness. Okay, well, I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. He starts to turn around. The glow of the phone starts to illuminate again. God damn it, Dad. One woman became addicted to a team-based multiplayer game in which she was a top player that led a high-ranking alliance. Whoa. She used every second of free time at work playing on her phone rather than socializing with coworkers, and even admits to occasionally playing while driving. Come on now, girl. Girl, what are you doing? Hold on. Girl, let me ask you something. What you doing? Doing that. Is that a good bit? She stopped cooking, doing chores, and even showering, becoming a complete zombie outside of the game. Her self-worth became tied to it, to the point where she kept playing even when she stopped enjoying it, simply because she didn't want to let everyone down.
Okay, so she's kind.
Selfless.
Yeah.
Angel. That's a not all heroes bathe.
Batman definitely doesn't bathe.
Batman definitely bathes. He's a billionaire in his penthouse. Oh. Getting his dick sucked. Oh,
Alfred.
Oh, yeah, Alfred comes in. But see, that's the thing. That's the thing with Batman is he has Alfred come in, and since he's always been a spoiled child, he like has tub time with Alfred. Let me get under the Master Wayne.
I don't like that he's looking right into my eyes. Jeez, Alfred.
Jeez, Alfred. It's clean. Oh, jeez, Alfred. Alfred, come on. You're scratching me. You're scratching me, Alfred. Stop it.
Have you ever been addicted to a video game?
You know which game I liked back in the day? There was one called Zombieville. It was like a side scroller where you would walk down and you had to survive a bunch of, like, basically see how many levels you could last, but you could like hop in houses and you would get like ammo and stuff there. I liked Fruit Ninja. I liked Robot Unicorn Tech. Well, at least it was on the iPod Touch.
I'll play like a mobile game for like one day.
Yeah, well, I guess I have ever been addicted to one? No. But I had them on whenever I had the iTouch, I was like, whoa! I like just in school, I didn't play games. I remember the best thing that ever happened to me was, I didn't get to do this all the time, but my friend was sick and he kept his fucking brick iPod. It had like, I don't know, 80 gigs on it, which was like an insane amount of memory back then, in his locker. And he's like, he like texted me and he was just like, you can use it for the day if you want. And I was like, oh. He had every Lord of the Rings movie on it. I remember like having that, like the iPod, whatever, and like watching like Return of the King, and, like crying in class.
Yeah, I did. I had the Zune.
Of course you did. Mobile game whales. In the gaming space, a whale is a player that is willing to spend an unfathomable amount of money on games. The term whale comes from the casino industry, referring to gamblers that drop millions of dollars at a time at the tables playing games, which is also usually your crypto whales. Whales is just somebody with a large amount of money that just throws it. They spend very happily. They are a gold mine that the mobile game industry actively tries to appeal to by creating high retention gaming experiences. There are also mid-tier spenders referred to as dolphins, and these players are also important as they spend less than whales, but more than the average player. And finally, there are minnows, players who spend practically nothing at all. AKA, do you see how this is also a lot of terminology that's referred to with also people that perform gay sex? Is there something that, you know, a bear, a pup, an otter, a whale, a minnow, a dolphin?
I thought they'd call them like shrimps or something, or like bottom feeders.
They should just call them bottom feeder would be a good one, dude. Bottom feeders. You just play the game for fun? Okay. One woman shares a text thread from her fiance that reveals that he had spent $600 on Genshin Impact without ever bringing it up to her. Oh, that's a little skeleton in the closet. I didn't know how to tell you. Also, Genshin Impact, that's a big one. People spend tons of money on that game. She was infuriated, rightfully so, seeing as they were living paycheck to paycheck, despite her working 55 hours a week while he works for Uber rideshare. The woman berates him for using their shared emergency card in order to purchase 2 characters in the game, to which he responds by calling her abusive and controlling. Woman, run away from this man. Not even man, run away from this boy, this toddler. Okay, well, I told you I was gonna drive later. I just wanted to get these 2 new Fox mains. What the fuck? You know how controlling you are right now? She's like, we will not be able to afford food. Why don't you keep yelling at me? That's like it's emotional manipulation. I don't like that shit.
Get him out of there. See ya. Don't need you.
Exactly. Yeah. Toss the ball up.
Bye. I'd emotionally manipulate them back.
Dude, I'm pregnant. If you're a girl, you use that all the time. Oh, can I not buy 2 fucking characters in the game? My period didn't come this month.
And you might not be the dad.
See, but you don't ever just say I'm pregnant right away. Let it build for a second. You think that retard's gonna pick up fast on that? He's like, what? And then you walk away. It's like just sitting there for a while. Oh my God. And then if it gets really bad, don't do this. If you're in a bad situation, I don't know. Maybe cut this next part. I was going to say, then whenever he says going to cut that. We'll cut that part. The man's entire family started joining in on the accusations, eventually encouraging him to call off the marriage. They ended things soon after. What a dodged bullet. If they were just engaged, oh, that's a blessing in disguise. Oh my God, that makes me believe in God. It doesn't it? She's just like, you know what? If the parents come in, I think you should leave her. I mean, that's like literally, I've got a golden ticket. You know what I mean? Literally, I'd be like, go to church because you got some payback to give after that one. Holy hell. Genshin Impact has claimed the wallets of many unsuspecting people, with many racking up far more than a mere $600. In Singapore, a father discovered her 18-year-old daughter spent $20,000 for in-game content using a credit card that was supposed to be used for transportation expenses. And in China, one teenager spent her entire family's life savings, a whopping $64,000 on mobile games. Her mother only found out after checking her bank account and seeing that only 7 cents remained. Oh. Her mother told reporters, I'm in a daze. My head feels like it's going to explode. I don't know how you would process that. Your whole thing you've worked for your whole life, gone.
One child policy.
We have to have some kind of rehabilitation that isn't just kill the child. We've got to have something. In a strange turn of events, one man spent so much money on the mobile game Diablo Immortal, here we go again, that it ended up punishing him. A content creator that goes by JT is All Business, a terrible name, spent $100,000 maxing out his barbarian character in the game. $100,000, bro. Because his character became so overpowered, the game was physically unable to matchmake him with other players for PvP matches.
This might be a match that I lose, which I'm not even going to say that's a bad thing. Like, losing isn't necessarily bad for me because I can lower my rank a little bit and maybe get a queue.
And according to him, he'd have to wait up to 72 hours in queue just to match with one opponent with a similar matchmaking rank. He did not receive much sympathy from public, with one stating, "You paid to win. You won. Now you're on a throw with no one else besides you. Good job. I hope you're happy with yourself." Holy fuck. Holy man. Absolutely brutal. My stomach kind of turned. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of sat there for a second. I was going to say something else, but then I was just like... In one of the more extreme cases of mobile game addiction, a 22-year-old man from India took his own life after falling into massive debt. The victim was heavily engrossed in a mobile betting game to the point of reaching out to his family for money after spending everything he owned. When he lost that money too, he started reaching out to self-help groups in his village and taking loans in order to continue betting. And after spending the equivalent of thousands of dollars, he found out that he was later unable to repay the debts once they started to hassle him to pay the money back. Under the stress of financial ruin and the mounting pressure from lenders, he locked himself in his room and himself from the ceiling. This is a comedy video, by the way. You know what that is, though? That's the way that's connected, though, if I had to say, is it starts with like something innocent like a mobile game, but then that leads to gambling addiction. And gambling addiction is, I mean, that's the dopamine tap. If you do not have it, you're being like deprived of it. If it's not constantly getting that tap, it's torture. I feel horrible for that kid, man. That's such a horrible addiction, man. Brutal. And the people that profit off that, snakes, disgusting little demons. The game Candy Crush has a chokehold on moms across the world. With thousands upon thousands of levels to complete, some have been playing it constantly for well over a decade. I know my mom went through a Candy Crush saga.
Or was it Farmville? That was
Farmville
huge.
on Facebook. I'm surprised there has not been a documentary on that yet.
Oh yeah, why?
Farmville was f***ing insane. I wonder if people remember Farmville. The millennials and the boomers do. Boomers treated that shit like it was real life. It was crazy. While it's only a simple puzzle game, people have come out and admitted that the game feels more addicting to them than heroin. One Candy Crush fan states, quote, "I've had dreams about the game, and I've started to look at household items as if I could rearrange them in threes to make them disappear and get points."
He was looking at your children.
That's actually kind of a fucking cool horror movie idea. Kid comes in with his backpack from school. "Mom, I'm home." In the living room, everything's in threes. "Mom?" She's sitting there like the fucking gardener, the pool boy, or whatever. They're dead, sitting in threes there. She's like, turns around. "Hey, wait, stop moving." "Candy Crush." Blumhouse, don't you fucking dare try to take that shit. Blumhouse is like, we can make it for $500,000. We can make $20 million. Jason Blum. I can make it for how much? It's Jason Blum. Oh my God, I can make it for $1 million and make $500 million of it. I hate Jason Blum, dude. You can keep leave it in, I don't give a shit. In 2014, a 45-year-old woman named Sally Ann Turner from the UK was so addicted to the game that she resorted to stealing money from her disabled mother. Perfect target. Looking over. Ann? Ann? Are you there? Who goes there? Is that a good bit? All right. Adam Winger, a 38-year-old librarian from Utah, resigned from his job after stealing $89,000 from the city's personal account. He had used an Amazon account linked to the company card in order to purchase piles of Google Play gift cards so he could spend it on in-game purchases for Game of War. It's insane that he's probably the first person to buy a Google Play gift card that wasn't an elderly person getting scammed by an Indian guy. The one man to go into a Best Buy that isn't an 86-year-old woman with an Indian dude on the phone being like, "Do not redeem!" Some of these mobile game heist stories run deep. One of the wildest examples also involves Game of War and the story of Kevin Lee Coe and the embezzlement of $5 million. Kevin, a 51-year-old businessman, worked at Holt of America, a company that produces heavy machinery. And in the span of 7 years, he had begun slowly using fake credit card transactions to steal money from the company. Not only did he use it to buy 49ers tickets, he also bought fancy cars and even plastic surgery for himself. So sick. He had taken a liking to the mobile game Game of War and willingly spent $1 million worth of microtransactions. Eventually, people started to notice that money was being siphoned from the company, leading to Kevin being caught and pleading guilty to wire fraud and money laundering. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison and was forced to pay $4.5 million in restitution to his former employer.
Do people actually think they're gonna get away with this shit?
I think it's one of those things where they do it once and then they're like, no one noticed. Well, what if I try again? And it goes again to the point where I feel like you're like, they won't know me. Also, I think people have weird ways of justifying it. Well, the company makes this much. They won't notice it. Why would they care? While it may seem like an ordinary game, most mobile games are more akin to slot machines than a casual way to pass time. It's hard not to be tempted here and there to spend money on a game that you really like, right? I mean, I'd done it in League of Legends even. Do I need a new skin in League? No. What the f am I? No. I don't play the game for years and it's like, well, that was a fucking waste of money. If you want to spend your own money, hey, feel free to. Just know that it's a slippery slope that can lead to a lot of disappointment and regret down the road. Thank you so much for watching this video, and hey, happy clicking out there. Good luck on your loot crates. We will see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're going to be talking about LinkedIn, the worst platform on the internet. Bold claim, but after this video, I think you'll find that it's true. Most people in the working world have a LinkedIn account, not because they want to, but because it's a good way to make professional connections. People use it to keep people updated on their career skills and accomplishments, which is great if you're looking for a job and want to get your name out there, right? Nowadays, any social media platform is bound to have its fair share of cringe content and weird characters. They all do. There's not one site that's better than the other. They're all fucking terrible. But LinkedIn is just... LinkedIn, being a platform catered to the professional working world, breeds a whole new type of weirdo, okay? LinkedIn sounds innocent on the surface. Look for jobs, keep people interested, and it's just a professional way to basically just say, hey, I'm out here if you want to hire me, right? But underneath that initial layer of professionalism is one of the fakest, most obnoxious, and strangely horny social media platforms on the web. And there's many reasons to despise LinkedIn, and one of those main reasons being that everyone is fake. Everyone. Much like Tinder.
Oh, I was gonna say every platform, everyone's fake.
Well, everyone is fake on our web. LinkedIn. Because LinkedIn is all about marketing yourself or your potential business, many people try to present the most impressive versions of themselves with the hopes of looking like the ultimate thought leader. Thought leader. Thought leader. Thought leader. What does that even mean?
I'm like Einstein.
Over time, this has resulted in almost every post coming from LinkedIn feeling like a soulless attempt to peak for people and gain their respect. Once again, every website, every social media platform, sure, but LinkedIn, on Instagram, let's just say, you post pictures where you look the best, you're doing the coolest thing, right? Twitter is like, you always have the snarkiest opinion, or your opinion on a thing is always correct. Reddit, you come out as trans. And LinkedIn is almost like if somebody was just bragging about their work, which feels so much, I don't know. Is bootlickery the best term, you think? It feels like a little bootlicker.
If you're like a little corporate hound.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of the LinkedIn people are, like little corporate goblins that are just like, I don't know, I mean, I could probably be a huge service to you, Lord. Never missed a day of work. You have to cut that.
Just want to take a second to thank our sponsor, GamerSubs, for being one of our best sponsors, if not the best sponsor on this channel, and for giving us so much support, and for having amazing, tasty, quality products like our own flavor, Raw Meat, that you can order right now. It's amazing energy supplement. There's caffeine-free options, and everything has 0 sugar, baby. So if you're trying to get off the sody pops and get into something tasty, consider Raw Meat GamerSubs. I'm telling you, it's amazing. You can't go wrong with any of their flavors, and they also have big-tittied anime shakers that, you know, if you get your rocks off to that, I consider it because they're pretty sexy. It gets me stiff in my pants. So thank you, GamerSubs, for sponsoring this episode. And hey, check out Raw Meat. It's seriously the best flavor. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Raw Meat, if you're trying to get a nice caffeinated beverage. Thank you. Back to the video. The younger generation has picked up on this, comparing it to Instagram and the way people try to make their lives seem infinitely more amazing than it really is. You'll find staged photos from people trying to look cool riding a private jet, with posts that make them seem like a hardcore business badass. Which, here's a quote from this private jet photo. Just act like you're on the private jet with him. Put the sound of the jet around me, and you're sitting across from him. And this is what he says to you. The investor meeting lasted 3 hours, but the $2 million decision took about 3 seconds. The moment I walked in, they already knew. They weren't investing in a spreadsheet or a pitch deck or business plan. They were investing in me. The way I carried myself, the clarity in my voice, confidence in my positioning. By the time I clicked to slide 3, the deal was done.
That's the kind of confidence we need here.
We need that here. I'm gonna start carrying myself with that. I did a video about disabled children drowning in pools. People already knew it was a banger. It went viral. Immediately went viral.
We got that girl, the psychiatrist girl.
The psychiatrist girl, that is mad. I'll say that right now. That bitch is angry. She made some like weird deep fake AI videos of me, and she like looked like a fucking psycho. She was like laughing on her live.
Kendra really is living her truth. She is showing that she has been empowered by all of this. I respect her so much.
Oh, and then she made fun of my looks, Nick.
And of course he looks like that. That's all I have to say.
And I was like, hey! First off, you don't ever talk about a man that way, all right?
Also, I like how she said we took 6 weeks to plot this.
And why he takes so much time to do it. I'm like, we heard about it in hindsight, and we were like, what a crazy woman. And on a limb, we watched your deals and reacted to your videos, you crazy woman. What the else was I supposed to say? It was funny. I didn't think it was that crazy. If in some cases we said he should have dropped her.
Well, I was siding with the psychiatrist.
Well, I mean, I was too, but I'm just saying, I'm gonna. Also, the AI thing they thought was really cheap. It didn't even sound like me.
I love Kendra so much. I can't stop thinking about her. She's a genius. Did you know she also wrote a book?
Oh my God. That's psycho.
It's extremely psycho. And then to like sit there and she was like she was laughing at it like it was the funniest thing she's ever seen. You know what, dude? You're a freak. You're a disgusting woman. You woman.
Put that on your LinkedIn.
Here, put this on my LinkedIn. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna fucking kiss you. Oh yeah, she also says she didn't like the thumbnail.
He is a YouTube creator that made an absolutely vile video about me with a horrible thumbnail.
It's a good thumbnail. What am I supposed to say? I don't know if you can use any of that. Good luck.
Yeah, I might have to cut that.
All right. Most of these posts are best described as fan fiction for adults. It doesn't help that the LinkedIn algorithm promotes educational posts that share knowledge. Like any platform, people will focus on gaming the algorithm for the best engagement, which has led to people telling seemingly fake stories that always seem to with a ham-fisted motivational lesson. This is one thing I hate about the LinkedIn stuff. That's another reason why it makes it the worst, is because it's always like some kind of like, everyone sounds like a fucking like TED Talk speech at the end of their post. you know? And that's why we gotta like really rise up and challenge ourselves. You're like, oh God. One known format for getting engagement is to make up stories involving children, where they essentially become a conduit for whatever lesson the user wanted to give themselves.
My 9-year-old daughter just asked me if I was a boss. Me? I like to think of myself as a leader versus a boss. Daughter, I don't care what you call it, mommy, as long as you're nice to people.
I love that. Oh, I love that because imagine in your head making up that story and then being like, oh my God, people are gonna love that. Isn't that crazy? What's the other one say?
I saw an 8-year-old.
Easy. What is her name?
Darshak Rana.
All right. What is it, a woman or a man?
I think it's I can't tell. Man. Looks like a man.
It doesn't really matter in today's society, does it?
I saw an 8-year-old sell rocks in my neighborhood. Not just rocks. Special rocks with stories, she says. $8 each. Yesterday, she sold me a gray one. It used to be, these are in quotes, it used to be part of a mountain, but decided to see the world. I happily gave her $5 because she taught me we don't buy products, we buy meaning. We buy a piece of ourselves reflected in a story.
Okay, so first off, that might have been the worst Indian accent I've ever heard in my life. Not only did you kind of start it there, you started like Indian, that guy from Jaws that has the speech on the boat, Native American, back to Indian a little bit, and then Native American at the end. We buy a piece of ourselves. 25-footer.
13-footer, you know that when you're in the water, Chief? You tell by looking from the dorsal to the tail.
You know what I mean?
Well, I didn't want to be racist.
Dodge your eyes, Chief. Others will pretend that they're trying to give an inspirational business lesson, but in reality are just humble bragging about their accomplishments, right? They're not really trying to give you any lessons. They're flex on you a bit. They're flexing on you by just being like, I'm not only good at business, I'm kind of a good person. My LinkedIn profile shows I worked at the Obama White House, Facebook, NBC, and Google. I've also received job offers at companies like Dropbox and Adobe. Here's what isn't shown on my LinkedIn profile. Dozens of interviews that didn't end in job offers, hundreds of unanswered networking messages, imposter syndrome and self-doubt, years of training and experience to get to this point in my career. Effortless success is a myth. First off, it's like, duh. You know what he's trying to do? He's trying to bigly you like the Dr. Seuss story. Everyone always goes back to the Dr. Seuss thing. He got rejected by everybody until he got the right one. You know what I mean? He got rejected 100 times.
Is that what happened with Dr. Seuss?
Yeah, have you not heard that? That's like the number one thing people say when they're trying to like get you to, you know, if you're trying to feel good, they'll be like, yeah, well, Dr. Seuss was rejected like 200 times.
They say that by Squid Games. Did you know 12 networks rejected it?
You know what's the biggest bag fumble of all time? Sony Animation making Demon Hunters, K-pop, whatever the that is, and then just being like, I don't give a like for over 100 million or something, right? And then being like, there's no way this is gonna be a success, whatever. And they sold it to Netflix for like 5 million, and now it's like it's like the biggest thing on earth. That doesn't really correlate with that. I don't know why that made me think of that though. Everyone said this was gonna be bad, but turned out to be pretty cool.
Sony sucks. Oh, don't put that in.
Don't actually edit that out, please. So much, thank you. Many of the posts you see on the LinkedIn are fueled by modern day hustle culture and the idea that you're never working hard enough, which you're not. You're lazy. You know. Cut that. Todd Stay, for example, broke his neck during a skydiving accident that almost took his life. While he admits that he is incredibly limited physically, he uses this post to talk about how excited he is to go into work the next day regardless. I'd take a day or two.
I always thought about that. I feel like I'd be the guy who would go in the next day with the broken neck.
I'm fine. That's what I would do. I want to show up in like a hospital bed, rolled in, head all shaved, like totally bald, IV in my arm. Don't get up. Don't get up. I'm fine. Which I promise you right now, if I'm dying, I will be making this kind of video for my hospital. How funny would that be?
How you doing? How you doing? Come on.
Hunter. Read the script.
Today we're talking about baby diaper.
Come on, we gotta record 2 more videos today. I need that paycheck.
Yeah. Hunter, the checks are clearing, but I need to make sure that it's there after you're gone.
Yeah, we do Stan Lee and record like 100 videos.
Yeah, that's gonna be the biggest bummer. Is everyone around me is just gonna prop me up in my older years. In the next coming years, when I'm like on my deathbed, people are gonna be like, "You have to do it." I want to go home.
Sign this paper.
Dearest readers, they're exploiting an elderly man. Why won't you let me leave? Elder abuse is not very cool.
You should have made like a superhero that specifically helps against elder abuse. Then people would have got the message.
I want to pitch a character.
What is it, Stan?
He's a black guy that helps stop people from elderly abuse. He's called Black Cheetah.
Well, think about it.
Get him out.
Oh. Well, stuff you got to cut in this video. We're 18 minutes. I think you got to cut about nine minutes of it. So have fun with that. Studies show that Gen Z experience higher rates of anxiety because of this newfound work-life imbalance, making it difficult to rest or take breaks without feeling they're wasting their time or missing a potential career opportunity. And online, people admit that they had to delete their LinkedIn accounts because people's obsessive need to flaunt their exaggerated accomplishments had zapped their confidence. That's also a tactile move, though. They want you to feel bad.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? You might just... And it's this easy. I just had to go through this many years of this many years of this, and it was all worth it. And that you're just now starting that. Climb that hill. Really make sure to let them know that like it has not even begun yet, and they still have that huge mountain to climb. At the end of the day, all of this shit is psychological warfare.
I'm gonna say that sounds like some dark triad shit.
Yeah.
Where it's like you're trying to put people down.
You are. And at the end of the day too, it's like you're like a janitor. you're like a head janitor who's like just like messaging this to people who are like, is there any job openings? Maybe.
Also could be used in a way to like, if you're a boss, like let your employees just be like, yeah, just work hard. You'll get to the top.
Oh, yeah, you'll get there for sure. I'm sure you're gonna make it.
It's very common for the janitor to be the CEO.
Yeah. If you were a giant, like a boss at a huge company, would you do like a undercover boss thing?
Yeah.
I do the undercover boss thing, and I wouldn't do shit for him. Yeah, my family, the house burnt down last year.
You should do an undercover boss with us.
Yeah. What are you doing?
There's only 4 people who work in the studio.
Hey, I know how I'm here to help you do anything. Hey, it's me, it's your boss. I'm gonna keep you where you're at.
Yes.
No raises.
Well, at least I still have a job.
Have a job. Well, we can probably trim some fat around here. No! Another reason why LinkedIn feels so inauthentic is because employers will sometimes force their employees to post on LinkedIn as part of their job. In some cases, like if you work in marketing, that could be understandable, right? Others, however, claim that their employers have required them to connect their account to a service that makes automatic posts without their approval, which is awesome. And so that's so funny. You're like, wait, what did I say? It's like, I love my boss. I love my life. I love working here. You like look over your boss's window and he's just like peeking through the blind. You all love me. You all love me in your jobs. Or do you think it's stuff where it's just like, I'm having such a great day?
Yeah, it's like AI photos of company picnics and stuff.
Oh, because then if people look at the company, they're like, look how happy all these employees are. And they're so active on LinkedIn. Companies can take your activity on LinkedIn incredibly seriously. And some people have admitted to being fired based on solely liking a LinkedIn post they disapproved of. Look at they possibly liking. They're like, or do you think it's the competition? If you work for Dyson Vacuums and you're going to Hoover or something like that, cool, go work there. You like it so much, go work there. That's how I feel about our YouTube channel. You tell me about any other YouTube channel, I'll say, you don't think go work for them.
That's why I hate every other YouTuber.
Well, that's what you have to say. I'm secure with where I'm at. And if my employees like other stuff, they can keep it to themselves. That's all I gotta say. On LinkedIn, you're allowed to add frames to your profile pictures that signal that you're looking for work. One employee used this to get hired at a marketing company, only to be fired later on because she had forgotten to remove it from her profile, which her boss felt was insulting. That's exactly like the guy who's just like, so I see that on Facebook you're still single, even though we're dating. Can you explain that? It's like, oh, I don't really go on. I can try update. Yeah, you probably should. You should probably update it as soon as you can. I've heard the amount of fights I've heard from people that get in arguments because of that kind of shit is insane. I had a boss one time on my I won't say the company. They had like a dashboard in the system that you worked in at your office because you could request to be transferred out of places or something, like basically departments or whatever. And mine for when I got hired, I never used a software, so I just always said looking to transfer or something. And my boss came up to me and he had like a 20-minute conversation with me about it. So like, what exactly is the problem? I was like, literally nothing. I'd never even meant to. I didn't even know that was a thing. He's like, okay, well, it's been like that for the past 4 weeks. Which that was kind of weird too, because then I knew that the guy was looking at that shit like every day. Ungrateful hog. To the point where like one day he's like, and it's been 4 weeks, so I'm gonna talk to him. And I'm like wondering if he brought that home to his wife.
You should talk to him.
Yeah, no, don't overstep him. As a leader, you gotta like find that balance. I always thought that was weird. Why even have that?
What if he just said like, hey, I noticed that your thing says you're looking to transfer in a new department, and be like, is that something you're like? If you just asked,
if he said that, that's fine. Oh, because I'd be like, oh, I had no idea, because I had no idea on my idea. But it was a thing where he's like, when I said, oh, I didn't even know, I don't really use the thing. He was like, yeah, you can do whatever you want, man. Like, you know me, I'm like chill and I'm laid back. Like, you get that. You've seen me come in, you know, but there are other powers at play. It's like that kind of shit where you're like, what the f are you even talking about? Listen, you know I'm the one of the cool ones, right? I hate whenever I'm like, you definitely are not. I'd rather take the old curmudgeon guy who doesn't do this to me. You guys know that, like, listen, let you take off for Avengers Endgame when that was out in theaters. I'm like one of the good guys, okay? You literally can trust me with your life. How many times have you called me in the middle of the night asking for something? Like, never. You could, though.
But it seems like I can't trust you.
But I don't, it's just like, it feels like a little bit like a one-way road. So let's get back out there and let's have a good day, huh? That kind of thing. What a hell. Corporate hell is the worst, dude. And as soon as you do that kind of thing, it immediately like that ends your day. Like you're like, I'm not doing anything else today. This stupid job. I'm not doing shit today. Hey, couldn't help us notice your numbers were low. Yeah, I don't know what happened. That's what it felt like, dude.
Did you have a daily quota?
Oh, yeah.
Calls or sales?
Calls. Like, it was like a number of technicians. Also, sorry. Like, you're watching just a conversation. It was like a number. I'll just talk to you about it afterwards, whatever. For people that give in to the LinkedIn culture and attempt to land a worthwhile job, they may notice that they're still struggling to get responses for the jobs they apply for. Unfortunately, many of these job offers are completely fake. Companies will often advertise a position on LinkedIn that either isn't real or simply listed to collect resumes and data for the far future. It's f***ed up. The type of listings labeled as ghost jobs are also used by companies to bolster their image, right? That there's just so much work that they have to bring in somebody new, even though the company's probably suffering and they're like, oh yeah, we're hiring. The problem with this is that people who are actually looking for work are forced to apply to hundreds of places just to get a real response, and ultimately wasting a ton of time making the job market even more of a mess than it already is.
I saw a video where some guy said, I'm sure it's fake, but he was just like, I set up a fake interview and then put a vending machine in the interview place so that people who were applying would use it. He said he made like $500 for people just to use that day.
Is this a good video? What's even more upsetting is that some of these job listings are straight up scams. Some accounts appear to belong to professional people or business, but will use their job offers to rope you in and trick you into downloading malware onto your computer. And some have even reported that these people will use AI filters to hide their identity during remote Zoom interviews. And from there, they use the same methods to steal data from your company or tamper with their systems through tricking employees into installing malware. Kind of reminds me, we almost got scammed by the Amy Poehler thing.
Oh yeah.
Got an email from the Amy Poehler wanted me to be a guest on her podcast, which also I should have been like, that's really? And then on TikTok, I saw a guy, Chase or Chan, I can't remember his name. We'll find the deal, but he basically broke down the scam of what it was, of like basically people trying to get into your Facebook or like basically into your social media accounts and then change your monetization settings and then lock you out from it.
Yeah, I just pulled up Zoom right now.
Oh, that's great. If you can join from the...
So do you see these guys fucking? Porn?
Yeah.
Right.
Really f***ed up. You gotta watch out for, there's scams everywhere, dude. F***ing everywhere. If all this didn't make the platform look fake enough, it appears that AI slop content is a regular occurrence as well. During a study from the company behind Originality AI, an AI detection tool, 8,795 posts were analyzed and over 54% of them use AI generated content. Not only are people using AI to quickly write out motivational posts, many even use it to improve their profile pictures by giving them attractive features like a defined jaw or cleaner skin, which listen, we're trying to do a beauty filter. I'm not gonna knock anybody for a nice beauty filter.
What if it like made you like lose 100 pounds?
Awesome. That's fine. That's my corporate body. That's really what my corporate self looks like.
What if it doesn't look anything like you? Like it's a complete.
Like I want total blackface.
Yeah.
If you changed corporate blackface, if you changed your race, that would be up. Can you imagine? Like, how would you ever even explain that? What if an American guy, what if you, Nick, realized that you were going to be working in Japan for like 4 months, and then you're like, well, I feel like in Japan they're not going to want to hire a white guy, so then you do the Japanese filter for your remote job. Is that wrong?
No, as long as they never see me.
Is it so? If you never go out in public, you think it's fine?
If they only hire Japanese people, yeah, they're racist. They are racist towards non-Japanese people.
But you know what I mean? You think is that a moral gray area, or do you think it's fine?
I think it's fine.
You gotta thrive a little bit, right? I mean, I gotta get my work. What would your Japanese name be on LinkedIn?
Nico.
That's really good. Nico what?
Nico Wasabi.
Your name would be Nico Wasabi? That's the biggest red flag.
What would yours be?
I'd name myself like Farukimata Tasukapanobe. Because I feel like I would blend in. I don't want a name that's too basic. I don't want something that's too, which that was probably overcomplicated. But I want something in the middle where people are like, oh yeah. You know, like if you're scrolling through a list, you don't even notice it, right? Almost like if your name was like Drew
Gooden.
What does that sound from? AI and bot accounts make up a large portion of the comments on LinkedIn, feeding the algorithm with more and more inauthentic interactions. And LinkedIn has gained a reputation for being devoid of any real personality or substance, and not only that, but it's also becoming known for being inexcusably cringe. Horribly cringe. I mean, in 2022, a CEO named Braden Wallach made a bizarre LinkedIn post claiming that he just laid off 2 employees based on a bad business decision he had made months before. He blames himself. Ended the post with a classic LinkedIn humble brag stating, "Days like today, I wish I was a business owner that was only money driven and he didn't care about who he hurt along the way. But I'm not." I hate posts like that because it's like always a guise to get people to be like, no, I mean, you had to do what you had to do. Attached is a now viral image of Braden sobbing over what he had done with his lip quivering in shame. Oh, what a pussy. It's like me making a video being like, yeah, I just didn't want to pay for Nick anymore. And I feel really bad about it because, like, I liked him. I don't really think that he added, like, a lot of value. It's like, how insulting is that? For it to be a post publicly where people would be like, oh, well, you know, sometimes that's just the way it is. Another CEO named Matthew Baltzel takes a charming photo of himself smiling in front of the cold brew coffee as he explains that he just fired his first employee. Oh, what a f***ing psycho, man. Of course, he ends on a lengthy explanation of how he nailed the conversation and was as cool and respectful as possible. What an actual fucking, like...
Look how smug he looks.
It's extremely smug. And I'm just saying, this is the kind of thing to make the guy come back and be like, are you kidding me? Retaliate in some kind of way?
Yeah, shoot up.
I was going to say that, but I didn't know if it was appropriate. I was trying to just kind of, you know, let the viewer come to that conclusion. But a man named Brian Shankman went viral for all the wrong reasons after posting an image of him proposing to his girlfriend. In the post, he immediately follows the announcement by saying, here's what it taught me about B2B sales. From there, in perfect LinkedIn engagement maximizing fashion, he relates the journey of meeting the love of his life to the experience of selling a product to another business, from prospecting to pricing and negotiations.
What's gonna last?
Marriage is gonna be just fine. Ethan Evans, a former VP at Amazon, came to LinkedIn to make the post revealing that a CEO he had worked with started seducing his wife from the retaliation for him giving pushback on the job. You think it was Bezos?
Oh yeah,
VP at yeah, some CEO, I'm not gonna name him. He claims that this man successfully won his wife over and pushed her to divorce Ethan, later resulting in him leaving the company in shame. And at the end of the post, he starts listing off advice on how to avoid trouble working in toxic business environments. Why the f*** would I listen to you, Ethan? Yeah, give us the list of the advice that Ethan has.
When you have a good manager, lean in and take advantage of it. 2, spot the snakes. 3, do excellent work even for nasty leaders. 4, don't confront the snakes directly. 5, don't become a snake.
That is one of the cringiest pussy footage. I like how don't confront the snakes. The f do you mean, dude? Here's actual leadership advice. If someone's f***ing wrong you at work, immediately tell somebody. Hello? Like, what a pushover thing. Yeah, no wonder the guy started finger his wife. You know what I mean? Good lord. He's like, all right, I spotted the snake, but I'm not gonna confront him. He's like railing his wife in the office. Hiss. Here's the flute. man by the name of Ethan, another Ethan, this time a young Jim Bro college student, posts a lesson about eating too many hard-boiled eggs. This is the LinkedIn profile stuff I like. If I was a general manager at a Red Robin, I'd be on LinkedIn. You know, I'd make these kind of posts. Burgers, smiles, and cheap cocktails. That's my Friday. 10:30 in the morning. I mean, just plastered. He recounts a recent experience where he was stopped by the staff member of the dining hall with 9 hard-boiled eggs. Staff member explains that there is a hard-boiled egg limit of 3 per student now because someone has been eating 15 eggs a day. And he dramatically writes, "I just nodded because that someone was me." It's awesome. Every morning, he hit the gym and lift weights before downing sometimes as many as 20 eggs in one sitting. Which also, God, the breath on that guy. Fuck. 20 hard-boiled eggs, you kidding me? That's a lot of eggs. Oh. 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 What if I did it 20? Should I just do it 20 times? He then spins this into an explanation about how this taught him about consistency and ends the post saying, "You don't need to broadcast your effort. You just need to show up enough times and that the system around you starts to adjust. Sometimes it's a new policy. Sometimes it's a new opportunity. But people notice, and that can be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on what you're building. I was just building muscle, but they were building a rule book. We both hit our goals." I want you to say that's a horrible human being.
I was gonna say, do you think he felt embarrassed and he had to justify?
No, I think he felt proud. Like, I think that unironically he lives by that like motto. It's main character syndrome. It doesn't matter where you go online. Inevitably, you're gonna find that corner of any social media platform that engages in some horny behavior. It's easy to imagine this happening on LinkedIn, especially when you consider the ego most of these grind-set business people have. Many people will post about how excited they are to tackle the week, but attach bathroom selfie pictures that make them out to be nothing more than thirst traps. Ready to fucking take some asses and get some names. One man named Eric that decided to pose for a shirtless pic that just barely crops out his balls. Strangely enough, the post this image is attached to is a chaotic essay where Eric explains that there are false rumors in the Bay Area about how he is stalking women. He also explains how it would be impossible for him to resort to stalking because he's accustomed to women being obsessed with him instead. But he goes on to boost his own ego by stating he is brilliant, handsome, has a large penis, and is a 40-year-old that looks 20. That's definitely some fucking boomer shit there. I got a huge fucking dick. I basically look like I'm 20 and I'm rich as fuck. It's a LinkedIn post. Where do you think Eric works?
Oh, I was thinking Best Buy.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, he's like a manager.
A day manager at Best Buy. One man went viral after discovering that his wife was having an affair with a work acquaintance for almost a year. When he realized what she had done, he accessed her LinkedIn account and changed her job title to cocksucker before writing a post admitting to the act in graphic detail. The post read, "Had a wonderful night at the Women's Power Awards in Manchester last night, but unfortunately, my husband found this picture of me with 2 fingers in my vagina, which I had sent to Gareth Megson of Softcat, who I've been having an affair with for the past 9 months. So, as you can imagine, it's been a hectic day moving out the family home and trying to talk to our children about why I'd thrown the family away for some extra marital penis in a few hotels around Leeds, the back of a car, and even in an alleyway." I think maybe the post is too far. I do think it's funny changing your job title to cocksucker. If I saw that, I'd be like, LinkedIn is a truly strange place. On one hand, it's necessary for a lot of people to stay connected in the industry of choice. And on the other, it's one of the most vapid, competitive dick measuring contests on the internet. You have to use it. Don't let the things you see have an impact on how you feel about your own career. More often than not, things you see on your timeline are just adult fantasies made to boost engagement or sell you for a stupid course of some kind, basically just trying to trick you into thinking that your life sucks and this guy rules. So, you know what? LinkedIn, haven't been there, and maybe you shouldn't either, unless your job makes you. And I think I said reevaluate that job.
I just have an AI bot just do posts.
Jarvis, make a post. That's what I would do. All right, guys, we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Cool and sundown, because today we're gonna be talking about underground wrestling. I mean, by now we all know about the WWE. It's an entertainment juggernaut that effortlessly prints millions upon millions of dollars every year. And my God, does my algorithm want me to know it. I feel like the amount of WWE shit I've seen in the last, 2 years has been fucking absurd. I've never seen it. It's not that I'm even against it, but it's like, I didn't know that it runs that deep. It's comparable to any other like extremely dedicated hardcore fan base. WWE YouTube channel has like 100 million subscribers. Didn't know that. And then they just got like this huge deal with Netflix. And I feel like what they're pretty good at is they keep bringing in younger entertainment. So now you have like Logan Paul has been a part of the WWE for like a while. But then even I saw iShowSpeed was on it too. So I feel like they're just trying to inject shit to be like, okay, what will bring a younger audience in or whatever. But I will say it's not my cup of tea. I'll say it's not my cup of tea, except for one thing: wrestling documentaries. WWE or like wrestling documentaries, love them.
You just like sports documentaries.
I do like sports documentaries, but I will say the Andre the Giant documentary is great. There's a bunch of good wrestling documentaries. They've been around since before most of you were born, you young pieces of shit. And they have a massive following that slurps up just about everything they produce, at least up until recently. Despite the sheer number of amazing talents that the WWE has, their reputation has undoubtedly been on the decline for years, now due to a slew of horrible business and creative decisions. Or is it just a thing that people, do you think at a point it will run its course because people are like, eh. The way that you got into that, I wonder how the fuck did people get into it back in the day? I thought it was all pay-per-view. Way back in the day in like the 70s, whenever it was like, it was never just always WWE, it was like a bunch of different factions in the nation that had their own wrestling tournaments, and then the WWE like conglomerate bought them all. But before that, it was like, oh, you would go to your local area and watch a live wrestling match. And then after a while, then they did like things like public broadcasting, where then you could like, if you were in that area, you could watch those wrestling matches on TV. And then of course, like in the late 70s, 80s, it was the big boom. Ticket prices are an all-time high, and while recent earnings reports boast impressive numbers, they came at the cost of big talent asking massive pay cuts, with some even being fired out of nowhere despite having active storylines people were invested in seeing play out. Many of these increasingly frustrating decisions came after the 2023 UFC and WWE merger, combining over a new name, TKO Group Holdings. What's followed has been a string of bad decisions many view as tainting the thing that made pro wrestling feel so special. There is a constantly growing number of ads pumping show runtimes to nearly 3 hours, ridiculous amounts of forced celebrity guests, repetitive storylines, and a general feeling that the magic of WWE has been reduced to a corporate mess. Dedicated wrestling fans yearn for a time when things felt more authentic and less corporate, leading them to invest their time in smaller underground forms of wrestling. So today, we're going to show some appreciation for these more authentic forms of wrestling, ones that aren't That's the Stone Cold Rock era. No, Macho Man, I think he was like 80s. Ooh, yeah. Randy Savage. Ooh, yeah. Beloved wrestlers like Mick Foley, known as Mankind, were getting thrown from 16-foot high cells and mercilessly beaten down with chair shots, the feeling of which he later described as lightning bolts that went all the way down to his feet. So I'm sure he is a man of broken glass now. Like all of them. If you look at all those wrestlers now, fuck.
Did you know Macho Man Randy Savage's last wrestling thing was for Spider-Man?
Spider-Man, yeah. He was in the cage match. He's the guy who fights Spider-Man in the cage match.
But he apparently hurt himself so bad he couldn't wrestle anymore.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
Till
recently. Yeah.
What?
Till recently.
What do you mean till recently?
I didn't know that until I just read it like a week ago.
I thought you said that he was like, I'm like, you know he's dead, right?
Oh, he's dead?
He's been dead for a while.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's gone. For a long time. Which also, if you look at all these wrestlers now, like, was it the Great Khalil? The only reason I even know that guy is because he was in the Adam Sandler movie, The Longest Yard. But if you watch him walk around now, or at the Big Show, which it doesn't help that they're all like 7 feet plus tall, but like watching them walk around, it's like brutal. Oh, horrible. Or if you hear any of the wrestlers talk about it now, they're all just like, I can't sleep. I have to be put in like a fucking vertical coffin and held upside down and submerged in water. It's the only way I can get any sleep. It's too painful otherwise. You're like, fuck sakes. Not every team teen had the resources to build a ring or set up props. Instead, they would simply meet at a local park and practice their moves. And sometimes an audience or random kids would form to watch the action. However, adult bystanders would chastise the teens or misinterpret their routine as legitimate street fights. And this would often result in police being called to break up the show because people are fucking idiots and they can't let children beat each other with chairs. I have to call the cops. My wife, I have to call the cops. No. Let's see how this rolls out. I at least want to see one kid get hit with a chair. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, if they're doing it, because, you know, I don't think, especially kids, I don't think people realize the amount of like training and like practice that people are doing for these routines. Don't get me wrong, they're getting hit for chairs, but they're probably hitting them in a very specific spot to where it's played out, right? It looks like he's hitting his head, but really it's like he puts his arms up last second and he hits he's hitting his forearm or something. I'm just saying, if I'm there, I want to see a kid take a fucking
chair to the dome
or a 12 or a 6-foot ladder to the chest, anything. Yeah, exactly. And then do the have a kid with get the wind knocked out of him. Look like Al Pacino in Godfather 3 screaming on the steps of that church or whatever. Also, can I just say that has to be the greatest screaming.
I've never seen it.
Oh, that clip is so funny. I love it so much. Editor, play the clip. It's good stuff.
Did you ever play wrestling in the backyard with your buddies?
No, I was too busy doing cool shit like playing Onimusha and making wooden swords and playing Jedi. I was too much of a pussy. I didn't really want to get actually hurt, but I loved doing the whole wooden sword thing and just being like, so you think you can come into my dojo, huh? Or I used to take we used to play Dragon Ball Z and like, it would be just like the worst kids to play with. Yeah, you're gonna play backyard wrestling with Todd across the street and you're just like,
rather not.
A bit sleepy. Some settled for wrestling on their trampolines, but the truly dedicated backyard wrestlers would slap together whatever they could to build a ring. And these setups would range from mattresses laid over the grass to metal tables nailed to the floor with a poorly padded cover. It's dangerous, but goddamn it, they got it done. Hundreds upon hundreds of backyard wrestling federations were created, inspired by what they'd seen. This happened to coincide with the online video craze, resulting in even more popularity as the countless jackass-style home wrestling videos blew up on sites like E-Bombs World and YouTube, which E-Bombs World, I remember back in the day, was like king for like a bunch of random videos and shit. And you would see videos of like fluorescent light bulb hits. You'd see like guys like getting thrown through stuff just in people's backyards, and it would be like a group of like 8 people. It's kind of badass. Granted, the video quality was like 320, but you didn't give a shit because you're like, holy I'm like watching this from my home. Versus YouTube, I remember it was like the first thing I saw on YouTube in 2005 was I was just looking up Naruto episodes, and it was just Linkin Park and Breaking Bad, but like Breaking Benjamin AMVs. Yeah,
I used to download those off like LimeWire and FrostWire.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my grandpa would he'd be like, let me bring you a CD. What songs do you want? And I was like, I could have any. It was like a 6-song CD. That's all it would be. Granted, I'm like 26 at the time. I didn't really have a lot of life experience, but out of many passionate wrestling fans that made this kind of content, a select few decided to imitate legit promotions further by getting their backyard shows on public access television. In the wake of these backyard beatdowns, the WWE would attempt to distance themselves to avoid bad publicity. In fact, there were many PSAs the WWE would air telling fans don't try this at home, highlighting several pro wrestlers' injuries in hopes of convincing backyard fans to stop their risky behavior. Also, I think that they saw it as a threat, and they saw like, oh, well, if people figure out that they can do this by themselves, then it's going to like interfere with our business. It's hard to blame the WWE for this, especially when you look at just how over the top some of these backyard wrestling promotions got with their stunts. People were having trash cans slammed in their heads, diving into barbed wire boards covered in fire, and pile driving off of buildings, the latter of which was demonstrated in a viral video that left both amateur wrestlers clutching their backs and screaming in agony, somehow unaware of how this kind of stunt could go wrong.
You guys okay?
I'm not fucking kidding, dude.
Fuck, man, are you guys good? Like, if you're a fan there in a backyard wrestling, if you see someone like full on break their back, it's because it's the underground backyard wrestling. Are you like, yo?
You 100%.
Okay,
you are hyped.
Because if it's me there, I'm gonna be like, Oh my God, that guy just broke his back?
No, that would be me. I'd be panicking. I would black out from the panic.
Just from the panic?
Well, like, have you ever, like, something so traumatic has happened to you that you, like, time jump ahead 10 minutes and don't remember anything?
Okay, I'm gonna just re-say that out loud. Have I ever had anything so traumatic happen to me that I've blacked out and I've fast-forwarded to 10 minutes in the future? I don't think there's been anything, luckily, in my life that has been so traumatic that I've physically blacked out and I've awoken 10 minutes in the future. Now, I'm guessing you have. And what I would say, Nick, is just keep that lid on and talk to a professional, all right? We don't need to air that out right now.
By blacking out, I don't mean like going unconscious. I just mean I don't remember.
No, 100%.
Okay,
it's a blank slate. Yeah, you were walking and talking and existing for 10 minutes post whatever happened to you. And I gotta say, you keep that lid on. You talk to us, or we can talk about it privately afterwards.
Well, can I tell you one? It didn't happen to me.
It happened multiple times?
Yeah, it's happened multiple times.
To you?
Yeah.
You're saying that you've blacked out and have woken 10 minutes exactly
well,
multiple times.
That was just a
it could have been days,
just a minute.
Right? All right, what's one?
One was
easy. No, easy. Just what? Let's.
This one is
okay.
He got shot in the eye with a BB gun, point blank range. And I remember when it happened. I just remember hearing his scream, and I teleported to the kitchen, and I was like, "Dad, Mom, David lost his eye."
I just like. I love the idea of like seeing the singer. You're just like, oh. Uh-oh, Nick blacked out again.
I remember yelling at my dad because he just sat there, and I was like, "What are you doing? Hurry up!" He's just like, calm down.
He's got two eyes, Nick. Calm down. Oh, God. Documentaries revolving around backyard wrestling show just how dedicated the wrestlers are to the craft. Some, even in their younger years, commit to blading to cover themselves in their own blood and make for a more brutal-looking match, which is when you take a little razor, you cut a thin piece of skin on your head, and you just bleed like a pig. Other backyard wrestlers recount getting choke slammed by their friends so hard that they thought that they were gonna die. In more extreme cases, people would flip jump off the rafters and land on their heads, full scorpion, which when I see these, that's when I'm always, that's when anything with like the neck and back, that's when I'm like, that was not planned. There's no way to choreograph you bending like a scorpion and slamming 300 pounds of, weight onto the ground, right? You're always surprised by the amount of people that are influenced to doing their own performances. Even Mega 64, our buddies there, Garrett, he does it too. He posts that shit all the time on his Instagram. It's insane, but like the amount of like training you have to do for that. I'm always surprised that people, especially in like older people as well, who are clearly like, I know Garrett does a ton of shit with Mega 64 to also have the time as well on top of that to perform, choreograph, and then do shows. It's just, I mean, there's such a level of love and dedication to it that it's like, I'm always fascinated that the wrestling phenomenon has that reach. In another viral backyard clip, a man by the name of Justin began his entrance by leaping into the ring, but unfortunately his knees were locked. Both legs bent back and snapped, leading to multiple surgeries and $200,000 worth of medical bills. People running in the ring have got to watch out. Speaking of Vince McMahon again, did you see the video of him when he runs up and he jumps into the ring and he destroys both of his hamstrings and he can't stand up, so he's just sitting there and he's like keeping his performance going, but he snapped both of his hamstrings. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. No, I've never seen that.
That's why every time I'm like, I don't feel like I'd have a very cool ring entrance. I feel like it'd be very, once again, it'd be like a fat kid like dipping his toes into a pool.
What would your song be?
I mean, like, I don't know. Am I trying to be memorable? Crazy Frog. Uh-oh, here comes the Toad. And I'd call myself the Toad. Old news interviews in the early 2000s had people admitting to seeing their friends get paralyzed, crack their ribs, and even have their arms randomly turn green, presumably from a serious infection. Yeah, like how randomly. I don't know why his arms started turning green. As if it's like a glow stick, like he's just... and it's just green all of a sudden. Yo! As you would imagine, these dangerous stunts have resulted in serious brain damage and even death. Real wrestling also has its fair share of risky moves, but the pros are trained to take bumps and minimize damage. Meanwhile, the teenager in a faded Hellraiser shirt probably isn't learning how to land on his back without exploding his spine. Some of the worst injuries we've seen can explain why the WWE was so incessant about telling children not to mimic what they saw during the program. Probably because also, I would imagine, editor fact check, there had to have been some legal thing that happened to prompt that.
It's the whole thing of Billy
Someone got
saw
sued.
It.
Yeah, exactly.
Billy saw it on TV.
He saw it, so he thought he could do it. Therefore, they got sued and they settled out of court. And then all of a sudden, now they put that after every program, you know. Well, backyard wrestling is not a shortcut into the big leagues. Many well-known wrestlers have gotten their start slowly honing their skills wrestling in their backyards. This would include big names like CM Punk as well as Naked Matt Massey from the Young Bucks. Backyard wrestling may not be the phenomenon it once was, but it's by no means gone. Across the internet, you'll still find people creating backyard wrestling content. Not only does this still include young kids messing around in their backyards, but full-on productions with camera crews and a loyal online following. And I think like there's even certain leagues and stuff that host it in backyards, but I wonder if that's just to keep it in the tradition of it being like it's meant for a backyard audience. It's supposed to be a very like DIY style thing, while it is a legitimate product that you can go see or buy tickets to. During its heyday, backyard wrestling was so beloved because it was accessible and simply a fun thing to participate in with your friends. But in terms of danger, backyard wrestling doesn't hold a candle to another form of wrestling that has been around for decades. We're talking about death match wrestling. Death match wrestling is an event in which anything is on the table. Wrestlers still act out storylines and moves, but the stunts are far more violent and dangerous. It's almost a challenge to the wrestlers to make the stunts as shocking and as a spectacle as possible. While the WWE and larger promotions also have no rules or no disqualifier matches, it tends to shy away from the ultra violence, and underground promotions embrace their death matches. 9 times out of 10, clips you see online will involve glass, and people are usually being slammed in the head with fluorescent light bulbs or thrown through glass planes. Anything that will cause small cuts, people will be bleeding like a goddamn pig. It's brutal.
Barbed wire.
The barbed wire shit is fucked. Yeah, having like a bundle of barbed wire and then having your friend like body slam you through it, brutal. The audience has even on occasion been sprayed with residual glass shards and even blood, but front row viewers know this is part of the course. Though there were early versions of extreme wrestling that date as far back as the 1930s, the death matches we see only truly got their start in the late 80s and 90s. Wrestler Atsushi Onita is responsible for many of the match style's most popular characteristics. He founded the Frontier Martial Arts Wrestling promotion in 1989, which popularized the barbed wire deathmatch style of wrestling, featuring explosions and violent storytelling. Probably inspired by some of the wrestlers of the 80s, but one of that more extreme kick, right? Something that wasn't so family friendly, which is, I will say, the WWE has always tried to cater to in some way, is young 12-year-old boys, you know, and then they grow up and they show their sons and vice versa kind of thing.
They say, it was real for me.
Jesus Christ.
You seen that clip?
That scared me. Yeah, I don't think so.
You haven't seen that clip?
I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it. I mean,
where is he saying this at?
I don't know. He just
he has a mic. You're holding up against a mic, so he's in some kind of like room. Okay, it was real for him. A few years later, Big Japan Pro Wrestling hit the scene in 1995 and innovated on Atsushi's original concept. They began creating a wide variety of gimmick matches that the WWE wouldn't even consider airing on television. Among these gimmick rule sets are tons of animal-themed matches. Quite literally, dangerous animals would be placed in the middle of the ring for wrestlers to interact with. Fuck. One of which is showcased in a match between Mitsuhiro Matsunaga and Kanedo Nagasaki, where a tank of piranhas sat in the middle, and the only way to win was to have one wrestler hold their opponents inside the tank for 10 seconds. There's also the Scorpion Death Match, in which large cacti are placed in all 4 corners of the ring, and a tank full of scorpions is placed in the middle. Can you imagine getting kicked into a fucking cactus turnbuckle? And the thing too is like, these guys are just as professional in terms of being like, I know I'm going into that cactus turnbuckle, you know? I know I'm gonna get slammed into a fucking, a tub of scorpions. To psychologically be okay with that, and also just to like train your body to just be like, I don't give the pain, I don't give a fuck anymore. It would take a couple, I mean, I'd have to be like, I'm trying to think about a world where in my mind I'm like, yeah, okay.
Do you think they practice getting kicked in the cactus too?
You'd have to think so. Like, I don't think that you would go in doing that, not having experienced it before. So at least this way you kind of know what's coming, maybe? I mean, I could be wrong. No,
I bet you they do it. You gotta at least feel it once before you get on stage.
Yeah, it's like a cop getting tased. or pepper sprayed or whatever. As if that means anything. Like what does that do for people? Other events in the BJW include the Firestone Death Match. For this event, electrified heaters wrapped in barbed wire are placed in the corners of the ring. I feel like a guy just owned a junkyard and he was like, that still works and it'll burn you like high hell. What's interesting is the backyard element seeping into this deathmatch style quality, where it is things that you would find at your house and just be like, wouldn't it suck to fucking get kicked into that? But it kind of rules, you know what I mean? There's like a mysticism about that that's really fun. We're like, that is weird. But it probably literally was a guy being like, yeah, I brought these for my house, we could use these. And the Taipei death match, where both fighters wrap their fists in rope, cover them in honey and broken glass before boxing each other. That just feels irresponsible. It should come as no surprise that veterans of the deathmatch are covered head to toe in scars and puncture wounds. These scars are how many wrestlers earn respect of their opponents and fans. Many wrestlers who are just starting out have publicly stated they wish their backs were more mangled like their idols. It's scars, it's battle marks, they're trophies, Nick. As deathmatches continue to grow and spread worldwide, wrestlers came up with even more insane stunts to shock audiences. In some instances, power tools have been moved from the shed and into the wrestling ring. For example, one wrestler named Nick Mondo had a weed whacker used on his torso. According to him, this resulted in 1 to 2 weeks of recovery and brutal scarring. Yeah, I mean, that's bits of chunks of your flesh are coming off with that. No matter how stale things may get, there's always a new nightmarish idea to keep things interesting. If getting cut with barbed wire wasn't enough, deathmatch events will introduce salt, lemon juice, and even wasabi, which are poured on the injured wrestlers as they scream in pain. In the past, event organizers would wrap barbed wire around gas-soaked rags, light them on fire, a practice they called a flaming barbed wire match. What's crazy is that these are all basic inclusions in your average deathmatch. Championship matches will push the envelope even further with explosives. These explosives were placed either on the sides of the ring or a few feet away, usually triggered when people were pinned or thrown out of the ring. Most of the most famous examples of this was the FMW no rope electrified barbed wire swimming pool dynamite double hell death match, which had wrestlers put on a boat and brought to a ring in the middle of a pool. Every time a wrestler was thrown into the water, large explosives would send plumes of smoke into the air as the crowd erupted with excitement. While deathmatch wrestling certainly has a cult following, there are a fair share of detractors, some of which are wrestling fans that view the niche subgenre as trashy in a way that ruins the reputation of wrestling as a whole. Why don't you have some fun in your life? My God. Oh God, that makes WWE look, come on. That's not classy. This is classy. I want Bob Dylan up on stage. Who are you? Who are you?
Pretty good.
Is that good?
Who are you? You suck. You're a no talent.
You're a nobody. You're nothing. While many aspects of deathmatch wrestling are controlled, it is far more common to be genuinely injured here than in most other wrestling promotions. Well-known wrestler Nick Gage is a fan favorite that has had one of the largest deathmatch careers in the scene. In 2010, he had 2 arteries in his arm sliced open, leaving him to nearly bleed to death on the ground next to the ring. That almost became a deathmatch. There you go. But see, that's, once again, it's just one of those things where you have to have people that you trust to do it. Was that a fluke? What happened? But can you imagine you can't even scream for help. You'd be like, it'd take somebody to come up and be like, oh, by the way, this guy's dying, you know? And then the people, the fans are there, that's just part of the show.
Could you imagine screaming for help and people think it's a bit?
That's a nightmare. Help! And people are like, woo! Looking down at you on the ground. Another well-known wrestler from Mexico, Hector Perez, was suspended indefinitely due to an event that transpired during a death match. At one point, he knocked his opponent out unconscious after chucking a brick directly at his head. He was hospitalized with a fractured skull, and while in the hospital, he had to undergo an emergency surgery as his brain trauma caused a blood clot to form in his fucking skull, dude. And perhaps the most gruesome injury occurred during an IWA Mid-South match between wrestlers Madman Pondo and Mean Mitch Page. As the match carried on, Pondo would smash a grandfather clock over Mitch's head, leaving a severe injury. A piece of glass from the face of the clock sliced the side of Mitch's head and it hit an artery, resulting in him bleeding out in the ring. EMTs would arrive on the scene and get Mitch into an ambulance, where he would die and be revived on the way to the hospital. Mitch would only take a 30-day break away from deathmatch wrestling before hopping back into the ring to continue his career, which is just fucking insane. But see, that's the thing, is like, even when fucking these injuries happen, I think the people that are that into it, they know. You never know, especially if you're doing deathmatch wrestling. You got to know that any little slip up could like fuck with each other, which is also why I think, once again, people that are like in the WWE space, well, it's not real wrestling. I'm like, the level of choreography to drive a grandfather clock onto somebody day in, day out and not have it slice his artery open, is that not insane? Insane choreography to do that. You know, as extreme and downright terrifying as some underground wrestling subgenres can be, they say a lot about the undying love wrestling fans have for their craft. I mean, even seeing Garrett from Mega 64 do his thing, or dude, I've seen this one guy on Instagram a lot and it fucking rules. I think what's his fucking name? He says it's just the pageantry, the love for it. It's infectious, you know? It's the thing that, like, when I look at WWE, I never want to actually watch the wrestling matches. I don't really give a fuck. It's impressive. It is what it is. I'm not into the whole storytelling thing, but watching the documentaries, there is a captivating amount of like love and care they give for the craft that makes it infectious. Like you do buy into it, which is why I think sometimes when you watch these documentaries, you're like, holy fuck. At least for me, I get totally hooked. Many of these people literally give their blood, sweat, and tears to put on a good performance, whether it's for a big crowd or a couple of friends with a video camera. While the latter of the two we've discussed today is pretty intense, there's no shortage of underground events to attend or follow online. If you find yourself tired of WWE and other big promotions, perhaps trying experiencing a local indie promotion for a more authentic experience. Or stick with WWE, and if you're lucky, you can watch Jelly Roll slam your favorite wrestler through a Slim Jim branded table for the 3rd time in a month. That's fun! Until next time, guys, we will see you then. Bye-bye. I'm having a conversation with the screen right now. That's going to be really embarrassing. Does robes come to mind? What about mask? Perhaps candle-holding men discussing devious schemes? Were you just thinking of Eyes Wide Shut? Seems like it. What if I told you what you've heard of secret societies isn't just goofy movie tropes? Would you believe me? Yeah. A secret society is basically any group or organization participating in activities while sworn to the utmost secrecy. Can't tell anybody this, Illuminati. Beyonce, she ate a child. I love watching Beyonce Illuminati videos. That's the only ones I ever believe.
Look at the earrings. Saturn earrings. Search after a Saturn associated with their called.
All the other ones, I'm like, nah. I'm like, Beyonce, I bet that bitch did do something. You know what I mean? There are many examples of secret societies throughout history, some that are still running to this very day. Today, we're going to talk about the strange, mysterious world of secret societies. More specifically, one that people believe is powerful enough to shape the state of the entire fucking world. I'm talking, of course, about Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove, I think, is by far the most popular conspiracy theory, secret society thing of all time. People have been sneaking in there for I don't even know how long, looking at a giant goddamn owl statue. I mean, it's basically like ghost hunting. They just like walk around, they're like, oh, what is that? What is that? And they just see like a truck drive by. What the hell? Oh my God, guys. Oh my God.
Truck just drove by.
But it gets played up a lot for horror movies because I think that it's nice to think that, well, it's not nice, it's just, it's easy to believe that wealthy people would get together and run the world as like a book club. That makes sense to me. You get together, you do unspeakable things, but you do it with your bros. And they're all politicians. They're all George Bush and Mitt Romney. All the politicians, you were like, I don't like that guy. But Bohemian Grove is a secret society that the world is wildly fascinated by. It's been running for over 150 years and is still going to this day. It originated in San Francisco in 1872. According to Sam Singer, a member and club spokesman, quote, it's a group of gentlemen who are really genuinely, no, I'm serious, interested in arts, theater, jazz, and of course, rock and roll. Nothing else. Cigars and brandy. Don't look in the basement. And women were banned from entry. This is a men's club, okay? No women allowed, just the way it's supposed to be. It was a private, men's-only club. Women were furious. What else is new, dude? They're all on the rag, and they're like, you know what? We're gonna go, we're gonna sue them.
It's just rich people wanting to get away from their wives.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of guys just being like, get me the fuck out of here. Well, how do we know that John F. Kennedy wasn't in the Bohemian Grove and that's what helped him?
And then he didn't pay his due diligence.
He didn't show for brandy cigars and to talk jazz and rock, and that's when they're like, we gotta kill that son of a bitch.
The funniest conspiracy I read is that the CIA told Oswald to miss but he accidentally shot him twice.
Ah, fuck. He's a great shot. Every year, during the last 2 weeks of July, the members would join together for a relaxing retreat, similar to a summer camp. Grown men being like, does anyone want to pretend to be 9 years old at the lake again? They were able to practice and share their art, as well as play recreational sports and engage in stimulating conversations with like-minded people. Is this Anthony Elliott's pipe dream? Could be. Their mascot is an owl, as it symbolizes wisdom. I always thought that was weird. Why owls are always wisdom? I will say, you know, it's a fucking great episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender is when they go to that tower, that library. There's the owl walking around there. Ooh, he's a big owl. Ooh, and he tries fucking him up. That one scared the shit out of me. It's just scary.
Did you see Secret of Nim? That owl f***ed me up.
I never liked Secret of Nim.
I hate you. We're not friends.
Okay. This relates to the origins of Bohemian Grove, which focused on a gathering of talented intellectuals. You know that these motherfuckers were RC because it always looks bougie, doesn't it? Get me in that club, dude. I got a cock. Barely. For a time, being a member was exclusive to people who were artistically talented and had a deep knowledge of the arts. But after some time, they slowly loosened their criteria for entry to allow people who were merely enjoyers of art. I feel like they definitely branded them, though, too. So you enjoy this art, but you don't know how to make it. You have to wear the fool's cap. I'm practicing watercolors. Definitely. It was possible that this was for the purposes of allowing more businessmen and other wealthy people to join and financially support the club's endeavors.
The owl is in his leafy temple. Let all within the grove be reverent before him.
I'm just like, okay, well, dude, what are we gonna do? Bankroll this forever, guys? What the f? Eventually, this led to the wealthy and influential people overshadowing the artistically motivated originators. Bohemian Grove slowly morphed from an artist retreat to a 2-week-long party where male elites met other male elites. Booyah.
Is it the patriarchy?
What happened to the art? Club bylaws state that at least 10% of the members admitted to Bohemian Grove must be accomplished artists. At least 10. Give us 10. Whether it be composers, actors, or painters. We'll even take composers. God, composers. Overly enthusiastic Grovers had referred to it as the greatest men's party on earth. Dude, there was definitely gay sex. This is definitely a place where it's just like, it's not gay if you're doing it at the Grove. It's artistic when I make my make on this man's back. It looks like mid-century, I don't know, contemporary. It looks like cum. The members list for Bohemian Grove is not public information and is only available through outside leaks. Notably, a 2008 WikiLeaks entry that revealed the names of thousands of members. Now, we have to take that with a grain of salt. We don't know if it's real. 2008 was a crazy time. Remember the crash? That's when the housing crash was.
It's true.
It's also kind of around the time the first Transformers movie came out. Now there's like 12 of those. Is there an owl transformer?
I think there is, actually, isn't there? Yeah, it looks like an owl.
Is there an owl transformer? Aren't they? They're supposed to be cars. It is known today as a secret society of powerful and influential people. Members throughout history consist of former presidents, CEOs, board members of top military contracts, as well as numerous famous celebrities such as Sam Witwicky.
Sam Witwicky?
Witwicky. AKA Shia LaBeouf. And Optimus Prime is also there. Some members have been a part of the Grove for several decades. After 40 years of membership, you receive Old Guard status. This allows various perks like reserved seating during performances. You have to wait 4 decades, 40 years, to just get kind of a decent spot. And then by the time you're doing that too, you're gonna be so old. That's bullshit. I want my cock to work. I want to f all the other owls. Because in Eyes Wide Shut, they have like orgies, and I would assume the majority of them were like prostitutes or, you know, whatever. I mean, they say it's something else. I would assume that they're just like, no, we can't even allow those people to know of our mischievous deeds. Let's talk about some of the members from the past and present here. Not that this is all speculative. Just want to say we don't actually have a list, but this is what we've been told. Clint Eastwood's in it. Walter Cronkite, Richard Nixon, you better believe it, Ronald Reagan. They're probably having sex with each other. Ronald Reagan brings that monkey showing up, putting bananas and berries in people's assholes or whatever. He likes to eat it out of your asshole. Mark Twain. George Bush, what'd I tell you?
He's an artist.
He's an artist. I love his paintings. I want to go to a George Bush art gallery so bad. The Rockefellers. Theodore Roosevelt. Why did the Rockefellers get you?
Rockefellers are the richest family in the world.
Well, they used to be.
Still are.
They're not. I'm almost positive like every 24-year-old tech giant outclasses them. Whatever, doesn't matter. They're all rich assholes. F them. Even just recently in 2023, it was discovered that the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has attended Bohemian Grove with Harlan Crow, a billionaire Republican donor that showered him in luxurious trips under secrecy. They're trying to take down the deep state and the left of the country. They're definitely not just rich guys who are having sex with each other and finishing on people's faces and being disgusted and like crying in the shower later. That'd be the weird thing about Bohemian Grove. It'd be ecstasy outside, but then you'd go back to your room and probably be like, who am I? You know, like freaking out. Or you just wouldn't care. You're just like American Psycho, like just wipe in your face. You only smile out there and then you just like go back in your room and you just sit down in your owl bed. I may look human, but I'm anything from it. I'm just simply not there. The motto of Bohemian Grove was, "Weaving spiders, come not here." What does that mean? Spiders is in our wives, women, do not come here and weave your dastardly tales of us to suck each other's cock. How do we know that it really isn't, I hate to keep harping on it, that it isn't just a boys club where guys are just like, if I sucked a dick, I feel like I'd be good at it. Yeah, we know what we're doing with the thing down there. It was Bohemian Grove at the beginning was definitely just like, we talk about art and we drink brandy and we talk politics and listen to jazz and rock and roll, and no women are allowed to come in because the conversations are just a bit too, methinks, intellectual. And then yeah, but really they're just like, if my wife came here and saw me become a Chinese finger trap, no, you have to push and then pull. The motto of Bohemian Grove was, "Weaving spiders, come not here," which is used to illustrate the strict rule against discussing business during the 2-week-long retreat. The website insists that there is zero business conducted at all times. We don't talk shop at all. Just the brandy, the theater, jazz, and rock and roll. This is widely believed to be completely false by the general public. Duh.
Bohemian Grove?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of politicians, a lot of big wigs, making a lot of big decisions.
Oh, really?
I will say the fucking owl stuff, could they have picked a more fucking evil, super villain-esque crest? Not only does it look like a pissed off owl, it looks like a pissed off mage. It's like, I imagine the owl has Snape's voice.
Do not weave your webs here, spider.
Because of the staggering amount of powerful members of Bohemian Grove, it has been a well-known theory that the major country-shaping decisions are made during the 2-week-long event. And it is believed, while those running the retreat forbid business-related conversations, a group of people will often split off to privately discuss matters of importance. We have to have a conversation over there behind that tree. Dave, why is your pants down?
Owls need not such articles of fabric.
Peter Phillips, a Sonoma State sociology professor that attended the retreat in 1994, claims that, quote, "they're very clearly talking politics and business constantly. No one ever asked me to talk politics or business, and I dropped hints that I wanted to." Are you talking about gay sex in your asshole?
No. I'm talking about what?
It has been rumored, for example, that the Manhattan Project was conceptualized and planned out at the Bohemian Grove retreat during the 1940s. I'd believe that in a heartbeat. Oppenheimer was there. Well, the movie makes it seem like people were already trying to suck his cock the whole time. You're a genius, Oppenheimer.
He's like, well, I couldn't possibly say if that's true or not.
You're going to do big things. Drop the bomb, Oppenheimer.
Well, I guess I probably could if I really wanted to. I could probably make.
It was also reported that Ronald Reagan met Richard Nixon during the retreat in 1967 to discuss plans regarding the presidential race. Nixon was also caught in Oval Office tape describing the Grove retreat as the most goddamn thing you'd ever imagine. I would put large amounts of money on the fact that Ronald Reagan showed up with that monkey. I feel like a lot of people don't remember. He was an actor before he was a politician at all. Like in his youth, he had that monkey. He's like, well, come on. He's like, this is Dick Nixon. Unbuckling his pants. He's like, Reagan, what the hell? He's like, he wants a banana. Does your banana need to be peeled back or is it already cut up? Good God, Reagan. Gaining access to this private men's club is by no means cheap. Okay, you gotta be wealthy, or you gotta be a good artist. But I feel like they're just like, you gotta be a wealthy, good artist, bud. You can kind of color in the lines. We'll say you're an artist. Not only do you need to be invited by several former members just to apply, but you are added to the waitlist that is supposedly absurdly long. You'd be waiting 10 years before you were even considered for a role. Is this true? I don't know, but it sounds right, so we're gonna say it. When you are finally able to join, it will cost you around $25,000 initially, plus yearly dues of $5,000. That is substantial. substantially lower than what I expected. In 1899, the club gained so much notoriety that they were able to rent and later purchase a 2,700-acre plot of land in Monte Rayo in California to run their annual retreat. From there, they continued purchasing the surrounding land to expand their campground. It featured various dining venues, theaters, and several smaller campsites that varied in theming and luxuriousness. There are over 100 camps, with many having servants assigned to them, and it was noted that many members brought their own chefs and servants along to accommodate them as well.
This looks like fucking Disneyland.
This does look like Disneyland. I guess that's the thing too, is whenever all these YouTubers sneak in, right? It's always abandoned, but that's just because it only happens for 2 weeks a year. 2 weeks is a long time, dude. If I want my back shot fixed, I feel like give me 3 days tops. In 1931, a smaller club building was built in both Sonoma and San Francisco, featuring dining rooms, libraries, art galleries, theaters, shops, and rooms for members to socialize in. During some seasons, members would put together and perform weekly plays, concerts, lectures, and more. My God, who would want that? It's so childish. It's like playing Dragon Ball Z in your backyard with your friend. During the Grove Retreat, phones and other technology were not welcome inside. Members would need to leave to visit a nearby hotel if they wanted to connect to the internet, which helped keep the place unphotographed and shrouded in secrecy to the wider public. They have a Disneyland map of it, and they also have a full building in San Francisco and a literal URL that you can type in and be like, I guess I'll sign up. The campground is littered with security and is very strict with their enforcement of the rules. Supposedly, a number of them are former military, CIA, and FBI agents. Members would indulge in golfing, canoeing, and other outdoor activities when they were getting absurdly drunk with fellow elites. Yeah, dude, boys. Why the f do I have to go to Bohemian Grove to do that? Can I not get day drunk on a Sunday playing golf with my buddies? 9 holes? In this secret place, you know, we're talking a lot about gay sex and other kinds of things, but what about some of the ceremonies they do? A major highlight of the retreat is a ritual ceremony that kicks off the Grove's festivities, known as the Cremation of Care. It is common to witness various high production value theatrical performances, often with men parading around in drag. Motley Crue did it. I'm just gonna leave that there, I guess. One member told a reporter that, quote, sometimes the homoerotic themes can get a bit weird. Well, buddy, you're at the wrong place. The purpose of the ceremony is for members to forget their many responsibilities and put the stressors of life aside. On the opening day of the event, members listen to a series of welcoming speeches and pay their respects to older members and those who have passed away within the past year. It's the Oscars. How do we know the Oscars didn't start as a Bohemian Grove thing? They're just like, you guys suck. Why don't you like my statue? It's cool. Hooded men in red robes enter the stage, revealing a large wooden coffin. The coffin contains a lifelike human body shaped from a wooden skeleton. This body symbolizes all the frustrations belonging to the members.
Now get up here and fuck the wooden skeleton.
What if they actually had to have sex with an owl?
Like Ratna, but it's an owl.
And they f***ed it?
No, he f***ed you.
Yeah, okay. You immediately jumping to that would be sick. I was like, wait, we can have sex with those things? They're like Furbies. A type of funeral service is performed for this effigy of a body known as Dole Care. By sacrificing it, the members of the Grove are getting rid of their problems to prepare for the next 2 weeks of leisure. This is becoming more and more clear that this is like, people have researched the Grove before, and this is all those male camps now.
I'm a man of a warrior.
You're getting rid of this, whatever. Let go, embrace your masculinity. It's that kind of shit. Members begin to follow behind the rope priest and pallbearers as they march across the campground to reach a 40-foot altar beside a serene lake. The altar, covered in green moss, resembles an owl, similar to their logo. I will say this, the altar is insane. It looks fucking awesome, and it's horrifying. It is the perfect catalyst as a spooky secret society thing for someone to like come in there and be like, what the fuck is this thing, man? Once there, members of the club perform a drama complete with musical numbers. Singing in the rain. I'm singing in the rain. Mitt Romney singing in the rain right now, dude? Why is he hard? The body is loaded onto a nearby ferry. The torches surrounding it are put out, and the music comes to a halt. Back at the altar, the lamp of fellowship is lit as a chorus of voices ring out on one of the redwood trees. A tree spirit appears and begins singing a happy tune about lighting fire to your grief and sorrow. Are they telling us that, like, no, seriously, a ghost comes out and starts singing Sing in the Rain with us as well? Or I imagine it's probably a costumed person comes out that has, it is some prestigious role, I bet. How do they dictate that shit though, too? Well, You're promoted to tree spirit. Congratulations, Mark. Mark Wahlberg's like, oh my God, thank you. Afterwards, the high priest gives a long speech about the importance of nature and its ability to ease the spirits, which is kind of funny because it's basically RV camping that they're doing. And they're just out there having sex and they're just like, you have to take care of Mother Earth. And they're just like burning shit around. The bier containing the body travels up the altar where the torchbearers lift it above the head and place it in front of the owl. From there, a scary voice belonging to the care bellows out from under a dead illuminated tree. It insists that it cannot be defeated, to which the owl altar shouts back at it, claiming that the fire coming from the lamp of the fellowship can overcome it. Which also, fun fact, Walter Cronkite is the voice of the owl. A recording of his voice was recorded to be used for the performance every year. We got to put it up and just pretend that we know.
President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago.
Oh! At this point, the body is lit ablaze as music and fireworks fill the air. The members in the crowd celebrate, sing, dance, and celebrate the burning of their sorrows. I'm not gonna lie, that's a theatrical production that I'd be like, that's all right. I'm just not gay. I just wouldn't want to participate in the gay sex. Maybe. If I'm in the owl's nest.
Couple drinks in ya.
Oh, one. Half. If I got an RC Cola in me, I'd be like, your voice sounded beautiful on that tape. Thank you. You know, with secret societies, as they say, the bigger you are, the harder you must fall. And people want to see what is going on in this club so bad. The exclusivity drives people insane. So you have people who try to infiltrate the Grove. Like Tyler Oliveira, the YouTuber. He's going to be one to crack the case.
I gotta run.
YouTuber Tyler Oliveira recently filmed himself sneaking into Bohemian Grove in the middle of the night until he was chased out by security.
Alright, I'm sorry. Alright, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you for sparing me.
I thought I was gonna get chased out by owls.
It probably was. What was the most alarming about the video is that the majority of the Monte Rio citizens were oddly scared to speak about it. Many of them seem to believe that, since the Grove consists of enormously powerful people, they might be targeted in some way for speaking bad about them.
You think y'all fornicate with one another?
Well, I know they do.
I bet all the locals have like f***ed everybody. I mean, people are probably f***ed like Bill Cosby and fucking Will Smith and Mike Myers. I bet you anything Mike Myers has shown up to a Bohemian Grove event in the Austin Powers outfit and it's just got f***ed silly. Like a rag doll. That's what they call him, Ragdoll Mike. Yeah, baby, yeah! Or we could talk about when Alex Jones tried infiltrating it. Because back in the year of 2000, Alex Jones snuck cameras into Bohemian Grove in order to film the cremation of care ceremony alongside John Ronson, an author and journalist. Due to the cult-like nature of the ceremony, it was believed that there was demonic activity taking place that needed to be shown to the world. Alex Jones said so. Alex entered the campground and hid in the forest in the middle of the night to avoid security, confiscating his camera. There, he filmed the entire ceremony. He rushed back to his hotel to share his findings with Ronson, who then realized that the sacrificial child was not real. Then Alex Jones was like, well, I mean, you don't know that. Regardless, Alex insisted that he just witnessed demonic activity, running off to create a documentary called Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove. Ronson claimed that it was wildly dramatized and filled with lies. His buddies immediately just like, dude, come on. Despite its lack of accuracy, the documentary turned Alex Jones into a celebrity in the conspiracy world. Whatever happened to him? I feel like I haven't heard about him in a while. He's probably doing okay.
Kambuga shaka munda kunga kingo buga laka bluga black 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 black.
What were we talking about? Richard Maxlin, the Phantom Patriot.
I operate in the real-life superhero community as the Phantom Patriot. This is my headquarters in Southern Nevada.
Richard Maxlin was 38 years old when he stormed Bohemian Grove armed with an assault rifle, resulting in his imprisonment. God damn, I'm gonna kill someone today. Richard grew up with the obsession with comic books, using them as an escape from his toxic life at home. He bounced from high school to the Marines, and finally to stuntman school, struggling to find his purpose in life. Both of his parents had died soon after each other, and he inherited over $500,000. $500,000. No, you're wrong, it's not like it's not a lot, but at the same time, it's like over $500,000. In his loneliness, he turned to television, where he became enamored by Alex Jones after watching Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove. God damn it, Alex Jones. He bought into Alex's claims of satanic rituals and hidden torture chambers, and decided it was his purpose to infiltrate the event and rescue any innocent victims of child abuse. He used his former cosplaying skills to create a character named the Phantom Patriot, dressing in an anonymous black soldier outfit paired with a bulletproof vest and a skeleton mask that he probably used some of the money that he got from his dead parents to pay for. He spent a year arming himself with multiple guns, knives, a crossbow, a katana, and a handmade bomb launcher. He snuck into the Grove in the middle of January when the Bohemian Grove event wasn't even taking place. He just kind of showed up. After sneaking around tactfully, he realized there was nothing going on. After giving up on his grand plan, he snuck into a cabin and took a nap. I feel like I've led people to be like, something's gonna happen. The next morning, he decided to set fire to the mess hall in order to feel like he accomplished something. Sadly, the sprinkler system put the fires out. The fire alarms began to ring, and he was soon confronted by the authorities. He surrendered almost immediately after and was sent to prison for 6 years. That pivots perfectly into the reality of the situation, right? Part of the allure of the Bohemian Grove is the air of mystique that fills the conversations about it, right? Like a lot of things in life, people want to believe in something because it makes reality so much more fantastical when usually that's not the case. And it helps that there is rarely footage or, photography of the retreat, which gives potential members an exaggerated idea of what to expect, and this leads to an increase in the memberships of the Bohemian Grove. But the reality of the Bohemian Grove is that while there are likely some wild business deals and conversations between people of influence, it's just a part. People get together every once in a while. People do the same thing at Kanye's listening parties up in Wisconsin, Diddy's whiteout parties. Two respected members of society throwing parties. Just like that. According to people on Reddit who have worked seasonal jobs at the Grove, it's an incredibly mundane event, which once again, we have to take these with a grain of salt. They talk about it the same way that like a high school student talks about like an amusement park job. Someone says, I know someone who works there, or at least did last I talked with him. He saw Conan O'Brien and Jeb Bush there and described it as a bunch of rich white dudes eating lobster.
Is that a euphemism?
It could be. Eating lobster, Conan's beat red cock. Or another person said, as a former employee, that's exactly what this place is. Rich white dudes eating lobster and fillets, drinking a lot, and peeing on trees. It's really not that exciting. Which immediately breaks your immersion, because then you're kind of hit with reality of like, oh yeah, it probably is just like a really gay camping retreat. In conclusion, secret societies are inherently fascinating, but often the reality of the situation is just far less exciting. I'm sure there's something out there, because here's another thing. Secret societies, if you know about it, not a fucking secret. There's probably secret societies out there that no one knows, and those are the real devious things. But I like to think at this day and age, people are so enamored and inspired by these stories that that's what ends up starting maybe like internet secret societies, or where it's people being like, hey, this NFT thing's gonna be fucking huge, pick up some Bored Apes, or whatever, that kind of shit. Those are the new secret societies. That's the real weird boys club now. Do they all have gay sex with each other? I hope. I think everybody needs a little loving, dude. But I think Bohemian Grove is nothing more than a glorified fraternity for old rich boomers who want to relive their youth and talk to other rich people. That's probably what it is. But maybe one day we will dive deeper and find something more secret, more ancient, more horrendous that does end with gay sex and child sacrifice. Maybe. We'll never know. But until next time, my friends, be on the lookout and watch out for any strange owls that might appear outside your window. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
We're gonna beat these people. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight. These people hate our children.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we are talking about landlords. A good portion of you just cried. You threw up. Maybe you pissed your pants a little bit. But we're also going to talk about some, maybe a little nasty tenants, little parasites called squatters. Some people look at those as freedom fighters. Landlords and squatters, two groups that are constantly at odds with each other, even more than cyclists and car drivers. Not to dig off that pile of worms, right? But a squatter, for people who don't know, is essentially someone who occupies a piece of land that doesn't belong to them. In the process, they can utilize squatters' rights and attempt to permanently take over the property for themselves.
Hello, sir. You're delusional. You cannot do anything because the police said they will investigate it within 8 weeks, so they will come back to us. So as far as that, you have to leave.
Pretty funny if, the landlord is like a slumlord and he's a dickhead. Not so funny if you're just like, this is just some extra revenue for me. This is my grandma's house. Please don't live here. Squatters' rights state that these people may be able to take over a piece of property through adverse possession. They can legally own a property given that they live there for an extended period of time, upkeep the property, pay taxes, as well as many other stipulations. There are benefits to these laws, like allowing unused properties not to be wasted, especially today, where everyone is encouraged to buy up as much property as you possibly can to get rich, right? That's where the slumlords come from. People price gouging and raising stuff out, gentrification and pushing people out of areas. At least this way, if it's a shitty building and someone wants to live there, let them live there, dude. Kicking out a squatter can end up becoming a stressful and lengthy legal process. For some landlords that have multiple properties, this drives them banana sandwich.
In 6 months, you haven't paid rent. It's my house.
But that's not to say that we should feel bad for all landlords. God, we should feel bad for barely any landlords, because many of them are downright evil.
A new report shows how much rent prices increased across Los Angeles.
The housing crisis has long been an issue in Los Angeles thanks to expensive rent.
In the wake of two of the most destructive fires in state history, a spike in rent gouging across LA County.
Even this year, it was discovered that LA property owners began spiking up their rent to take advantage of desperate people who just had their homes destroyed in the wildfires. You like that? But landlords have also begun to take to the internet and become influencers themselves, landlord influencers.
This is what 14,000 is going to get you in San Antonio, Texas. It's a speed tour, so let's take a look. Here we go. We see the big, beautiful yellow door right there. I don't know why they made it yellow, but they did.
Or on TikTok, it's called #PropertyTalk. Nowadays, there are tons of landlord influencers that give us a peek into their day-to-day lives while flexing their wealth and pushing their online courses, because as we know from our boy Andy Elliott, if you're a rich man, you have to put it in a package that people can buy on how they can become a rich man.
I thought about buying one and then realized that's how they make their money.
That's how they become wealthy, is because there's people that I'll teach you the secrets, when really there's probably like a 12-year-old kid from Illinois who uploaded a video that broke down, like how owning property works or something. But ultimately, they want to sell you the idea that you need to buy tons of property and become a landlord to live a good life, to have that secure passive income life, right?
Here's what it takes to have $10,000 a month in passive income.
You know, everybody's spoiled. I've been in business for 31 years. I started with interest rates at 10 and 12%. So literally at 4%, and people are complaining now at 6%, you guys are spoiled.
Let the properties work for you. That's what a lot of them say. When this career started taking off, the first thing people were saying is, you gotta get property. You gotta invest into property. Which, instead of just being like, why don't you just invest into a home for yourself? They were like, why don't you go in on an apartment complex? And I'm like, what the well, I know about doing that. A lot of these people, all of these people that participate in this kind of content are absolute garbage scum. Like my boy Samuel Leeds, a landlord influencer who makes videos like this one where he giddily explains how you can convert multiple rooms in a house, including bathrooms, mind you, into bedrooms in order to hike up the prices astronomically.
This was a bathroom. She ripped it out and put a bed in it.
You ever walk into a 2-bedroom house and you're just like, this is a studio apartment? My boy Samuel Leeds disagrees. Check this one out.
Right now, I'm standing in Huddersfield. These houses, they rent out for about £1,000 a month. Big houses. However, my friend JL Spoon, how you doing? Hi. We met 6 years ago. I've been mentoring her.
God damn, Sam, you are out of breath. I've been mentoring her. Trying to do more.
Living in a council flat?
Yes, I was.
In and out of hostels?
Now I'm a property billionaire.
Now she's a property millionaire. How? Because she doesn't get £1,000 for this house. She recently bought this house and is renting it out for how?
God, Samuel is just also disgusting. He looks like he's made of butter. Doesn't he? This is the kind of guy that I just want to see a video of him, like just some guy, it could be anybody, just takes like a metal bat and just hits him over the back of the head, and he's just blind. And he would still talk. He's like, okay, so I'm blind. That doesn't mean that I can't go out and convert these rooms.
I was looking at a house, technically like 6 bedrooms, but 3 of them were in the basement. But they couldn't call them bedrooms because the ceiling was too short.
Yeah, because it would be like a hobbit was living there. Yeah, I've had to rent a house like that before. Like, it's 3 bedrooms, and me and my wife were all excited because we're like, oh, like we can each have like our bedroom, and then you'll have like a little art room and I'll have an art room. And then like went downstairs and I was like, this is depressing. And she was like, oh, I'm shorter than you. And I'm like, I don't want you to be down here in this hobbit hole. Other influencers will record themselves calling their tenants to reveal that they are massively raising their rent. In this case, from $1,200 to $2,200. Isn't that fun? Isn't that great? I love that I get to watch somebody do this and they're all giddy doing it.
You're currently rented for $1,100 in that house, and it's in Miami. It's a pretty low price in today's market.
Marcus. I wanted to see if you wanted to stay there.
Yeah, I was planning on staying. I don't want to move, and I have been here for over 10 years.
I would want you to stay, but we'd have to raise it a little bit.
Okay, and?
There's houses in that area going for $2,500. You could take the lower end of $2,200.
Are you kidding me? That has to be a joke. $2,500. That's over double my current rent.
I like how also he's adding the emojis and he's like smiling while doing it, being like, she's like, I can't afford, I've been here 10 years. And he's like,
I'm already working 2 jobs as it is. Where do you want me to go now?
oh, poor bitch. Once again, dude. Ugh. So today I thought we'd look at some particularly wild squatting stories to maybe get the blood boiling in a nice way where you're just like, you know what? Yeah. Fuck them. Before diving into some of the most insane landlords you've ever seen.
Right. Yeah, right.
Get out of my face.
I'm not gonna move. This is my house.
Cool. This is harassment. Bye.
Oh.
I'm trying to, I don't know, I feel like, are we manipulating people by showing the squatters and then also being like, kill every landlord? I don't know. Both things are interesting. I particularly, if I owned a house and I was just like, yeah, you know what, I got another house and I found out that a dude was squatting there and he just gets to just take over my property, I don't think I'd enjoy that. But also giggling and calling people on the phone, having to raise your rent.
That guy should be squatted on.
That should be illegal. But first, before we get into the juicy landlord stuff, let's talk about squatter stories, which we could talk about a squatter who moved into a home and then sold it for £540,000. A squatter from London named Keith Best was doing a painting job in his neighborhood when he spotted a large, broken down, abandoned flat in East London in 1997. The house had belonged to Colin Curtis after it was given to him by his mother Doris when she died. Curtis eventually inherited another property and moved out in 1996, simply abandoning it without ever coming back to check on it. He's just like, I'm just gone. Which maybe that's how they do things, and Keith slowly began his renovation, sinking £150,000 into the property out of pocket, despite not even owning it. He admitted in an adverse possession claim, but happened to do so only weeks after it was criminalized. The Curtis family discovered what he was doing, which began a lengthy legal battle over who owned the property. By the end, Keith had spent £400,000 in legal fees, as well as £245,000 to Doris's granddaughter as compensation. Okay, first off, where the is he getting this money from? Because Doris was an old retired woman, Keith was under harsh ridicule. He told reporters, I've been portrayed as a thief who cheated an old man out of his home, but that's not true. The whole thing has been a nightmare. It affected me health. It cost me a lot of money. I never made anything from this, and it's being made out that I robbed a pensioner. I have not made a profit. The negative press led him to losing his job while having to return to court 8 times after failing to settle the dispute with the family peacefully. The stress was so great, according to Keith, that it led to the mental decline and the eventual death to his mother. It killed me mom. She saw the effect it was having on me. It was awful. I regret the impact it had on my health, and I didn't make any money from this.
He keeps saying that.
He's like, I killed my mom, and I also didn't make a single dime. It was only in 2014 when the decision to criminalize adverse possession was overruled, and he was finally successful in gaining ownership. That motherfucker was in a 20-year battle. Curtis attempted a counterclaim, but failed and eventually died in 2018. Curtis couldn't even hold it. Keith recently sold the home for £540,000 and retired, now residing in a large home in Essex. I did not make a dime. Until now. Which also, $540,000 seems like he still didn't. I lost money on it. With the court fees and everything else, he just sold it. He's like, even Stevens. He was just waiting for Curtis to die. He's like, I'm gonna take it to the fucking grave. Or we could talk about a homeowner who was taken to jail. In 2024, a woman from Clayton County was arrested after her home was taken over by alleged squatters. A woman named Hale had one day discovered a woman named Sakamia Johnson inside her home, but when she called the police, they refused to have her removed. Under the Georgia Squatter Reform Act, she did qualify as a squatter because she was related to the partner of a tenant who was recently evicted from the property. She even had a signed order that denied that she was a squatter. What followed was a several-month-long court case that eventually ended in Hale's favor 3 months later. However, she found herself in more trouble when it was time to reclaim her property. Hale planned to clean up the house now that it would soon belong to her, only to find that the locks were all broken. Soon, Sakamia and a man she brought with her had forced their way into the home. When cops arrived, they deemed Hale's action as an illegal eviction since she was forcibly removing items that belonged to Sakamia, even going as far to yell, "Leave before I get my gun." Because Hale had not yet received the proper documents to legally evict a tenant, she was charged with criminal trespassing and a misdemeanor count of terroristic threats. Hale was thrown into a police car and forced to stay the night in prison. Eventually, she was able to successfully reclaim her home.
You gotta be careful. My parents had squatters.
How long did they occupy the house for?
A couple months, because we were in California. Because the thing was the house was actually being foreclosed on. The foreclosure letter got sent to the tenants, and they opened the mail, which is illegal. So then they just decided, we're not going to pay.
Didn't you say that they like left the house in like absolute disgust?
That was a different tenant. My parents had like 3 houses.
Your parents are slumlords?
Yeah.
Today's video is sponsored by Hungry Root. Have you ever wanted a personal shopper for groceries or a nutritionist nearby telling you what to eat? I know I do. Well, now you can have both with Hungry Root. They make it super easy to eat high-quality, nutritious food and achieve your health goals. If you're looking for anti-inflammatory, gut-friendly, gluten-free, or dairy-free, all you gotta do is let Hungry Root know, and they will fill your cart with personalized recommendations that only get better with time. They ask you a bunch of questions like, what do you like to eat? How much do you like to spend per week? And then they can begin recommending things that fit your life. Because when you're trying to eat healthy, it can be easy to know what to leave out, but sometimes it's just as hard to find what you should be eating. That's why I'm using Hungry Root to help me steer me towards meals that will keep me on my health goals. Hungry Root has over 15,000 recipes to share, so there's something for everyone. Plus, all of Hungry Root's recipes can be made in just 15 minutes or less. Take advantage of this exclusive offer. For a limited time, get 40% off your first box, plus get a free item in every box for life. Click the link below or go to hungryroot.com and use code PAPAMEAT. That's 40% off your first box and a free item of your choice for life at hungryroot.com with code PAPAMEAT.
Thank you, Hungry Root, for sponsoring the video. Back to the video.
Now let's take a look at one of the most historic cases of squatting, which took place in 1969 in London. Didn't know so many London cases here, huh? A group of organized hippies created the London Street Common after taking over a 100-room mansion at 114 Piccadilly in London's West End. It happened during a time of radical politics fueled by a decade of rock and anti-establishment sentiment. And on top of this, there was a housing shortage after World War II that made it incredibly hard to find shelter. Many of the remaining buildings were left vacant by property owners waiting for its development value to increase. A bunch of broken buildings from the war, and they're just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna leave it. And then whenever it actually starts to spike, that's when I'll start renovating it, you know, and then it'll be worth however much more. The group's reasoning behind this act was to show the world that the city doesn't get to just belong to the rich people in power. Unfortunate, because yeah, it does. I mean, that's just... The group stormed the building, put up barricades, and even installed a homemade drawbridge over a dry moat in order to keep unwanted visitors at bay. It was renamed Hippydilly. Honestly, dude, creating a drawbridge is sick. I want a drawbridge. What do I have to do to get a drawbridge in my life, dude? Probably can't be that hard to make nowadays, right? You're not a big, crazy one, but just like a little... You know, some chain to get some Home Depot or something. Hordes of hippies, drug dealers, runaways, and more began living in the building. It was so populated that they had to host house meetings and give people jobs, like contacting local restaurants and catering companies that were sympathetic to their cause because they need food to also feed all of these people. Basically became a homeless shelter is what it became. The place became a media sensation to the point where some celebrities would show up, take pictures, and attempt to be seen as hip. Yeah, Mick Jagger with his giant mansion.
Oi, you guys are really giving it to him, eh?
Many were outraged by their actions, and protesters began chanting things like, "Monkeys get back to the zoo." Those who tried to get into the property were met by members of Hell's Angels, who aided them with security to return for housing.
Hell's Angels is in Britain?
I guess, dude. I don't know if they fly over with their motorcycles. I like to imagine they're on the inside the plane. We gotta help them, man. They refused to comply with eviction notices, and it only took 3 weeks before the entire mansion was raided by police officers. They gained access by having a few officers trick the security into thinking they wanted to help an ill pregnant woman inside. Classic ruse. Only to send in 200 more officers. There's a pregnant lady in there who needs help. Oh, really? Hippies started chucking iron bars, wooden planks, and other items around the house at the officers, but it was all shut down fairly quickly. There were a few arrests, but a majority of the residents left without pushback. They're just like, just get out of here. Just bloody well get out of this home. This event ignited a squatters movement that continued for many, many years, falling into the 70s, probably the 80s, y'all. But then we have landlords. Let's just say landlords, yes, they price gouge. There's a lack of human empathy that goes into the business of that. But we can also talk about a landlord who gave its tenants lead poisoning. Yeah. In 2024, pretty recently, a property management company named Lemoore rented out apartments in Brooklyn, New York that led to young children getting lead poisoning. Tenants were interested in the property after being lied to about the conditions. Fast forward to when they moved in, and tenants were met with leaks, mold, rodent infestations, elevated levels of lead from the paint, mold again, and water leaks. The pictures are Disgusting. And in the end, 130 young children tested positive for elevated blood lead levels since 2012. Apparently, this is one of the many cases where the company had screwed its tenants over with their living conditions, reaching housing violations of over 30,000 people. In court, they were forced to pay $6.5 million in settlements, a relief that is considered historic for a case of this kind. $3 million of that settlement would go directly to the tenants impacted by the poor living conditions. So that's nice. At least there's something, you know, at least it ends on a relatively healthy note. I will say, to be in this position where you're just like, okay, fine, I'll sign the lease, I'll go do, you know, we'll live here, and to show up and you're just like, well, I mean, I can't afford anything else. Tragic, man. Especially in a beautiful country like this. How the hell could that happen?
In a beautiful city like New York.
A beautiful, super clean city like New York. Brooklyn, New York, mind you. Let's start talking about some of the tenants, y'all. This headline is supposed to be, I think, shocking, but at the same time, after all we've read so far, it makes me just be like, sweet. Tenant takes revenge, blows up apartment. It's cool if no one else gets hurt. Otherwise, that's a bit of an overreaction. In 2022, a man in his 30s was due to be evicted by his landlord. He knew it was coming. And he was so infuriated about it that he purposely set up a gas explosion to blow up his apartment. Scratch what I said. Scratch what I said about the, it's cool if no one else gets hurt. I was just kidding about that, okay? The entire roof was blown off the building, sending debris down the street and causing neighbors to be evacuated. Nobody was injured, and the man is now in custody. All right, never mind. Don't do that. I feel like I should really clarify. I'm joshing, all right? Or we could talk about the tenant who was living in the cellar of a building dies in a fire. In 2019, a 32-year-old man named Philip Sheridan died in a fire that spread throughout his converted basement in Leeds. It was discovered that Humraz Shahid, the landlord, did little to keep the property suitable for human habitation. The cellar only had one entrance with a faulty handle that was already partly blocked by a stove. You have to jiggle it. You have to jiggle it. And it's like, I can't. He's like, sorry, my new stove is here. I don't want to move. There was no fire alarm or smoke detector either down there. I like how he set it up and he couldn't even bother. You'll smell the smoke. You'll wake up and run. It'll be fine. The source of the fire that killed Philip was the stove itself, so he had to run through the fire just to save himself. He ended up suffering severe burns all over his body before falling to the floor outside of the building, passing away after a short time in the hospital. It was clear that everything that happened was 100% avoidable, and Shahid was arrested and given a 13-month prison sentence. That's it? 13 months? A year? They're like, a little over a year, Shahid. 13 months. What of the Weber grill? What happened with my Weber stove? Like, it burnt up. Just put a bullet in my head. Or we can talk about my boy Daniel Ohib Shalom. There's no way I'm saying, is that how you say that?
Daniel Ohib Shalom.
It is in New York City, maybe. Ohib Shalom? I do not think I'm saying that right. Daniel Ohib Shalom is infamously known as one of the worst landlords in New York City for years of neglect given to his properties.
Daniel Ohib Shalom's apartments are notorious for deplorable conditions.
He already has a reputation. Daniel Ohib Shalom, they're just like, don't stay at his place, whatever you do. It was so bad that he was given jail time after accruing 700 plus housing violations on top of harassing tenants constantly. I hate this motherfucker. He would refuse to make repairs to the point that the doors no longer had working locks and the walls themselves were falling apart. And you can see some of the photos here. I like how he's just like, I'm not gonna repair it, and we're raising the rent. They put a Chipotle down the block. I'm raising the rent. That's the kind of landlord I want to be. I saw a Chick-fil-A, a Raising Cane's, and a Chipotle. We're raising the rent. There's a Costco 2 miles away. I saw your Honda Civic pull in. I know you're gonna drive that while raising the rent. It was believed that the landlords wanted to create living conditions horrible enough to force everyone to leave so that he could renovate and sell the buildings at a higher value. Is that fun? Did you like that? If you don't like it, leave. You know what he's going to do to sell it for a higher value? He's going to go to Home Depot and be like, what's the cheapest sink? And they're like, that one? He's like, I'll take like 12 of them.
Do the landlord special, baby.
Landlord special. Paint it over. There's cracks in the wall. All right, it's good to go. One man recounts the condition, stating, quote, imagine waking up in the middle of the night with smoke throughout the building and the smell of burning oil because of a boiler that was never maintained. Imagine fighting cancer and not having heat and water.
They would withdraw the rent straight out of our bank account every month, but then we get no heat for 5 days every week. 3 days with heat, the rest of the time no heat, no hot water.
He's like, there's a new Thai curry place open on the block. We're raising the rent. The bodega on the corner just became organic. We're raising the rent. You can now buy organic Doritos from the bodega and a Boarhead sandwich. We're raising the rent. To avoid getting caught and forced to fix his building's many problems, he would forge documents regarding proof of upkeep and even listed other associates of ownership documents so it couldn't be tied back to him. What a greasy little man. I like how he's just like, I crafted this thing with AI and I signed it, and I also signed it in my dead niece's name, so people will never know that it was me. I'm Daniel. I am raising the rent. According to a DA, there was an instance in which the ceiling was so damaged that it collapsed and injured a small child.
Suddenly I heard him scream, and when I went into the room, the ceiling had collapsed over him. And thankfully, you know, it wasn't a major injury, but I mean, it hit his head.
It just fell on a child, and he's just like, were you jumping around? Is this because I raised the rent? He was then sent back to prison a second time to serve 60-day sentence after he failed to complete repairs at 2 properties that were ordered by the courts. Dude, just fix the property. Actual slumlord behavior. I don't have it. Well, if I have to repair, I'm raising the rent. When the man was sent to jail, residents of 2 of his Washington Heights buildings rallied together to push the city to let them own the property as a tenant-owned co-op. That'd be really funny. You're gonna let them live in this wasp nest? All right, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens when they have to raise the rent. And then it turns into a different story when we become a landowner, all right? They received tons of support from city council members, and a conversation began about helping to set up proper financing for renovations, as well as giving them community ownership of the building. News came out that he was punched in the face soon after being arrested, which was applauded by all the tenants. Just a little cherry on top. He got arrested and someone just beat the hell out of him, and everyone's just like, yeah! He's like, so what am I gonna do? My hands are tied. I only have 700 other buildings in New York City. Okay. All right. So this is we're all officially barbarians now. The Mongolians have come back, and this is now China. It's like, what are you talking about, Daniel? Yeah, the guy next to him is just like, stop your crying. My stove. And they're in the same prison cell. Just kill me in my sleep. Daniel's like, I'll buy you a new stove. Oh, you, Daniel Oshalo.
Did you have any really bad landlords?
Yeah, dude. I think that there's ethical ways of also just being like, I have to raise it. Property values going up to meet demands with whatever. I need to make my end too. Maybe there isn't an ethical way of being a landlord. I don't know. Especially whenever I was living in like lower income housing and stuff. Those are always the worst, at least in my experience. And then you would have to put down this huge deposit for cleaning, and you never got it back. At the beginning, when you move into an apartment, you take pictures of all the stuff where you're like, hey, there's this, so you don't get charged with that end. At the end, the woman sent back the pictures that we took at the beginning of our stay that was cleaned and that was clean, and said, oh, well, these are the things that we have to clean, so you're not getting your deposit back. And we were like, that's the pictures we took 12 months ago. And they're just like, shot, and they just ghosted us. And what can you do? And at the end of the day, you have to like live with it, just being like, well, there goes like a $300 to $500 deposit or whatever. And I think that's where they get you too, because they're just like, once again, I'm talking to my ass, but I would say like 90% of people don't get their deposit back easily. Like, it's just some shit where it's like, well, the blinds are messed up. It's like, those are $30 blinds on top of a fucking $1,200 deposit or whatever it is. But, you know, landlords can be creeps. So let's talk about some creepy landlords, such as a landlord who hides cameras in the women's room. That's got to happen everywhere. That's got to be such a common thing. That's also why, if I stay in a hotel and stuff, I'll put like bags in front of outlets, like little stuff like that where I've seen in shows where it's like, oh, there's a camera there. I've seen so much stuff. I'm just creeped out by it. How creepy is it? Not that I give a shit about anybody really seeing like my tiny pig cock or anything like that, but I'm just like, just weird feeling like somebody's like taking that video and they're doing whatever with it.
Just watching you.
Yeah, hawking loogies in my hand and going to town on my cock, and then ordering DoorDash, not washing my hands and eating Subway. That can't get out there. In 2025, Edgar Ramirez Dijadio, a landlord from Palm Beach County, was arrested after he hid a camera on the ceiling of an apartment he was renting out to a female tenant. What did I tell you, dude? Probably in the fire alarm. I bet you anything. She had only been living there for a few days before her boyfriend noticed her bright green light coming out of the device on the ceiling. He's like, have you not noticed this? It's a smoke alarm. It means it's good. It's healthy in here. He brought it up to Edgar, who claimed it was a device that strengthened the Wi-Fi signal. Suspicious, she asked him to cover it with a piece of tape. He ended up just using a small piece to cover up just the blinking light part. She thought something strange was going on and removed the device to find that there was an SD card inside of it that stored various photos of her in the room. The man was charged with digital voyeurism with a bond set to $7,500. I like to leave up these pictures for a second just to be like, if you're ever in Palm Beach and he's like, hey, you want to come check out that deal? Be like, I think I'm going to pass. Also, what's creepy about that too, how many people has he done this to? How many times do these landlords, they're like, they show you the place, they're all nice, and they're just like, you get to use the restroom, just in there. And they just have people come in, you know? He's like, I gotta get my fix before the next person comes in. Just right back there. Ooh, there's no toilet paper, I'll go run get some. Just sit there and wait. Just sit there and wait.
That's how they decide who they're going to rent it out.
Yeah, whoever takes the smelliest shit, he's like, those are going to be some juicy pics. Or we can talk about a landlord who stole some tenants' lingerie. Just seeing the picture of him immediately. Like how he's just like, I just don't know what I did wrong. That's what his face looks like. Oh, I smelled good. Is it a crime for things to smell good? It's like, no, it's a crime that you stole it, you fucking creep. He's like, okay, news to my ears, man. In 2021, a 45-year-old landlord from Ohio named Ivan Rock was accused of illegal and disgusting behavior by one of his female tenants. According to the victim, she had seen Rock's behavior shift to become more aggressive and menacing over time. Jesus. At one point, she had returned to her home to find him sleeping on her couch naked.
It was an accident.
This isn't my house. Darn it. She returned home to find that Ivan had come into her place to leave her brand new lingerie as well as condoms for her. Eventually, he wanted her out of the house, calling her to say that he already packed all of her belongings. She came home and noticed that she was missing a digital camera as well as a pair of lingerie.
The one he gave.
Yeah, I'm sorry I took back my gift, dude. The unappreciated gift. She told police that she became terrified of the man to the point of committing to leave out of fear for what he might do next. After talking to the police, Rock was arrested on charges of menacing and petty theft charges, and his bond was set to $2,500. What about the naked incident? Okay, so there's no oopsie daisies. Okay, that's all he got charged for, was just being like, you took some of her panties. Rock admitted. He's like, okay, well, so it was on her couch naked. He's like, they're like, shh, we didn't hear that part. All right, now here's $2,500 bail bond, Rock. Thank you. In any case, the issue between squatters and landlord is a complex one that I will not get involved in. I'm not opening that can of worms. I'm not doing it. Death to every landlord. There are extreme cases, sure, but in reality, most people just want a roof over their heads and just a place to stay and feel safe and not be price gouged. So if you do have to be a landlord and be one of these people that are just like, I have to raise the rent, at least make the places bearable to live in. Don't be putting cameras in there and stealing lingerie, showing up naked to your tenant's house, that kind of thing. That I feel like that's at least enough of a handshake. Okay, fine. And also give people back their deposits. Give the deposits back. I have to get a cleaning guy in here, and I mean, it's gonna take him he's gonna be here all day. She's like, there's one bedroom. Yeah, but it's probably gonna cost $1,700. Probably. Never mind. Fuck it. Kill your landlords. I'll see you next time. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. Come on in and sit down, because today we're going to be talking about the food VTuber epidemic.
Just go to Hot Topic with a sourdough roll and you'll get a goth picture. You will.
The streaming world has evolved quite a bit in the last decade or so. For most streamers, the goal is to showcase an authentic personality by putting their face on their content. Is that what you think of when you think of streamers?
Well, you want to seem like, I'm a normal guy. I'm a normal girl, big boobies.
And the chat's like, look at oh humble me. But over time, however, tubing has morphed the streaming landscape drastically. Today, many people use elaborate avatars and play up their own original characters. However, not all VTubers are confined to the brightly saturated characters with fat, swinging, big fucking titties. Anime. No. VTubers are no longer anime girls, Nick. They're much more. In fact, it appears we're now entering a brand new era of VTubing, a bizarre trend where streamers take the form of anthropomorphic foods, mostly just from the burnt peanut. We're seeing this thing right now. With one man's success, it has altered the landscape of media, which is not a new thing. People do it all the time. Mr. Beast.
He changed YouTube forever.
Mr. Beast has changed the way that people interact with content now. That fucking, what's that one guy? Brent Rivera? Have you seen that motherfucker? Oh my God. It's the exact same thing. The cuts, the cues, the text, everything is identical to that Mr. Beast format, but that's just because people want to follow success. And I think people associate the food VTube thing as like, that's what people want to see.
It's funny, it's cute.
But people don't realize the personality comes with it. You have to be quick-witted. You have to have charisma, right?
People were comparing it to the annoying orange. It's like reverting back.
The fact that it's a peanut is like totally irrelevant.
No, that's the success.
That's the successful key. Okay, I forgot about that. Yeah. We're going to talk about this new trend, but we're also going to talk about how it's led to possibly the worst streamer in modern history. And it's It's quite the ride, so buckle up. The catalyst for this epidemic of food tubers is a well-known Twitch streamer that you've all probably heard about, the Burnt Peanut. I think he really blew up with Arc Raiders. I had a buddy that watched them all out when he did. I think he was an Escape from Tarkov guy back in the day. But anyways, funny guy, quick-witted, and good at games. Like that's like, you have to have that. I don't know if there's many Twitch streamers that do very well. I know people say that players are bad. I feel like you have to be actually pretty competent at games to make it like watchable. Like when if I stream something like a game, oh my God forbid.
Yeah, you get grilled.
Horrible, tortured. I mean, people don't want to, and people are backseat gaming the whole time. You have to follow somebody that feels competent at the game. They're quick-witted, they're funny, they're likable, all those things. Like it's a very rare thing to have, I feel like. And over the last 2 years, the Burnt Peanut has risen to unfathomable fame. Every time I see that motherfucker on Twitch, it's like 60 to 70,000 people watching. It's pretty insane.
I think he's botting. Everybody on Twitch bots.
That's also cope though, isn't it? He's botting. Yeah. It's like, fuck off. Yeah. I see clips of him all the time. He's botting. Yeah, right. It wasn't until 2024, however, that he began gaining a large following after clips of his Tarkov streams went viral on TikTok.
Are you fucking serious right now? Are you serious?
People were initially drawn to upbeat personality, the unique presentation, and the small details like his character's rotations of fun costumes. Which I will say, this does show, and it's a good example of, you just have to put in a little bit of effort to stand out. If you're already called a Burnt Peanut, it makes sense that like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna be a peanut avatar because what the fuck else am I gonna be? But then it's like, oh, what if I just gave him different clothes? And then you just use a stream deck or whatever. And there it is. And people are like, oh my God! But that's just because the whole landscape is so fucking boring and not inspired. That was like a deal back in the day when I first saw Dr. Disrespect streams. You'd see all those transitions and shit, and you're like, the production level on this is crazy. I mean, a lot of people can do that. It's just a matter of, do you have the gumption? Do you have the creative will? If I was watching this, I would want to see this. You know what I mean?
I want to see the Burnt Peanut sitting on a beanbag chair with the Xbox controller and Cheetos, you know, because he switches out the background and stuff. So I think that's exciting for...
Sorry, I don't know why, but... I had a panic attack while you're talking. But to be fair, though, the large part of the Twitch landscape or streaming landscape is, how do I say this in a nice way? It's like people that aren't the most social, that are just good at games. And, you know, they have a quirky thing where they look at the camera and they'll be like, hog. Hog. Yo, that guy just got owned. Hey, Crystal Scepter, thank you so much for the 2 months, man. That's one thing that I found too. The bro culture on Twitch is insane. I didn't expect it. I think it's just mostly Call of Duty and that kind of thing, but it's always like, yo, okay, I'm dropping in. And I'm sitting there, I'm like watching it on like my break at work. I'm like, I wish that was me. This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Fume is the flavored air device designed to help people quit vaping and smoking by breaking the hand-to-mouth pattern. Cravings can come in when you least expect them. You have to find a way to fight the urge and not return to your old ways. And breaking bad habits can be hard, so don't handle it alone. Let Fume help. Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. By keeping Fume close by, you can have it as your natural replacement while you're working on improving your habits. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and never any toxic chemicals. On top of that, Fume is an award-winning device with great flavors. Feel the rush of the crisp mint or tangy raspberry as you say goodbye to your cravings. I keep my Fume device here at my desk so it's close by in case I'm feeling anxious or bad habit wants to distract me from my work, like cut that, editor, actually. Better to play with Fume at my desk than go back to bad cravings, am I right? If you're ready to break the habit, now's a great time to try Fume. Right now, when you grab a Journey Pack, you'll get a free Fume topper just for using my code PAPAMeat. The Fume topper adds a soft, replaceable, chewable mouthpiece, providing something safe to chew on when cravings hit. Grab this offer while it's available. Head to tryfume.com/PapaMeat. That's TRYFUM.com and use code PAPAMeat to get your free Fume topper with your Journey Pack. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. When Arc Raiders released in 2025, he became one of the streamers to watch play that game, pushing him into peak stardom. And with this rapid growth came a higher production budget and tons of collaborations with other known streamers. This is not without pushback, however, as people across the internet think both the Burnt Peanut and his fan base are insufferable. People post videos of fans laughing, clapping their hands and feet to what looks like brain rot screaming content, which I want to interject here as well. That shit, you get popular enough, you're gonna get hate. You know what I mean? The motherfucker is a peanut VTuber playing Arc Raiders. If you're like, making fun of that, it's just a thing where it's just it becomes popular, therefore so I don't fucking like that anymore, actually. That's fucking stupid. And yeah, is there like some cringe comments? What the fuck? He says goop. Look at me goop. Whatever the fuck it is. Who cares? But that's the thing though, is it becomes an easy target because it's just he's very well known. So I get to make my little content making fun of things. And there you go. Some adult fans even record themselves in tears on the floor as they react to his streams. I don't think I've ever had that, luckily. I don't think my fan base has ever been that dedicated where some guy's like, oh my god. Other Peanut fans hail him as a god and are extremely parasocial with him. And if you look at any comment section, even related to him, you'll find comments saying that he is the light in a dark world. Or that he needs to be on every TV in America, which he has dedicated fans. What the fuck? You can say that with any rabid fan base. Look at any fan base. The problem is when a fan base becomes rabid, they become insufferable. To people who aren't into that fandom. That's why you get like the Has Been Hotel. People hate those fans, or like Amazing Digital Circus, all that kind of shit. Rick and Morty. It's just, it comes with the territory of being a huge like IP or star.
People just, they get rabid.
People get rabid. They get excited. They can't help it. Essentially, people treat the Burnt Peanuts audience like the classic millennial cringe, quirky chungus, spouting random like, oh, that's epic, hey, goop, all that kind of stuff. And people associate that's where it comes from, right? This weird behavior also started a trend of people making videos mocking the fan base, portraying them as man babies drooling over themselves and farting as they rock back and forth in pure bliss, which I will say I found a couple of my videos in those and it's funny.
Really?
Yeah. Usually it's people, it's like their feet on the desk and they're like all curled up like this and like, hey, and they clap their feet and there's like a monitor with like 7 things going and I've seen my videos on there and I'm like, hell yeah. If one of my viewers is at home drooling in a spit bib right now, dude, praise the Lord. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, he has risen. But for people who think that the Burnt Peanut is the most annoying, like, oh my god, it's the fan base is so annoying, you probably should check out the competition of people that are copying him. Because the Burnt Peanut has seen massive success streaming in this style, it has inspired a whole new wave of copycats who try to treat his content as a formula for success. And if you scroll through TikTok or Instagram Reels, you are bound to find clips of people streaming as assorted food items and objects. After all, it's a very easy thing to set up with tons of YouTube tutorials instructing people how to mimic this recipe for success. You just gotta be food! Nick, what food would I be?
Cheeseburger.
Editor, put me as a cheeseburger now. I'm a cheeseburger! What's my thing? You know how he says goop, gloop, or whatever? What's mine?
Cheese. Just say cheese.
Oh, I got my delicious cheese. I'm going to get a triple stack burger on my cheese. Actually, I would watch that.
That'd be cool if their model changed. You can make like 12 stack cheeseburgers.
Whoa, too many patties! Yes! People, oh my god! For those who are even lazier, you can purchase the models online. And in fact, there's been a massive boom in VTuber modeling community. Many artists have made tons of money turning their 3D modeling portfolios into literal grocery stores. Accounts like The Prime Butter, The Sweaty Tomato, and The Casual Turnip are prime examples. However, there's definitely a reduction in both stream quality and just general personality because people find out that it's like there's just not a whole lot behind the personality that carries them. People online who come across these channels often call them out for copying the Burnt Peanuts formula, which is why nearly every one of these accounts has a video defending themselves and describing how their origin story is different, which I love. There's nothing I love. Dude, that's how I came up with the turnip. Okay? Why can't you just be like, yeah, I just like him. I want to do a food thing too. Why is that so bad?
Because nobody wants to seem like they're copying someone, even though they blatantly are.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be original.
Yeah. Well, dude, I actually was, it's a weird timing because I'm the burnt almond. Just like a weird coincidence that we kind of are just both nuts. Just the state of my mind, I guess. This isn't to say there's something wrong with mimicking the format, but it's very clear that the thing selling Burnt Peanut streams the most is high energy and personality. It's not his fucking VTuber thing, dude, all right? For those who are able to put on a good stream, the format definitely can work well. But this is all boiling down to one of the main reasons I wanted to make this video today, which is talking about one of the worst things that happened to the internet, I feel like, as of lately. I mean, is that too much to say? It seems, I mean, it's pretty horrible. I fucking can't stand it. I mean, if I'm being honest. If you've been terminally online on the internet recently, you undoubtedly heard of a VTuber known as the Faithful Sheriff. And if you don't know who the Faithful Sheriff is, God bless you, because this is the accumulation of the worst part of a copycat. If you wanted to be a fucking turnip or a tomato, or even if you want to be like, I'm an almond, I don't give a fuck. Like, do that. This version of the copycat, this is a parasite. This is a person that needs to be plucked off it and spit out. Bye-bye. Right off the bat, you'll notice that the man is blatantly mimicking the burnt peanut model. But we've already been getting ahead of ourselves because there's so much to unpack about the man behind the shell. Before the faithful sheriff, this creator went by Dr. Witnesser. He was certainly not known for his originality because even this was heavily inspired by another creator, Dr. Disrespect, who we talked about earlier.
I'll be honest, I'm feeling a little fatigued.
To warm you up to this kind of person, Dr. Witnesser's whole shtick was that, as a devout Christian, he would enter Fortnite games and aggressively push his teachings to those he is playing with. Before we even get into all this shit too, I just want to say, your beliefs are your own. Whatever you want to believe, you can believe it. If people are asking you questions, I don't see a problem with being like, hey, this is what I believe, blah, blah, blah. Your belief is your own, right? That is our right as Americans in this goddamn country. Rock, flag, and eagle, right, Nick?
Oh, yeah.
But being a guy going on Fortnite and trying to like convert people, it has to be the most opposite way of introducing people to your ideals.
I go into Fortnite and teach people the Bible.
This mouth.
Okay, Robert, you're like 8.
Like it's just so creepy to me. The reason I say creepy is that there has been clips of him talking to children or even young adults in some weird way, and the way that he approaches this is he's always just like,
You got a microphone?
and people who are just playing, yeah.
Do you believe in God?
What are we doing? Why are we going here? You know what I mean?
What's your name?
My name, Quiz.
Hey, do you know who Jesus is?
As you would expect, many people did not take kindly to this and clowned on him in-game. No matter how bad the clips made him look, he'd still post him and he'd gain tons of views for it. Even when it makes you look bad, he knows it gets him engagement, and I think he's hiding behind the fact that he's like, oh, this is all for religious shit and not just money. And it's so blatantly obvious that it's just money-grabbing bullshit where it's like, well, I'm just spreading the good word, blah, blah, blah. Fuck off, dude. That's not it. It's you rage-baiting people into getting clicks and shit, and then just using different successful archetypes to like rage-bait people. It's the fucking worst. Like, I pisses me off so much, actually. And in many of these clips, you see him getting ruthlessly trolled by adult players, only for him to utterly fail to steer the conversation into a serious discussion about God.
I should probably tell you what I do.
Are you a hitman?
I got a particular set of skills.
Male on male porn guy?
No, I have a particular set of skills.
Taking it without flinching.
It feels like a bit. Like it's kind of like not in levels of Nikado where it's like I'm presenting this persona and I have all this kind of like crazy shit. I'm sure at a point he did start off doing this, but then he realized like, oh, I'm making a lot more money by rage baiting. So that, and I just don't think that the man is quick-witted enough or smart enough to like actually have interesting exchanges with people. So then it just divulges to, wow, really? Really? Okay, so I guess that's it. Wow. Okay.
And I'm on 30 FPS. What in the fuck?
Bro, let's watch the F-bombs here.
Even when people try to genuinely tell him that they're not interested, he'd often force the conversation throughout the game in an incredibly anti-social way. And at times, the constant rejections from normal adults trying to play a video game would get to him. In one video, a man from China tells him to knock it off, only for him to start whining about how he's trying to stop his freedom of speech.
Oh, you want to stop my freedom of speech and expression? Okay, gotcha. I didn't know you were that oppressive. My bad.
Fuck off. No, Fortnite, my God. It makes me sick to my stomach. As fun as it is to point and laugh at an overbearing Fortnite preacher, this man is very often having these conversations with incredibly young and impressionable children. In one diabolical clip, Dr. Witnesser gets into a game with what sounds like a 4-year-old child that can hardly articulate his words.
You know how much an Xbox cost?
No.
It costs $400.
Do you know how much the life of Jesus cost?
Even after hearing the boy talk about how he just got a brand new toy from Walmart, he gladly starts going into some spiel as if he's capable of retaining the information.
All right, so you realize that if you die right now, you're gonna go to hell, right? Because you don't believe in God?
Oh, no! That kind of thing. That's not gonna have a lasting impact on this child. You realize that you're a bad person, right? Your mom and dad are going to hell.
Some people think that's what you need to instill in children.
Well, I disagree. Obviously, these are maybe conversations of religion and stuff maybe you want to have with your parents or peers or I don't know, whatever, right? Dr. Witnesser believes he's doing the Lord's work, however, and this somehow extends to him straight up ruining Santa for one child.
I don't mind what you do, but telling the kid that Santa isn't real is messed up. Santa and Christmas is pagan idolatry. Okay, if there's a kid who asks me if Santa's real or not, I'm going to tell him the truth. I'm not going to lie.
God. The kid's like, hey, I can't wait for Christmas. Yeah, you realize that Santa's not real. It's a pagan religion. It's adultery, right? You knew that, right? Stupid fucking kid. It feels that aggressive to me.
That feels like high schooler me. I would say that.
Yeah, exactly. You realize that God and Santa are probably not real, right? The only one that's real is the Easter Bunny. So I'd probably start worshiping him. Most people have no idea that he's streaming during these interactions, and when one teenager found out, kindly asked to not be posted online. He angrily rants and calls him weird and posts it anyways, which it's, once again, why? He got banned indefinitely on Twitch after telling a Muslim child, and I quote, if you were to die in your sins today, you'd be sentenced to hell.
Is he wrong, though?
We don't know. And see, that's why I believe in the good man. That's why I tell every child that. You realize that if you die right now, you're going to go to hell, right?
Yeah, are you baptized?
Yeah, specifically Muslim children. I don't even ask their beliefs.
You're going to hell when you die.
Thank you, Dr. Witnesser. You rule.
You think people should just get baptized just in case, even if you don't believe? Or does that not, is that a cheat code?
I don't think so, man. We see that a lot with like the Mormon wives and stuff like that, where it's like, you try to like, well, the Bible says this, but it doesn't say that. You think like an omnipotent God is going to be like, how did you skirt around that?
I just stuck it in and my friend was jumping on the bed.
Exactly. I put it in. I didn't know it was going to slide in so easily. Okay, technically, that is okay. The God I like to believe in, he's like a fucking like storm cloud. You think he has like a human body? People always like ask like he's like gonna shake my hand and shit. No, he's gonna be a fucking storm cloud that's just like, what did you do? Repent.
I think we're just kind of like a mole on like God's back.
In your ideation of the world, God is a human man, probably like an overweight Italian guy, and we're a mole on his back.
Yeah, like our universe is just a tiny mole on his back.
Really puts things in perspective, doesn't it? We're so small. We're this big of a mole on God's big hairy Italian back. Mamma mia. For a time, he claimed he would sue Twitch over this, but that doesn't seem to have happened. He's transitioned to other platforms, but he didn't make any waves until a particularly ridiculous stunt. On February 7th of this year, of our Lord's year, 2026, he'd randomly tweeted that he'd been in a horrible accident so bad that he'd possibly be disfigured for life. People were genuinely worrying and praying for him, not knowing that this was all complete and utter bullshit, right? But it's okay. Dude, I can white lie, Nick. All right? Muslim boy, you're going to hell. I got in a horrible accident, though. God is gonna love this. He'd fire up this next stream to reveal that he seemingly stole the Burnt Peanuts 3D model to use it his own, but with Bible in hand.
How are you going to sit here and post something on Instagram and act like all injured and this stupid filter? Well, it's not a filter. I woke up like this. I fell asleep watching the Bugulator. I woke up like this. I don't know what happened.
Isn't that funny? Isn't that a funny joke? It isn't. It definitely isn't rage bait to get you to click on the thing. Sympathy bait.
No.
Guys, it's a fucking bit. Come on. Oh my God. People fucking piss me off, man. Fucking JC loves this shit. Hey, yo, JC.
What up?
Dude, I hope Jesus sounds like that.
Yo, man. What the fuck is that?
There's nothing but listen to Will Smith. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Get jiggy with it. Ooh! Do it to him! That would be fucking sick. Yo, JC, that shit's lit! He's up here. He's like so short. He's like handling comes up here. What's up, man? You my man. After starting as a singular joke stream that he claimed would not be a rebrand, he almost immediately changed his mind and leaned all the way into it. He soon updated the model to resemble a cowboy, occasionally accompanied by an accent, and would constantly break the third wall to try and explain the terrible lore of this character and justify why it's okay to basically rip the entire idea to the point where he was even admitting that he plans on stealing his mannerisms as well.
People like, well, you're copying his mannerisms. Yes, that's part of the storyline. That's part of the storyline. I am turned into a peanut, so I'm going to copy some of the Peanut's mannerisms because that's part of what being a Bungulator is. in my story.
Not only is he taking from the Burnt Peanut, but he repeatedly talks about him and tries to set up some collab so he can milk more views from him. And also, it's a great way where it's also trying to justify the actions. Well, he streamed with me, so it's fine.
So he's just trying to confuse people, right?
It's like when companies, like, they will make a product that looks exactly like something else, so people will mistakenly buy that thing instead of the actual thing.
Because he'd be like, oh, that's the Burnt Peanut.
Yeah. He did, however, add a new creative spin to the character that he can be 100% credited for, and it's that the model farts. In fact, he made a Twitch channel point reward that rings out endlessly alongside a green gas cloud from behind him. That's awesome. Yes. Okay, now that is actually fucking sick. That's really funny. Yo, you watched The Faithful Sheriff 2? That shit's tight, man. To The Faithful Sheriff, this farting meme is gold tier, baby, as he lets it rip constantly in the middle of talking to children. It's so freaking funny. You ever see a guy like fart in a video and there's always one comment that's always just like, seriously? What's funnier than farts?
It's the universal joke.
It's a universal joke.
Everybody can laugh at it.
As more people grind out content criticizing him and his reputation gets worse and worse, he has only tried harder to justify his routine of constantly talking to children. Not only is he interrogating children on stream about whether or not it's okay to talk to them to make himself feel better, but he's even been reduced to posting AI Google results about Fortnite's game demographic to prove that it's not entirely a kid's game, which obviously it's not entirely a kid's game, but you do openly talk to children a lot.
If you hear someone's a child, you should just be like, okay, I'm not going to talk to them for the stream, but it's like, I got to have that content.
Yeah, exactly. It's a conscious decision that you're making to be like, I'm going to clip this, or I'm going to even do this on stream because you know that's going to get a reaction. It's going to drive traffic to your channel. Just like in the past, he will go out of his way to grind out as much clips as possible to maximize exposure, even when it's completely inappropriate. Like, what am I going to do? Waste the content? Come on. Where's the Muslim kid at? You're going to hell. Isn't that right, JC? Thanks, JC. You're awesome. Sorry, Muslim kid. Why are you crying? Clips like this lead to him being yet again ruthlessly destroyed online. And what's wild is that the response to the endless memes at this expense are now leading into the realm of legal action. My boys, the Super Mega Boys, would post an edited image of the Faithful Sheriff's avatar with a realistic cock and balls, saying that he requested it. And it's very funny. It's a very, very funny tweet. The Faithful Sheriff laughed it off at first, but then people started gaslighting him into believing that he genuinely thought that it was his idea. And many even pretended to be Christian parents that were disappointed in him for putting up such heinous sexual content in the presence of children. He started anger posting about how this was all a lie, only for Super Mega to start posting very obviously fake DMs where he supposedly requested that they make the meme alongside a picture of him exposing his real penis for reference. It's so good. He then posted a video where he pleaded for people to believe him, even claimed that he will pursue legal action against them for defaming him. In an attempt to prove it, he shows his own DMs and tells people that the IRL image of him that they used is far too small because he weighs 300 pounds.
This is not me. Y'all have seen me. This person probably weighs about 170. I'm 300 pounds. Not proud of it, but that's how much I weigh.
That couldn't be me because I'm a big boy, guys. Obviously. Why are you even indulging in this? Fucking moron. Am I crazy? As of now, Super Mega has now received the cease and desist in the mail. And ironically, this meme was just a copy of a similar meme that they posted on the Burnt Peanut a while back. If the Faithful Sheriff had just laughed it off and took it in stride, it wouldn't have gotten nearly as many eyes on it. The reason that it got so big is that he's like, oh my god, this is not true.
He took the bait.
Oh my god, hook, line, and fucking stinker, dude. The controversies wouldn't stop there. Around this time, the Faithful Sheriff decided to open up a community Discord, something that is constantly infiltrated by haters and trolls, which also, here's another thing. Community Discord, free open community Discords.
You gotta be careful.
It's like a prison yard. Many are claiming that mods are harassing them and banning them based on their gender identity. Others are claiming that the minors are being exposed to inappropriate content. Because the online space is flooded with people gaslighting him to continue the troll, it's difficult to tell what's real and what isn't. Unfortunately, he can't help himself from responding to tons of what are most likely just jokes at his expense. And that's where we're at with the Faithful Sheriff. It's been popping up. Mostly it was the Super Mega thing. Saw the Super Mega thing, and then you just see you click on one thing, and then your whole algorithm gets exposed to this bullshit. And it's like, it's the worst version of a copycat person. People like the Brent Rivieras and all the people who copy Mr. Beast and stuff, at the end of the day, they're their own entity. Are they taking things from that content? Yes, of course. Are people that are using food icons taking from the burnt peanut craze? Sure. You can't help that. That's going to happen. Also, people might just be like, I think it's funny and I like the burnt peanut, I'm going to do it. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's doing it in a way where it is so deceitful and it's so ironic coming from a person that's supposed to be a Christian with good values who is doing nothing but being a parasite online and using this like copycat method to financially get ahead. I really don't believe any of the virtues that he has is earnest. I don't think that it's like for a good cause. Maybe his content did start off with him like maybe wanting to do like I'm trying to just tell people about the good word, but now it's come to the point where it's pathetic brain rot. People that post rage baity shit, after a while it gets so stale to people that they will continuously up that game to keep getting clicks. So who knows what happens now? I don't know. Never in a million years could the people building modern civilizations comprehend such a brain-dead topic like this to exist, and I'm sorry that I had to even indulge it on you, but it was on my mind. If you're someone out there who wants to take inspiration from their favorite creators and use it to make some fun content, by all means, go for it. I mean, that's how people start. You're in love with something and you want to emulate it. You want to like grow as that person. You want to be